After being punched by the golden arm, Hanfei was horrified. Why couldn't illusions kill people? Swish. Hanfei waved his hand and threw out the ultimate blade to stop the golden arm. As a low-quality godly weapon, the ultimate blade was naturally extremely powerful. Hanfei didn't think many people in the sea establishment realm could resist it. Even in the face of the golden arm, Hanfei didn't think the ultimate blade couldn't stop it. Clank, clank, clank. Sure enough, in an instant, the golden arm was attacked by the ultimate blade. Thousands of times. Hanfei quickly picked up his fishing pole, broke through time and fished 6 times in a row from the void before he caught a golden arm. Twin Divine Technique. Hanfei activated the Great Tao and the Twin Divine Technique and fused his white mist body with the golden arm. At that moment, Hanfei felt invincible. However, when Hanfei felt that he could fight the golden arm and wouldn't be defeated at all, with a bang, the golden arm that was being attacked by the ultimate blade shattered and disappeared like a bubble. Huh? Hanfei frowned. Seriously? The illusion of the golden arm disappeared as soon as I was ready. Hanfei seriously suspected that someone was deliberately controlling everything behind the mist. Hanfei couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If someone was watching him, wouldn't he have exposed all his trump cards? Hanfei said, "Old Yuan, what do you think of this mist? The vast ocean. Navigator is useless now. Do you have any thoughts?" At this moment, the old turtle said leisurely, "Do you still dare to listen to my thoughts?" Hanfei said impatiently, "I don't blame you for what happened to the bronze tree. I was too greedy. I thought the probability of success was very high. But I accidentally messed it up." At this time, he still had to listen to the old senior's opinion. Although the old turtle was only in the sky-opening realm and might have slept for a million years, he should be more knowledgeable than him. Hearing Hanfei's explanation, the old turtle said, "In fact, I don't know what you are fighting. From my independent vision, you were just fighting the mist, but you were seriously injured by something in the mist." "Are you saying that I'm fighting the mist?" The old turtle said, "At least from my perspective, that's the case. But I can't see through the mist, so I can only provide a guess." Hanfei asked, "What guess?" The old turtle said, "This road has disappeared since you stepped on it." "How? Can you be sure that the road you saw outside exists?" Hanfei asked, "What do you mean?" The old turtle said, "I don't think what you see with your eyes is necessarily true. The road you saw outside might not be true, and the mist you saw here might not be true. This requires you to comprehend it yourself. I can't explain it to you." Hanfei asked, "Old Yuan, do you actually know what this is?" The old turtle was silent. "You have to comprehend it. If you comprehend it, you can break this level in the blink of an eye." Hanfei couldn't help but think about what the old turtle meant. What he saw might not be true. Then, if the road he saw outside was fake, and the mist he saw here was fake, where was he? Since it was all fake, why did he have to make a path for himself? Wait. Is this road the one I understand? Road? A yellow mud road is a road, and the Great Tao is also a road. What kind of road is this? What do you want me to comprehend? If all this is fake, then the so-called road doesn't exist. Why can't I see through what the old turtle can see at a glance? Hanfei couldn't help but think that the vast ocean navigator was pointing at him, which meant that this path was in his hands. Just as the old turtle said. He had to walk out himself. Wait, why do I have to walk out? Since this road doesn't exist, why should I take it? The path is the Tao. If I comprehend it, I pass it. Does the path refer to the great Tao? Han Fei stood in the mist alone and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his head. Tao heart? Han Fei was suddenly enlightened. Since he became a king, he had been telling Xia Xiaochan and the others about Tao heart. Although they didn't understand it, he explained it over and over again. Why did he forget about it? A smile gradually appeared on Han Fei's face. As for Tao comprehending, in the end, all that was left was Tao heart. If his Tao heart was firm, he was fearless. Han Fei's temperament suddenly changed from being confused to being calm and composed. No wonder the old turtle didn't panic at all. He only gave him a vague explanation. Indeed, if the old turtle said it directly, it was not enough. And only by comprehending it himself could he be at ease and fearless. Therefore, Han Fei simply ignored the mist. He strode forward calmly and no longer sealed his five senses, letting the mist illusions around him evolve. However, none of them could touch Han Fei and disappear with every step Han Fei took. After only 30 steps, Han Fei suddenly saw a new world. Clatter. Clatter. At this moment, Han Fei heard the sound of waves. It turned out that a sea appeared in Han Fei's vision. The sea breeze blew at his cheeks, and Han Fei could even see some common low-level shells on the beach. Of course, Han Fei's attention was not here, but on a mirage on the sea. Han Fei was sure that he didn't see it wrong, but the mirage might be a bit ridiculous. Which mirage was a huge bronze door standing in the distant sky and shading half of the sky? What else could it be, if not the bronze door of the Void Temple? Oh. The ultimate trial? Is this the ultimate trial? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if Chu Hao was once a member of the Void Temple. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more likely it was. Otherwise, why would there be an entry trial of the Void Temple in the raging sea? Or why would the bronze door of the Void Temple become the ultimate test of the Monarch Palace? The bronze door was as usual. Although it was in the sky, Han Fei could still see cloud steps descending from the bronze door to the blue sea. Han Fei's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, it's indeed quite difficult to comprehend the Tao heart. And the steps are probably not easy to climb. But no matter what, I've finally seen the last trial of the Void Temple. If Han Fei guessed right, there shouldn't be any other trials in the Void Temple in the raging sea. Han Fei didn't consider why the Void Temple appeared on the distant sea. Anyway, it was just a short distance. He could cross it with a golden light leap. Therefore, Han Fei jumped over without hesitation. However, when a golden light flashed, Han Fei appeared in midair above the sea, and his face suddenly changed. This was because he actually couldn't jump over such a short distance. This didn't make sense. Besides, when Han Fei looked back, it was already an ocean and the road he came from has disappeared. Son of AB*TCH. I was careless. I should have known it wasn't that simple. At this moment, Han Fei was vigilant. In the sea, a sharp claw rushed at him. And a huge shadow seemed to be at the bottom of the sea. It was tens of thousands of meters long and seemed slow, but was actually fast. Han Fei's instinctive reaction was to fight. However, when the huge claw was almost in front of him, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and activated his great Tao. Activating the invincible will, he didn't move at all and let the claw slash down. Boom. Unfortunately, Hanfei guessed wrong. Almost in an instant, his body was cut in half. This time, he didn't use the twin divine technique, so he was really cut in half. However, with a flash of blue light in the void, Hanfei's broken body walked out of time. Hanfei looked solemn. A casual blow has the power of the sky-opening realm? Because Hanfei didn't learn anything from the demon purification pot, he dared to take the blow head-on. Since the endless corridor ahead tested his Dao heart, why wasn't it the same here? What if the monarch's prank was to make people think that the trial in this didn't test one's Dao heart? However, Hanfei just accidentally lost the bet. But even if he lost, he could still reverse time, so he didn't panic. The demon purification pot can't read it? That's impossible. Unless this thing is fake. With this in mind, Hanfei shouted in a low voice, "Fuse." As he fused with little black and little white, the yin-yang divine eyes appeared. After Hanfei landed on the surface of the sea, he flashed and appeared at the bottom of the sea. No matter how big this huge beast was. Could it be bigger than the members of the giant beast race? They were all at least hundreds of kilometers long. When Hanfei appeared at the bottom of the sea, he saw a huge, indescribable, strange creature, which looked like a huge sunflower, facing him with its huge sunflower face. Under the big sunflower face was a huge vine covered by demonic plants such as algae and sea anemones. Around the sunflower, 5 huge eyes grew, each of which was dozens of kilometers long. On the sunflower's face were dense melon seeds and a black hole in the center. Swish! 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 The fruits that looked like sunflower seeds were actually the claw that attacked him just now. Now, more than a dozen of them appeared at once. F***CK. Sky-opening realm giant demon? Hanfei frowned. From the power of the blow just now, this demonic plant definitely had the combat power of the sky-opening realm. However, it was hard to say if this demonic plant was real, because the demon purification pot didn't read any information. But it might not be fake. Just like the golden arm he encountered, even if it was fake, it could hurt him. And this sunflower, even if it was fake, could easily kill him. Hanfei activated his great Dao and the invincible eye. There were naturally strong and weak people in the sky-opening realm. Hanfei knew that he was only barely in the sky-opening realm. However, only his physique, strength, and speed reached that level, but in terms of comprehensive ability, he was still far away from the sky-opening realm. However, this didn't stop Hanfei from fighting first. When he saw the sunflower, he knew where the way to the bronze door was. It must be the black hole in the center of the sunflower's face. If he could go to the bronze door, he would have done so long ago. Did they set up a sky-opening realm demon plant in the sea to stop him? No. The puppet had said that his strength exceeded the scope of ordinary trials. So it directly caught him to take the ultimate trial. It meant that the ultimate trial corresponded to his strength. The top 10 of the raging sea could more or less unleash the power of the sky-opening realm. And he was even stronger. Therefore, Hanfei guessed that the existence of this demonic plant was just to test his basic strength. Swish! 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 Dozens of sunflower seed-like blades crossed the sky. This time, Hanfei saw it clearly. Because the tail of the sunflower seed was attached to a thread. The distance it slashed out seemed especially long, and it looked extremely terrifying. Holding the infinity water, Han Fei turned it into thousands of knives and rushed at the sunflower seeds that looked like giant claws. There was nothing Han Fei didn't dare to do, since he was already here. No matter how powerful this sunflower was, it was only in the sky opening realm. No matter how strong a sky opener was, it was not impossible for him to escape or even reverse time. Different from the situation in the mist just now, Han Fei was unusually determined this time. Even the old turtle said, "Don't worry. If you really can't beat it, I can help you." Bang! 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 Although the infinity water had also been improved in quality, it was still a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and was still a lot weaker than a godly weapon. However, it was not said that a sky-opening realm cultivator could withstand the attack of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Otherwise, if a sky-opening realm cultivator could even block an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, wouldn't they can only be killed with a godly weapon? Therefore, when the two collided, there were dense clangs and ripples like raindrops. It could be said that neither of them could do anything to the other. This sunflower didn't show any special great Tao. When it felt the resistance of the infinity water, all the sunflower seeds erupted at the same time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a storm of flowers. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He definitely couldn't withstand so many power attacks equivalent to the sky-opening realm. Even if the infinity water could block them, it was controlled by him. If he forcibly blocked them, it would only consume his spiritual power, slow down his mind, and reduce his combat power. Therefore, Han Fei could only use the golden light leap. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the void here. He jumped but didn't move forward much. Instead, he directly sank into the tide of terrifying claws. Han Fei was shocked. Since the golden light didn't work, what about the extreme speed he had just grasped? Although he had inherited the ultimate blade and the ultimate speed, he definitely didn't have time to study them in such a short time. However, no matter what, Han Fei had inherited this great Tao. Therefore, among the countless sunflower seeds that stabbed at him in an instant, Han Fei was as agile as a shadow. The moment each giant claw appeared, he made an immediate judgment and dodged agilely like dancing on the tip of the knife. If it were anyone else, their jaws would have dropped. If they were accidentally cut, they might be crushed into pieces in an instant. Even if Han Fei could use the twin divine technique to fight the enemy in the state of black and white mist, it didn't mean that the giant claws couldn't hit him. Once they hit him, the black and white mist would be easily cut apart, and the effect might not be as good as now. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, although there was a storm of countless blades darting at him, Han Fei's dodging speed was shockingly fast. It didn't even take him a second, but Han Fei had dodged as many as 10,000 sunflower seeds. Claws. At this moment, the giant sunflower seed claws actually had a contraction function. What it shot out was a giant claw, but when it retracted, it was like a sharp sword returning to its sheath. Its speed was extremely fast. Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water quickly returned. Han Fei turned into a void hand, grabbed a sunflower seed claw, and used the speed of its return to go to the black hole in the middle of the sunflower. But at this moment, 5 big eyes surrounding the sunflower lit up at the same time. Han Fei had almost forgotten them and didn't know what the use of these big eyes was. However, the 5 big eyeballs were like laser recharging. Energy surged in the eyeballs and was about to shoot out. F***ck. So advanced? If it was laser charging, the other party would also be at an extreme speed. They would only be faster than him. Therefore, Han Fei made a prompt decision and wrapped himself with the infinity water, holding an immortal fiend saber in front of him without hesitation. Swish. 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 Sure enough, 5 energy pillars intertwined in the middle, forming a light curtain. The other party didn't attack you at all, but waited for you to barge in. Roar. Dragon transformation technique. Crunch. At that moment, Han Fei activated the dragon transformation technique, swallowed a 5-level Dao pattern pill, and barged in. This level seemed to depend on your strength. Then he would just barge in forcibly. Bang! The light curtain was like an energy barrier, and when Han Fei crashed into it, even the infinity water was burning. Han Fei felt that he was passing through the center of the earth and was about to be cooked. Han Fei seemed to see his body melting, his flesh and blood blurred, and his vision blinded. He felt that if he rushed into the black hole forcibly, he would probably be melted. If it were someone else, they would definitely be anxious, because they would be melted if they went forward. But Han Fei had long suspected that the sunflower was fake and even let it attack him once. Although it did kill him just now, the demon purification pot showed no information about it, so Han Fei still suspected that it was fake. He suspected that this was still a test of the Dao heart. Therefore, Han Fei rushed forward without hesitation. Even when Han Fei felt that his consciousness was about to disappear, he didn't reverse time. Swish. The moment Han Fei rushed into the black hole, he felt a chill around him. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that the scene in front of him had changed. In front of him were the misty steps that were still emitting smoke. Beside Han Fei was the puppet man he saw before. F***ck. Everything is fake. So I was here a long time ago. Han Fei was lost for words. This kind of thing kept changing. No matter how fancy it was always the same. It would deceive you in all aspects and penetrate your soul, body, and senses, but you didn't know it. Han Fei couldn't help but make up his mind. He would do such fancy tests in the future too. It must feel great to see others being tortured in your casual arrangement. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the puppet. I really suspect that you are fake too. The brawny man puppet certainly didn't respond, but the old turtle shouted, I was tricked too. Han Fei said, I estimate that you may be suppressed later. I might not even be able to communicate with my origin sea. The ones ahead might just be appetizers. This path is the most difficult. The old turtle said, Void Temple, as long as you don't destroy me. Feeling that he was in his peak state, Han Fei embarked on the trial again. Without hesitation. Since he had already come this far, there was no reason to hesitate. Han Fei walked up the steps step by step, but he didn't feel any suppressing pressure or danger. Huh? So easy? When Han Fei passed the 1,000 steps and stood on the top of the steps, he saw that the steps suddenly extended infinitely. And opposite him stood a girl in fiery red clothes. Judging from her appearance, she was comparable to Xia Xiaochan. However, Xia Xiaochan was born cute. If she didn't attack, you wouldn't know that she was actually hot-tempered. As for this girl, it was obvious that she was very hot. It was not her clothes that were hot, but her personality. Looking at the big knife burning with raging flames that was as tall as a person standing beside her, it was obvious that she was a strength-type player. Besides, her expression was very cold and arrogant. Being glanced at by her, Han Fei felt that he was being underestimated. Before Han Fei said anything, the fiery girl said, in the final assessment of the Void Temple, you need to answer 3 questions of mine and take 3 slashes from me. If you survive them, you'll be admitted. A faint smile appeared on Han Fei's face. May I ask? Han Fei didn't expect the final test to be like this. He was stopped by a little lowly to ask questions. Of course, Han Fei would never underestimate this person. Since this person was in charge of the final assessment, she couldn't be weak. However, if she wanted to ask questions, there were many possibilities. As long as it was a question, the answer might be different. He certainly wouldn't try to please her. This was a matter of opinion and thinking. He wouldn't answer a question against his will. It was precisely because everyone had their own thoughts that everyone was different. He couldn't just cater to thoughts that didn't match his own just to become a disciple of the Void Temple. The girl asked coldly, if one day you face a choice, to betray the Void Temple or die, what will you choose? Han Fei said with a smile, I, Han Fei, will never betray my teammates. Of course, the premise is that these people are indeed my teammates. Then we'll be loyal to each other, share honor and disgrace, live and die together, and help each other. The girl said, in other words, if you don't treat us as teammates, you can betray us with a clear conscience? Han Fei smiled and said, you can think of it that way. I treat others the same way they treat me. If the Void Temple doesn't treat me well, do you think I will treat the Void Temple with sincerity? The girl glared at him. Aren't you afraid that the Void Temple will kill you? Now? Han Fei sneered. The Void Temple has set up layers of tests. I dare not say that I am the strongest and most talented, but it is indeed not easy to come here. I don't think you will attack me because of this. Otherwise, the Void Temple will be too stupid. With that, Han Fei said, girl, you've already asked 3 questions. However, the girl glared again. I only asked 1. Han Fei was lost for words. Do you not know how to count? It's just a question, but there are 3 derivative questions. We even discussed it. How did it become 1? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Come on. The girl said, just 1. Okay, it's time for you to take a strike from me. Han Fei was speechless. Fine. I won't take advantage of you. The girl said. Your physique shouldn't be weak, and you also know the time technique. Then don't block this blow, because you can reverse time. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He felt that he had been watched along the way. Could it be this girl? She even knew his great Tao of time? Han Fei immediately said with a black face, are you peeping at me? Bah. The girl spat. Who peeped at you? I have my ways to know it. Just take my blow. Han Fei asked, but why can't I block it? Do you mean I just let you slash me? Han Fei clearly felt that the girl was a little impatient. She said, why do you have so many questions? I won't kill you anyway. Watch my knife. Yes. Because the long knife steaming with flames was even taller than the girl, the girl jumped up to grab the handle of the knife, which stunned Han Fei. However, in the next second, Han Fei didn't dare to be careless, because the girl swung the saber 3 times, and the flames formed a domain with a whoosh. The scorching flames were even comparable to the 5-eyed laser just now. As soon as the knife fell, it was as heavy as the sky collapsing, and its momentum was like thunder exploding in the sky. At the tip of the sharp blade, the flames flowed backward, looking quite intimidating. Before the knife fell, Han Fei seemed to feel the cracking sound of his bones. When the raging flame blade fell, it was aimed at the top of Han Fei's head. F***ck. Do you want to kill me? Han Fei tilted his head slightly. If his head was blown up, his image would be destroyed. Clang. Ka ka ka. Han Fei felt as if a big star was pressing on his body, as if a small world was smashing on his shoulder. He only held on for 2 seconds. At the 3rd second, he heard his bones break and he was cut from head to waist. His golden blood was almost burned up, making sizzling sounds. This slash was strong, but Han Fei felt that this girl didn't use the power of the sky-opening realm. But even so, this at least proved that there was someone in the sea establishment realm who could break his defense so easily. Although this girl didn't cut him in half with 1 slash, it was close. Besides, when this girl attacked, she just casually jumped up, held the saber, and slashed with ease. Obviously, the girl didn't use her full strength. Buzz. Han Fei reversed time and appeared next to her. When Han Fei recovered, the girl said, "Continue." With that, the girl disappeared, and Han Fei crossed the 1000th step, and everything around him returned to normal. However, Han Fei didn't know if the test this time was simple or difficult. In terms of difficulty, it was indeed simple, but in terms of questions and answers, it was unknown. Han Fei shook his head slightly. Whether it worked or not, he would find out later. He just needed to insist on his own thinking. It was good to enter the Void Temple, but if he couldn't enter it, he still had the demon purification pot. Unless a strong master from the Void Temple descended to kill him, Han Fei didn't think he would die here. Huh? When Han Fei stepped on the steps again, he couldn't help being a little surprised. Why were there no powers blocking the steps behind? Was the final test so easy to pass? Han Fei climbed 1000 steps in one go, and soon came to the 2000th floor. He was very fast. However, when he just reached the 2000th floor, he saw a girl standing in the same posture as before, with a big knife diagonally inserted at the side. Han Fei was surprised. "Why you again?" The girl frowned. "Why did you come so quickly?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "I didn't encounter any obstacles when I came up. Of course I came fast. Any other person would also have arrived in a flash." But Han Fei didn't know why the girl asked that. He couldn't help asking. "Then how slow should I be?" The girl said, "You should think about why you were so relaxed when you were climbing." Han Fei was puzzled. "Why?" The girl was also speechless. "Because you will face me again. I will make you feel fear, and you will bear the pressure from your heart." Han Fei? Han Fei thought to himself, "Not at all. I thought you were just a projection, and would be gone after the first level. I didn't expect your projection to be so strong and remember what just happened." Seeing Han Fei's confused expression, the girl was speechless and said angrily, "This time, you need to answer another question of mine and take another blow from me. This time, you can block it." Han Fei asked, "That's it?" The girl. Han Fei didn't mean to underestimate her. He just felt that there was no Difference between this girl's 1 slash and 2 slashes. Just let me pass. Then I don't have to climb the stairs to wait for the test. I'm already a king. Why do I have to test this and that every day? The girl snorted. If you want to enter the Void Temple, you have to have the strength to do so. Watch my knife. With that, the girl grabbed the knife again. However, this time, Han Fei gasped in surprise. The flame knife was still inserted into the ground, but the girl jumped up and grabbed a knife-shaped flame. The girl jumped up and held the flame knife that looked like a clone with both hands. In the void around, sparks floated. What Han Fei saw was no longer a knife. What he saw was that in the world he saw, there seemed to be flames slowly slashing the sky from outer space. This slash was very slow, but it was indeed terrifying. The scene was like doomsday, like a big star hitting the earth and destroying this world. More importantly, Han Fei felt a stabbing pain in his soul. It turned out that this was not an attack on the body, but on the soul. This terrifying power was actually what he felt in his soul. Hiss. Han Fei gasped. If he was struck, would his soul be in danger? If he didn't react in time, it would be too late for him to reverse time. Therefore, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the embroidery needle. He gathered the power of his soul and moved his body slightly, but the air around him surged. On the embroidery needle, ripples appeared one layer after another, showing how powerful Han Fei's momentum was. Heavenly God Stab. The Heavenly God Stab was the strongest soul attack that Han Fei knew. Although its level was not high enough, its individual explosive power far exceeded that of the 100 Beast Soul Devouring. Most importantly, the level of combat skills actually didn't make much difference in the hands of a strong master like Han Fei. Therefore, seeing that the knife had already been slashed down, the only thing Han Fei could use was this Heavenly God Stab, which made Han Fei realize his shortcoming in soul combat power. Bang! Puff dash. When the two sides began to collide, Han Fei realized how powerful this girl was. She gave him enough time to accumulate strength, but when facing this slash, the only thing the Heavenly God Stab could do was to narrowly protect him. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the 8th second, the power of Han Fei's Heavenly God Stab almost collapsed, unable to withstand the destructive power at all. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the time this girl gave him to climb the stairs was actually for him to accumulate strength, but he rushed up without thinking. However, at this point, Han Fei could only resist it head-on. Clank, clank, clank. Under his feet, Tao patterns appeared, and hundreds and even thousands of soul controlling arrays wrapped him crazily. At the moment when the Heavenly God Stab was about to collapse, a golden light burst out of the invincible eye. And Han Fei's invincible heart began to beat violently. Ah! Wah! Accompanied by Han Fei's crazy roar, Han Fei was gradually exposed to the terrifying soul-slaying flames. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. What Han Fei relied on was his powerful soul power. As a new king, Han Fei's soul power was already at a height that ordinary sea establishers couldn't reach, because he could keep swallowing and absorbing. Of course, the premise was that he had enough souls to swallow. Of course, the demon purification pot was what made Han Fei choose to resist this blow head-on. Although Han Fei only knew that his spiritual heritage seemed to be very monstrous and his potential might be very great, the girl on the opposite side was indeed strong. the other party's strength was too terrifying. A casual blow from her could cause the sky to change color, and she didn't seem to use much strength. This was what horrified him. Han Fei was speechless. This was just an examiner. This girl should be someone in the Void Temple, and it was hard to say if this was her real body. Han Fei thought probably not. He had never heard of a strong master who could descend safely into the raging sea. Otherwise, how could Xiao Shaochan have survived to this day? When Han Fei held on for 38 seconds, he finally couldn't hold on anymore. In his mind, the little vine finally took action as if it was guarding his mind. Even though Han Fei was wrapped in endless flames and his soul was like a small boat floating in the raging waves, the flame slash couldn't shake Han Fei's soul at all. Opposite Han Fei, the girl seemed to have seen the result from Han Fei's expression. She reached out and pinched the air, and the endless fire waves quickly dissipated like a tide. Huff. Han Fei was sweating and panting. The Void Temple was indeed not to be underestimated. Any random person could almost crush him. This was not something to be happy about. The girl said, considering that you haven't reached the peak of the sea establishment realm, your soul power is not bad. Just so. Now answer my question. Ignoring the girl's comment, Han Fei said breathlessly, go on. The girl asked, if one day you have to be sacrificed to save all the races, are you willing? No. Huh? The girl immediately said with a black face, why did you answer so quickly? Han Fei smiled. Hey. What do all the races have to do with me? Why should I sacrifice myself to save them? The girl stomped her feet. Selfish. Han Fei sneered. Let me give you an example. I can fight the entire world for the person I love, but I won't hurt the person I love for this world. I don't have any righteousness. Everything has to come from the heart. Humph. The girl glanced at Han Fei coldly. Keep climbing. With that, the girl disappeared again. However, this time, when Han Fei looked at the last 1,000 steps, he couldn't help but think that the first 1,000 steps tested his body. The second 1,000 steps tested his soul power. Relatively speaking, without the demon purification pot, he might not have been able to resist it. Obviously, the girl had run up to wait for him again. He didn't care about the third question. What he cared about was what this test was about. His body and soul had already been tested. According to this girl's personality, what else could he be tested on? Han Fei couldn't help but want to communicate with the old turtle, but after he called him but got no response, Han Fei knew that old Yuan was blocked, as usual. Han Fei shook his head slightly. He didn't know what the next test was, so there was no such thing as accumulating strength. But then, Han Fei grinned. How could I be fooled by a little girl? Then, Han Fei quickly stepped on the steps and hurried past. Sure enough, when Han Fei stood on the last step, a huge bronze door fell straight in front of him. It was tall, wide, and magnificent. In front of the bronze door, just like the previous 2 times, the girl was already waiting there, the fiery long knife beside her stabbed into the ground. The girl said, good. You weren't intimidated by me and came up quickly. Otherwise, your points would have been deducted. Han Fei? Han Fei was lost for words. What the hell? Han Fei said, wait, so you gave me marks all the way here? What's the full mark? How many points did you deduct? The girl said, anyway, your score is not high. Han Fei. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What do you mean my score is not high? Hasn't my performance been perfect along the way? The girl said, this test depends on your comprehension ability. Han Fei had never thought about this kind of trial. It was hard to say about comprehension. Although all cultivators had developed brains, this kind of development was mostly reflected in memory, space ability, and so on. However, this was actually not related to intelligence or comprehension ability. Comprehension ability and intelligence were more based on knowledge. And then imagination. See you were. Therefore, after the girl told him the subject of this test, Han Fei straightened his face and knew that a real problem was coming. Han Fei asked, how much time do I have? The girl said, 7 days. I won't disturb you for 7 days. However, in these 7 days, you can't connect to your origin sea, nor will you leave here. You can only comprehend. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, what's the question? The girl flipped her hand and threw out 2 things. Boom. One of the things hit the ground heavily, making a muffled sound and even forming air ripples. Han Fei found it very familiar. Wasn't this a gravity origin magnet? This thing could suppress the king ba crab for tens of thousands of years. Even Han Fei found it tiring to carry it. The other item was a gorgeous red feather. The girl said, since you walk the path of body refinement, I'll let you comprehend a concept of the great Tao. Let me ask you, if these 2 items fall from the same position in the void, which one will land on the ground first? Han Fei. Han Fei looked at the girl deeply. Are you sure this is the question? The girl said, I'm sure. Han Fei said, didn't you say I should take 3 blows from you and answer 3 questions of yours? The girl said, ask the 3rd question first and then take the 3rd blow. Han Fei asked, do you think I'm an idiot? The girl? She said impatiently, this is about the profound meaning of strength. If you comprehend it, your strength will probably increase. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched a few times, and his heart was full of disdain. But suddenly, he realized that he had always regarded cultivation as cultivation and had never thought about these problems. Was gravity experiments helpful for strength? If it were in a normal world, it certainly wouldn't. However, was this a normal world? This was about the great Taos. Space, time. Everything could become a great Tao, and everything could be cultivated. At this time, the result of this kind of scientific experiment might be deemed as an epiphany. Han Fei said, I'd rather take your 3rd/1st. The girl said, just do what I tell you to. If you can't even comprehend it, you're not qualified to take my 3rd/. Han Fei. After that, the girl sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to rest. Han Fei, well. The girl said impatiently, hurry up and comprehend it. Han Fei was lost for words. Does this thing even need to be comprehended? Of course they landed at the same time. The girl, huh? Huh? Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and looked at Han Fei in shock. Her first reaction was, have you comprehended this Tao before? The girl was speechless. Impossible. Judging from Han Fei's combat performance, he obviously didn't know this. How could he give an answer so quickly? Han Fei shook his head. To be honest, if you hadn't asked, I really wouldn't have thought of this. The girl The girl pointed at the gravity origin magnet and the feather and said, "You understood it after just one glance?" Han Fei smiled. "Like I asked, does this thing even need to be comprehended?" "I think you're insulting my intelligence." Hiss. The girl stared at Han Fei and then looked back at the bronze door. After several seconds, she came back to herself. "Well, then, take my last blow." Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that the most difficult part was still here. The girl jumped up, grabbed the handle of the knife, and threw the knife at Han Fei. "Han Fei?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Or does this move have some special meaning? Why did you throw the knife over so easily? Is the knife heavy or hot?" Swish. Han Fei grabbed the handle of the knife and felt that his body was being burnt, his blood was boiling, and his qi and blood suddenly expanded. However, although the broadsword was very heavy, it seemed to be lighter than the gravity origin magnet. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Phoenix Feather Violent Saber. Introduction: It's made of the feathers, essence, blood, and sharp claws of the divine beast Phoenix and the gravity origin magnet with the refinement of the void fire. The Phoenix Feather Violent Saber can burn one's blood and qi and increases strength by 10%. If one fights with the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber, his strength can increase by 30%. Quality: mid-quality godly weapon. Attached soul: none. Effect: pulse of qi, fire resistance. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: when the phoenix feathers are spread out, they cover the sky like a disaster, magnificent and invincible. When Han Fei realized what was going on, the girl snorted. "You're quite capable. The third level will give you extra points. This knife is yours." Han Fei? Han Fei held the mid-quality godly weapon level flame saber in shock. So, did she mean that the last blow was to give the knife to him? Han Fei was stunned. Was this knife, a mid-quality godly weapon, the reward for passing the test of the Void Temple? What kind of people were in the Void Temple? Did they just throw away godly weapons like toys? Seeing Han Fei's stunned look, the girl in red snorted. "How did you figure out the key to this level at a glance?" Han Fei really wanted to blurt out, "Because I learned the experiment where two small iron balls fell at the same time in school. Because there is gravity in this world." Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell her. Han Fei said leisurely, "I comprehended it." The girl. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and the girl in red didn't continue to ask. She said, "Follow me." The girl in red turned around and came to the bronze door, holding a bronze token with the number 11 imprinted on it. The bronze token was pressed on the bronze door, and with cracking sounds, the huge bronze door slowly opened. Han Fei was surprised. "Aren't you a projection?" The girl said, "Of course not. I'm here just to wait for you. Since you've passed the last test, you'll be my junior brother in the future." Han Fei was overjoyed. The last test was a bit simple. Of course, this was just what Han Fei thought. It was hard to say if it was simple or not. This was because not everyone could withstand 2 slashes from this girl. And there should be many people who didn't understand that gravity experiment. But Han Fei also had an epiphany. If he could create a vacuum battlefield or a domain, he would definitely become stronger. The bronze door slowly opened a gap that could only accommodate 2 people. Han Fei followed the girl in red. This was the third time Han Fei had come to the Void Temple. From beginning to end, he only saw void. Except for the girl in red in front of him, Han Fei had never seen the real face of anyone else. When Han Fei followed the girl in red in, he seemed to step on the horizon and stepped into a misty fog. It was still the same mountain he had come to. Before Han Fei had the time to look around, he heard many voices shouting, "Congratulations on joining us, junior brother." The voices rose and fell. Han Fei looked up and saw that the huge eldest senior brother seemed to be looking at him. However, he and Han Fei seemed to be separated by an endless void, so Han Fei couldn't see his face at all. Then, Han Fei heard someone laugh behind him. "Ha ha ha, like I said, junior brother has entered the sect, hasn't he?" Under the mountain, in the waterfall pool, a woman's laughter sounded, and a woman said, "We also made a bet that junior brother would definitely be able to enter the sect." Whoosh! In the sky, a giant eagle circled and flapped its wings, landing on the knee of the eldest senior brother. The giant eagle said in a crisp voice, "In less than 3,000 years, our void temple has had another disciple. Congratulations." Han Fei looked back and saw the big skeleton that was as tall as a mountain. 11. You finally don't have to worry about the future assessment. The girl in red who led Han Fei here said, "It's really tiring, but it's so chaotic outside. It's really difficult to find a good place to recruit people." The girl in red looked at Han Fei. "Junior brother, your first task after you enter the sect is to choose a suitable person to join the Void Temple in the future. Of course, this matter is not so urgent. You can play for 10,000 years first and finish this task when you want to." Buzz! A dragon swam into the sky and smiled. "Junior brother, don't listen to 11. Recruiting disciples depends on opportunities. Just let nature take its course." Han Fei was stunned to see mysterious strong masters appear one after another. He didn't know anything yet. "Be quiet." The gentle voice of the eldest senior brother resounded throughout the world. And Han Fei's senior brothers and sisters, who he didn't know at all, instantly became quiet. The eldest senior brother said, 11, take little junior brother in." The girl in red bowed to the eldest senior brother. "Yes, senior brother." The girl in red looked at Han Fei and said, 12, you should know that you see eldest senior brother and the others through the endless void, so you can't see their faces clearly. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "I've become 12? Not even have a name?" Han Fei nodded stiffly. "Of course. I already know that." Seeming to notice Han Fei's embarrassment, the girl in red said, "It's just a name. Before you came to the Sea Realm and met the senior brothers and sisters, you couldn't see them, so there's no need to know their names. It won't be too late to get to know them when you come and meet them in the future. Originally, there were 11 people in the Void Temple, but with you there are 12 now, so we can only call you little junior brother. When you recruit someone, you can become the 12th senior brother." Han Fei thought to himself, they still don't trust me. I've just entered the Void Temple, so it's only natural that they don't trust me. Otherwise, they should at least tell me their names. At this time, the giant eagle said, "Junior brother, don't think that we don't trust you. In fact, most people in the Void Temple don't know each other, nor do we know each other's names. But if we have a chance to meet in the future, you will find out. After we meet, we won't hide anything." Hanfei nodded slightly. Got it. So we'll just call each other by number? The girl in red smiled and said, you can make up a name for yourself. There's no need to be too formal. Let me introduce them to you one by one. Eldest senior brother doesn't need me to introduce him. Eldest senior brother is eldest senior brother, and eldest senior brother is his name. The girl in red pointed at the giant eagle standing on eldest senior brother's knee and said, this is second senior sister. You can call her senior sister Shenlu. Although senior sister Shenlu is dignified, she has a good temper. Then, the girl in red pointed at the big skeleton. This is third senior brother. You can call him senior brother undead. He's not scary at all. He's one of my favorite senior brothers. The one flying in the sky, fourth senior brother Azure Dragon, is so annoying. He often scolds me. Cough, cough. Fengyu, how can you slander your senior brother like this? Azure Dragon couldn't take it anymore and shouted in a dignified voice. But the girl in red didn't take it seriously at all. She pointed at another mountain and said, that's fifth senior brother. He calls himself old. Desolate. He's the most generous and likes to drink. Let me tell you secretly. If you need treasures, you can turn to fifth senior brother. Hanfei couldn't have felt worse. Are you sure you told me this in secret? Who? Didn't hear it? Then, the girl in red waved at the lotus in the pool. Senior sister green lotus and senior sister red lotus are ranked 6th and 7th, respectively. Then, Fengyu turned around and looked around. A clear and cold voice shouted, I'm here. Hanfei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a thin figure on a tree. On the cliff. Fengyu said, this is senior sister Dark Shadow, ranked 8th. Fengyu turned around and pointed at the insect that Hanfei had chatted with. This is senior brother 6 God, ranked 9th. He's from an insect race, but I don't know which insect race he's from. Then, Fengyu shouted into the sky, senior brother Heavenly Thunder. Boom. A bolt of lightning cut through the void and Fengyu said, this is senior brother Heavenly Thunder, ranked 10th. In the end, Fengyu pointed at herself. And this is my true appearance. I'm Fengyu, ranked 11th. Come, call me senior sister. The corner of Hanfei's mouth twitched. He couldn't bring himself to say it. He felt that this girl was like his daughter, who was so chatty and didn't look as fierce as just now at all. Before Hanfei said anything, Fengyu said, by the way, there's a tradition in the Void Temple. After a disciple enters the sect, each of us will give him a gift. Hanfei was refreshed. Gifts? Immediately, Hanfei said in a loud voice, greetings, senior sister 11. Fengyu clenched his fists and shook them. I'm finally not the youngest. 12th junior brother, I've given you a gift. Hanfei was stunned. Thinking of the phoenix feather violent saber, he thought to himself, this girl is really rich. She just gave me a mid-quality godly weapon so easily. At this moment, eldest senior brother said, you can give him a gift, but don't give him too high-leveled stuff. What you give him must be appropriate. Don't affect his cultivation. Hanfei roared in his heart, no, not at all, I don't mind having more godly weapons. At this time, senior sister Shenlu said, junior brother, how do you want us to call you? Hanfei thought for a moment. These people didn't seem to hide their race and characteristics. They were quite distinctive. There seemed to be no need for him to hide his. Han Fei said, Human King. Senior brothers and sisters, you can call me Junior. Brother Human King. Everyone, axe, burp. Fifth senior brother burped and muttered, why do I want to slap him so much? Han Fei was overjoyed to hear that he could get gifts from his senior brothers and sisters. Thinking of the calabash that fifth senior brother gave him and the phoenix feather violent saber that Feng Yu gave him just now, he was very excited. Han Fei said, Greetings, eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother nodded gently and casually threw a star shell over through the endless void. Han Fei took a look. There must be a lot of things in the star shell. Han Fei reached out to take it and scanned it with his perception, only to find that it was full of spiritual spring. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Is eldest senior brother so stingy? The others gave me godly weapons, but you only gave me spiritual spring? If the spiritual spring in my origin sea hadn't been drained by the calabash, there would be a river of spiritual spring in my origin sea now. However, Han Fei calculated that the spiritual spring eldest senior brother gave him seemed to be more than those that had been drained. Han Fei thought to himself, this is not bad. Otherwise, it would take me a lot of time to replenish it. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Then, Han Fei said to the giant eagle, Greetings, second senior sister. Yes. Not bad. In the sea establishment realm, you should stabilize yourself and cultivate slowly. Then, a star shell was thrown over. Han Fei thought that star shells must be popular outside. When Han Fei grabbed it and scanned it with his perception, well, it was 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei was speechless. It seemed that second senior sister had inherited eldest senior brother's stinginess. In order not to spoil him, she only gave him things he could get himself. Of course, 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones was the right amount. Although it couldn't make up for the resources swallowed by the demon purification pot, it was equivalent to replenishing nearly 30% of the resources. In this way, with the spiritual spring given by eldest senior brother, the essence of the ground veins that his origin sea and the demon purification pot didn't absorb, his origin sea could return to about 80% of its previous quality. Then, Han Fei greeted them one by one. Senior brother undead gave him 10,000 wisps of chaotic chi. Senior brother azure dragon gave him 100 mineral veins. Senior brother old desolate had already given him the calabash, so he didn't give him any more. Senior sisters green lotus and red lotus gave him 100,000 seeds. Senior sister dark shadow was surprisingly generous and gave him a piece of mystic yellow soil, which excited Han Fei. Senior brother 6 God gave him the insect eggs nourished in the chaotic spring water, saying that they were for him to plow. Seeing that everyone had given him a gift, senior brother heavenly thunder gave Han Fei a jade slip, which recorded his understanding of the lightning tribulation. Obviously, what the senior brothers and sisters gave him were all resources that enriched his origin sea. These resources couldn't be said to be much, but they greatly replenished his origin sea. Although Han Fei felt that he still lacked spiritual spring and ultra-quality spiritual stones, in terms of other resources, they could almost decorate his current origin sea to a perfect level. Therefore, in addition to fifth senior brother's calabash and Feng Yu's big knife, the actual resources Han Fei obtained from the Void Temple were not much, but not little either. After all, this was just a gift. After taking the resources, Feng Yu said, Okay, it's time for the initiation. Ceremony. Eldest senior brother, take me back. Eldest senior brother nodded imperceptibly, and the endless void seemed to be pierced by sunlight, leaving spots of light. Then, a huge hand opened the endless void, which was as wide as the sky. Feng Yu jumped into the air, passed through the mist, and landed on eldest senior brother's hand, as if she was about to follow this hand through the endless void. Feng Yu said, "Junior brother human king, we'll wait for you in the sea realm." As the big hand was retracted, after more than 100 seconds, on the skeleton of senior brother undead, Feng Yu's voice sounded again, "I'm back." Han Fei was still deeply shocked. This eldest senior brother was so far away from the raging sea, but he could actually send people over and take them back. No one could come to the raging sea? Look at my eldest senior brother, from the Void Temple. He's never restricted. The guardian of the martial emperor city didn't even appear. Even if Han Fei had the golden light technique and a clear path to leave the raging sea, he couldn't leave it as simply as eldest senior brother. He crossed an immeasurable distance with a single hand. How to measure his strength? The sky-opening realm? Of course not. If the sky-opening realm was so strong, why was the old turtle in this state? Was he a monarch? Han Fei thought to himself, I don't know what realm a monarch is in, and I can't even guess what the peak of the sky-opening realm is like. However, Han Fei was sure that this eldest senior brother was definitely a monarch, not even an ordinary monarch, but a very, very strong one. Otherwise, how could he enter and leave the raging sea so casually under the watch of other monarchs? Han Fei even felt that Feng Yu and the others were at least in the sky-opening realm. Otherwise, how could they take out godly weapons so easily? Before he got the green calabash, he had never heard of godly weapons. The limits of his knowledge were quelling bizarre treasures and human sacred weapons. While Han Fei was still immersed in his guesses, he heard the eldest senior brother's gentle voice, as if the world was chanting, "Little junior brother. Before the initiation ceremony, you must know some rules. Once you enter the Void Temple, you are not allowed to kill the innocent. You can enter the demonic Tao, but can't take the evil path. All races were equal. Try your best to suppress the ominous. You must not expose your identity as a Void Temple disciple to outsiders, or you will only be hunted down endlessly." There were actually only these few rules, but it showed the bottom line of the Void Temple. In the end, eldest senior brother said, "The Void Temple has two enemies, one is the Immortal Temple, and the other is the Time Temple. The root of our animosity is the difference in philosophy. The Time Temple is extreme and the Immortal Temple is stubborn. You have the great Tao of time. If you don't die midway, you will definitely meet people from the Time Temple in the future. Just distinguish between right and wrong yourself." Han Fei became solemn. Sure enough, the other two temples were actually enemies of the Void Temple. However, from what eldest senior brother said, it seemed that the Immortal Temple and the Time Temple were also enemies. And they became enemies because of the difference in philosophy. This reason was almost impossible to refute. However, he didn't know exactly what it was that made the three temples hostile to each other. Of course, this was not something Han Fei should consider. What Han Fei should consider was how to reach the peak of the Sea Establishment realm. Although he didn't know what the Sea realm was like, Han Fei had a feeling that he would come into contact with it soon. And that was the ceiling of strength in the known world. Even eldest senior brother was there, which meant That there should be many monarchs there. If there were gods alive, they would naturally be in the so-called sea realm. Therefore, Han Fei was unusually calm at this moment. He knew that he still had a long way to go. Just because he claimed to be a human king didn't mean he was invincible in the world. It was just like how even his two heavenly heritages only ranked 800th at highest. This had already told Han Fei that in terms of talent, spiritual heritage, and potential, he might not be the strongest. Therefore, he couldn't tell what would happen in the future. Buzz! Eldest senior brother shouted, "Inner peace." On the side, Han Fei's senior brothers and sisters were all silent, watching. Here. They seemed to value the initiation ceremony very much. Han Fei's head was buzzing from eldest senior brother's shout. Then, he seemed to see a wooden pillar passing through the layers of void and descending above his head. Boom! Han Fei was struck by the wooden pillar. In an instant, streams of light overflowed, and thousands of rainbow lights circled the void. A large number of mysterious Tao patterns and runes appeared in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei didn't know exactly what these things were, but it seemed that these Tao patterns had been imprinted in his mind. In addition to these Tao patterns, what Han Fei felt was power, mystic yellow energy, chaotic qi, immortal qi, fiendish energy, evil energy, death energy. The power of time and various unknown powers, as if trying to leave an impression on Han Fei. After sensing these powers, Han Fei's mind was still hazy. In the depths of these powers, Han Fei seemed to see darkness. In the darkness, there seemed to be a power calling him. Han Fei didn't know where it was or who was calling him. He guessed that it might be related to the origin of the Void Temple. He wasn't even qualified to see eldest senior brother, Feng Yu, and the others, so it was too early to talk about the origin of the Void Temple. Therefore, Han Fei didn't say anything, thinking that it was something everyone in the Void Temple knew. When this brand ended, the eldest senior brother said, "With this brand, you are a real Void disciple now. The brand can be used 3 times. At the moment of life and death, or when you feel that you need help, you can choose to let the Void Temple help you. Remember, you only have 3 chances." The Tao patterns in Han Fei's mind represented the Void Temple. The so-called 3 chances could basically be said to be 3 times of being exempted from death, or if he wanted to do something that he couldn't do, he could use this brand. This was already one of the best opportunities he had ever got. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Eldest senior brother, do we gather regularly? How can I come here?" Eldest senior brother said leisurely, "When you need to gather, I can open the void door for you through the brand in your mind." Fifth senior brother said, "Little junior brother, don't ask eldest senior brother about such trivial matters. Let me explain it to you." Gulp. Burp dash. Fifth senior brother took a mouthful of wine, and Han Fei even smelled the wine. Fifth senior brother chuckled and said, "Our Void Temple usually has a small meeting every 10 years and a grand meeting every 100 years. But if one of us is in seclusion or in an inconvenient state, he can choose not to come. You can even initiate a gathering yourself." "Me?" Fifth senior brother said, "As long as you light the brand in your mind with the power of your soul, you can briefly tell the information to eldest senior brother. He will inform us. As for whether we come or not, it depends on what the matter is about or if we are available." Han Fei was surprised. This method was really magical. Didn't it mean that he could contact his senior brothers and sisters scattered all over the world in a short period of time? Although this didn't seem to be useful to him for the time being, it was awesome. Han Fei cupped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, fifth senior brother. By the way, can I practice some basic techniques of the Void Temple after entering the Void Temple? With that said, Han Fei looked at his eldest senior brother. This was because the basic techniques that eldest senior brother gave him in private last time were actually ranked among the tops in the Infinite Ocean. Eldest senior brother seemed to understand what Han Fei meant, and two shining techniques appeared in the void. Seeing that, Han Fei was slightly relieved. It seemed that he didn't have to hide this matter from his senior brothers and sisters. Senior brother 6 god of the insect clan said in surprise, "It's these two? Little junior brother, you're really radical." Senior brother Azure Dragon, void body refining technique, this thing is not easy to practice. Senior sister Shunlu said, the void sky watching technique is not bad. If you master these two techniques, few people in the sea establishment realm can beat you. Feng Yu said, huh? Eldest senior brother, why don't you teach the void first technique to little junior brother? That technique is powerful. Han Fei's ears pricked up. Void first technique? What technique is that? However, eldest senior brother said gently, that technique is not suitable for him. The so-called ranking of cultivation techniques is just artificially made. It's actually unknown which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Han Fei secretly licked the corner of his mouth. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what his eldest senior brother said. Indeed, suitability was the most important. Besides, he had the demon purification pot. If the techniques didn't work out, he could just deduce them. This was already a great opportunity. Perhaps only the Void Temple had these techniques. Where else could he find them? Therefore, Han Fei didn't mind and immediately said, eldest senior brother is right. What suits me is the best. Senior brother Azure Dragon said, little junior brother's awareness is not bad. No matter how strong a technique is, it depends on the person who uses it. Seeing that Han Fei agreed, the two techniques were directly imprinted in Han Fei's mind. They were respectively Void Sky Watching Technique, Unrated, Introduction, the founding god of the Void Temple entered the Tao of Transformation with his original form and left a Tao rune mark to teach his descendants the Tao of Soul. The Void Sky Watching Technique is as powerful as the heavens and can clarify the heavenly Tao. With the soul's will, it fuses with the heavens and receives the tempering of the heavenly Tao to achieve the effect of visualizing and soul refining. Deduced art, not available. Effect, fight against the Tao runes of the world, clarify the heavenly Tao, and temper the soul. Remarks, this technique requires great resistance to pressure. U.S. Void Body Refining Technique, Unrated, Introduction, this is the body refinement Tao of the founding god of the Void Temple. It uses the collapsing power of the endless void to temper the body. When tempering, one has to constantly use and absorb chaotic chi to polish the body and gradually replace the spiritual energy with chaotic chi. Deduced art, not available. Effect, as long as the body is not destroyed, one can live as long as the heavens. Remarks, when cultivating this technique, you have to be careful of accidentally entering the endless void. Although Han Fei hadn't practiced them yet, from the description of these two Great Daos, it could be seen that it didn't seem easy to cultivate these two great techniques. However, the effect was obviously much stronger than that of the purity mystic body. This was because the purity mystic body was still using spiritual energy, while the void body refining technique had already abandoned spiritual energy to create a body that only circulated chaotic chi. In fact, Hanfei didn't use much chaotic chi at the moment. When he was in the venerable realm, the chaotic chi was mostly saved. And when he reached the sea establishment realm, his origin sea hadn't been completely established, so he still had to fill and strengthen it with chaotic chi. Therefore, even though Hanfei had more than 70,000 wisps of chaotic chi now, he still hesitated whether to use them to upgrade the time chain or not. This was because he got chaotic chi either by killing kings or by chance. It would be too slow to absorb it. Once he consumed too much of it, the chaotic chi in his origin sea wouldn't be enough, which would slow him from reaching the sky-opening realm. However, what Hanfei still wanted was the 9th level of void fishing. The 9th level should be the last level of void fishing. Eldest senior brother once said that the void temple had it. As if knowing Hanfei's thoughts, the eldest senior brother said leisurely, "It's not the time yet. It's still too early. When you reach the sky-opening realm, I'll give you the last level of the technique." Hanfei cupped his hands. "Thank you, eldest senior brother." At this time, eldest senior brother slowly said, "The initiation ceremony for little junior brother has been completed. Those who need to leave can leave. First, those who have something to discuss can communicate." After eldest senior brother finished speaking, his majestic figure slowly disappeared. Senior sister Shunlu spread her wings and flew high. She chuckled and said, "Recently, there are rumors that the Emperor Sparrow has come out. You guys be careful." Hanfei's heart did a flip. What did it mean? Did the outside world already know that the Emperor Sparrow had appeared? However, it seemed that no one knew that the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reminded them. "Senior brother Azure Dragon, I heard about that too, but aren't you primordial fierce beasts ferocious too? It seems that someone wants to compete with the Emperor Sparrow?" Senior sister Shunlu said, "The Emperor Sparrow doesn't dare to show up now. But when he grows up, it will be a bit ridiculous to compete with him." "Okay, I just want to remind you of this. I'm leaving." Senior brother Undead said, "Recently, the Immortal Temple has been taking actions frequently and deliberately provoking a war. Junior brother Six God. It seems that your insect race is involved, right?" The insect next to Hanfei said, "Yes. The insect race has been fighting fiercely with the sea demons recently. 5 or 6 sky openers have died. The Immortal Temple is indeed behind this matter. I'll take care of this matter." Gulp. Burp. 5th senior brother took a mouthful of wine. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Junior brother, don't listen to these messy things. Your top priority is to stabilize your cultivation and increase your strength so that you can open the sky as soon as possible." Hanfei nodded. "I see. See you, 5th senior brother." Boom. A lightning mark appeared in the sky, followed by a rumbling voice. It was senior brother Heavenly Thunder. He said, "Feng Yu, you've been too high profile recently. I heard that many people have been pissed off by you. You have to be careful." Feng Yu said, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior Brother Heavenly Thunder. They're just a bunch of weaklings. Don't worry. Soon, the senior brothers and sisters finished chatting and left the void one after another. Hanfei bid farewell to them one by one, speechless, but he seemed to have heard a lot of secrets. What the *CK, the turmoil in the sea realm seemed to be much bigger than the raging sea. Many sky openers had died in a single war. Besides, it was the territory of countless races. Their discussion gave Han Fei a feeling that all these races were fighting for supremacy. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about the miscellaneous information and left the Void Temple. He had gained a lot from this trip. However, although Han Fei also felt that this trip to the Monarch Palace was very dangerous, he felt that the final test was actually not that difficult. When Han Fei walked out of the hazy white light and took a closer look, there was no bronze door. Instead, he was in a palace that was filled with an ancient and decaying aura. This palace was not so luxurious, but it contained a cold feeling. On the wall of the palace, there were colorful murals, which were very vivid, as if they were recording a war. Han Fei saw blurry figures imprinted on the walls, looking like gods. Opposite Han Fei, in the depths of the palace, a young man in a golden robe slowly turned his head. Finally, you're here. This scene was very strange, as if he was specially waiting for him. He had already been to the Void Temple. Who was this person? Han Fei wondered. If this person was the one he was thinking of. Han Fei asked, "Are you Chu Hao?" The young man smiled. "It's me?" Hiss. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He was still alive? Han Fei took a deep breath. "Are you still alive?" Han Fei couldn't accept it. If the person in front of him was Chu Hao, the master of the Monarch Palace, how could he still be alive? According to the jade slip left behind by Chu Hao, he was clearly seriously injured back then. Besides, because he had reincarnated 5 times and had no chance to cultivate a reincarnation body again, he sent the demon purification pot out as an opportunity. If Chu Hao was still alive, how could he give the demon purification pot away? Wouldn't it be better to keep it? No matter how seriously he was injured, the demon purification pot should be able to solve it. Han Fei immediately said calmly, "It's impossible for you to still be alive." The man nodded slightly. "I'm indeed not alive, but I'm not dead either." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and waited for the young man to continue. He said, "It's actually not easy to live or die in the longevity realm. My body is indeed gone, but my soul is still left, just like the old turtle in your body. I can be considered a remnant soul now." Hearing that he was a remnant soul, Han Fei became even more vigilant. This was the remnant soul of a monarch. If he was hostile to him, he would have to immediately use the brand of the Void Temple. The young man smiled. "Don't be nervous. If I could possess you, I would have done so long ago. I wouldn't have waited more than 100,000 years for you to appear." Han Fei didn't believe him. "Not necessarily. What if it's just others who aren't worthy of being possessed by you? A monarch can wait for hundreds of thousands of years for an opportunity, for example, wait for me to control the demon purification pot. I don't think it's a problem for you, right?" The young man smiled and said, "You've already become a disciple of the Void Temple. Why are you still afraid of me?" Han Fei said, "It's hard to say." The young man shook his head slightly and didn't seem to want to explain to Han Fei anymore. He said, "You should have seen the jade slip I left behind." Don't think that you're invincible just because you have the demon purification pot. Inheriting the demon purification pot means that you have to bear a greater responsibility. There used to be many gods owning the demon purification pot, but they failed to suppress the ominous and ended up dead in misery. Do you think I really want it? Han Fei had made up his mind. No matter what this person said, he didn't believe that he wouldn't want the demon purification pot. How could the death of the gods scare him? How strong and talented a person had to be to become a monarch. When danger and the demon purification pot were both in front of him, he would probably choose the demon purification pot. Perhaps the ominous might kill you, but the demon purification pot might make you a god. Before knowing Chu Hao's true intentions, Han Fei wouldn't let his guard down. Seeing that Han Fei was unusually vigilant, Chu Hao didn't deliberately explain. He said, there are 2 reasons why I wanted to give the demon purification pot away. One was that I was about to die and could no longer use it. The gods gave it to me, so I should choose a person to inherit it. Whether you are willing or not, you will eventually bear the responsibility of facing the ominous. This is something you can't escape. Secondly, I'm actually not a complete soul now. My injuries can still be remedied. However, I lack a piece of spiritual treasure. I hope you can find it for me. For this reason, I can provide you with information about the other vines of the demon purification pot. In fact, when you can get what I need, I might not be your match anymore. What do you think? Han Fei thought to himself, that makes sense. This person is seriously injured. As he said, if it's just to help him find some treasure to restore his soul and rebuild his body, it doesn't seem difficult. At that time, he will still be a monarch. Although he is not a god yet, he is still extremely powerful. As Chu Hao said, however, if he could get that thing and save Chu Hao, who was so seriously injured, his strength would definitely be beyond the sea establishment realm. Besides, even if he got that treasure, he could come back and give it to him when he was strong enough. Therefore, Han Fei immediately accepted this explanation. He asked, what treasure? Chu Hao said indifferently, the Holy Spirit spring of the heavenly race. I need at least 100 caddies. Heavenly race? Chu Hao said, as you become stronger and stronger, you will find out. Eventually. However, let me remind you that ordinary sky-opening cultivators shouldn't go to the heavenly race. They won't be able to get this thing even if they go there. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Do you mean that I should go there? After I reach the longevity realm? Chu Hao said, that's not impossible. As long as the sea realm can hold on. Until then. Han Fei was puzzled. What do you mean? Chu Hao said leisurely, in the depths of the chaos, darkness has descended. And the ominous invaded. Although it has been suppressed time and time again. After the death of the gods, how long can it be stopped? Perhaps 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, but darkness will come in the end. Han Fei frowned slightly. Who cares? Anyway, he wouldn't care about these things when he wasn't strong enough. He asked, where are the other vines of the demon purification pot? Chu Hao said, back then, there were many people hunting me, but if I've guessed right, there must be one in the heavenly race, and 90% possible that the savage beasts have one. I'm not sure where the last one is because there were too many monarchs hunting me back then. Han Fei asked, are the 3 temples involved? Chu Hao shook his head. No. With the strength of the 3 temples, they might not need the demon purification pot. Han Fei asked, does the Void Temple know that the demon purification pot is with me? Chu Hao continued to shake his head. No, the Void Temple might be very strong, but it hasn't reached the level of supervising the entire world. Back then, when a human walked out of this place, I sensed the shadow of the Void Temple here, so I built the Monarch Palace here. In the name of passing down my legacy, I built the double secret realm of the Monarch Palace and the Void Temple. They might know it, but they won't mind. Han Fei believed Chu Hao's words. The senior brothers and sisters in the Void Temple all seemed very busy. And they were obviously very strong. For example, in the battle between the insect race and the sea demons manipulated by the Immortal Temple, 5 or 6 sky-opening realm cultivators had died, but Senior Brother 6 God said, casually, that he would deal with it. These words were low-key, but they showed how powerful they were. A monarch who had almost died shouldn't be a problem in their eyes. Otherwise, if eldest senior brother casually extended a hand, could this person resist it? Han Fei said, okay. Deal. I'll find the Holy Spirit spring water of the heavenly race for you, but I don't know when. Han Fei estimated that Chu Hao might know where the last vine was. Otherwise, if he told him everything, who would save him? And Chu Hao clearly knew that he had the vast ocean navigator. He must be sure that the vast ocean navigator couldn't find the little vine, so he told him all these frankly. A person who could become a monarch was naturally not ordinary. In essence, his fate was similar to Chu Hao's. Chu Hao had obtained the demon purification pot, so he was hunted by others everywhere and ended up in this state. As for Han Fei, he had already tasted the feeling of being hunted when he competed for the sea-quelling painting and obtained the sea token. A group of strong masters chased you and attacked you, not giving you a chance to catch your breath at all. If he could form ties with Chu Hao, because of this, it might not be a bad thing. Seeing Han Fei agree, Chu Hao smiled and said, okay. You've also obtained a lot of opportunities in the Monarch Palace. And you've successfully entered the Void Temple. There shouldn't be anything you need here. Right? Yes, there is. Han Fei thought to himself, what do you mean? Are you trying to send me away? You have a whole tree of treasures, but you don't even want to give me a single one? Isn't this too much? Han Fei said, I'm only in the sea establishment realm. My origin sea needs a lot of resources. There are so many treasures in the Monarch Palace. Why don't you give some to me? Are you going to keep them for yourself? Chu Hao. Chu Hao stood in front of the mural and said leisurely, it's true that I'm waiting for you. It's also true that I'm looking for a successor. Why don't you be my successor? If you're willing, I'll give all my treasures to you. Han Fei said, that's impossible. I'm already a member of the Void Temple. However, if you are willing to teach me, I can help you carry forward your legacy. Chu Hao said, if you learn my Tao, you are very likely to be recognized in the sea realm. It will only cause you trouble. Han Fei said, how about this? I only need some basic resources, such as the mystic yellow soil, ultra-quality spiritual stones, mineral veins, mystic crystals, spiritual spring, spiritual heritage, and the 100-herb garden. Han Fei counted the resources he could add to his origin sea with his fingers. Not nervous or afraid at all. This was because Han Fei knew that this person was no threat to him. Once he did anything to him, he would die. Eldest senior brother's hand was not a joke. Listening to Han Fei, Chu Hao was lost for words. Why don't you let me fill your origin? See? Han Fei asked, can I? Chu Hao. Seeing that Chu Hao was silent, Han Fei said, look at our poor place. The resources here are definitely not as abundant as in the sea realm. Prepare some resources for me. Helping me is also helping you. In the end, Chu Hao compromised. Each person can get 3 spiritual treasures on the tree. I'll give you 10. Don't be greedy. Many things are useless to you. Han Fei didn't care. He said, I still have a few brothers and friends. The safety of these people. In the end, from Chu Hao, Han Fei got 4 pieces of mystic yellow soil, 100 medicine garden, more than 300 spiritual heritages, more than 500 mineral veins, 50 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, and a river of spiritual spring. Most importantly, Han Fei got 100,000 ownerless souls from him. This was simply a free pie. Chu Hao said, after hundreds of thousands of years in the raging sea, I've consumed a lot of resources. After giving these resources to you, now I only have less than 50% of my resources left. If I want to rebuild my true body, I need an astronomical figure of resources. Before Chu Hao finished speaking, Han Fei said, don't brag. What I want is just a drop in the bucket for a monarch. I, Han Fei, am a sensible person. I know how much I need at the moment. To be honest, the resources I want are at most enough for me to open up an 80,000-kilometer origin sea. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to rely on others, I would have asked you for double the resources. Chu Hao said, you know your limits. Han Fei asked, by the way, can I take the origin seas of the people I killed? Chu Hao, of course. Han Fei asked, your arm won't chase me again, right? Chu Hao said, I'll switch it to another place. It chased you before just to force you into the eternal thunder prison. Han Fei thought to himself, thank you so much. One day later, Han Fei, who had reached an agreement with Chu Hao, successfully looted a total of 9 people's origin seas. He obtained as many as 11 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones and various resources, which could help him expand his origin sea to less than 90,000 kilometers long. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. He wondered how long it would take for a king like him to gather the resources he needed without his luck. After asking Chu Hao to protect Xia Xiaochan and the others, Han Fei entered his origin sea unscrupulously because at this moment, the monarch palace no longer had any restrictions on him. In his origin sea, the first thing Han Fei did was to crazily consume resources to expand the origin sea. Now, Han Fei's origin sea had expanded to 60,000 kilometers. He wanted to expand the origin sea to 100,000 kilometers in one fell swoop. In order to make up for the previous loss, it only took Han Fei 3 days to consume nearly 30% of the countless resources he had obtained. Why was it 30% consumed? Because his origin sea had been replenished with a lot of resources in the first place. And then from his senior brothers and sisters, Chu Hao, and the dead king's origin seas, Han Fei obtained a total of about 80 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. 30% meant 24 billion, which happened to be enough to complete the layout of his current origin sea. This was because senior brother Undead had given him 10,000 wisps of chaotic chi, and he had obtained more than 33,800 wisps of chaotic chi from the dead kings. In total, his chaotic chi had reached an astonishing 116,196 wisps. This meant that the chaotic chi he stored had almost doubled. With so much chaotic chi, Han Fei knew that he could be extravagant now. Therefore, he waved his hand and 10,000 wisps of chaotic chi were absorbed into the demon purification pot. The time chain began to upgrade. This time, it was obviously more difficult to level up than last time. It took a full day and night to level up. With a thought from Han Fei, the effect of 64 times the speed of time made him overjoyed. He had once heard that a day in the sky was equivalent to a year in the human world. Although his origin C hadn't reached such an exaggerated level, it was already incredible. A year in the outside world was equivalent to 60 years in the origin C. No wonder the time temple was one of the 3 temples. He wondered if the 3 temples had such a terrifying time acceleration. If it did, he wondered how many strong masters would be born there. Of course, as far as Han Fei was concerned, time alone was not enough. He had to have enough resources in his cultivation. How many resources would he consume in 100 years? 3 years passed. The monarch palace had been open for 3 years. According to Han Fei's understanding, there were dozens of dangerous places in the underground palace. In the past 3 years, countless strong masters had died. On this day, in a steepy modular maze, 2 figures were fighting fiercely while running and chasing. The girl running in front vomited blood. Suddenly, a purple light shield appeared behind the girl. Bang! The moment the purple shield appeared, the powerhouse who was chasing the girl had a triangle spiral appear between his eyebrows. The spiral spun out and minced the purple shield. Pfft! A meaty claw flew across the sky, was grabbed by a big hand, and was instantly crushed. On the girl's shoulder was a starfish, with only 2 tentacles left, who was basically unconscious at this moment. These 2 people were none other than Xiao Xiaochan and the hexagon starfish. Xiao Xiaochan shouted, "Big starfish, hold on. Don't attack again." The hexagon starfish said tearfully, "I can't attack anymore. I'll be doomed if I attack again." Behind the 2 of them, the king in black snorted. "Xiao Xiaochan, you've been playing hide-and-seek with me in this maze for 3 years. I finally met you. Again. This time it's impossible for you to escape from me. Transform." What responded to the man in black was a silkworm cry. The blades of light and shadow that filled the sky interweaved and attacked the man. Every slash could be said to have the strength of the early sea establishment realm, but when they struck the man in black, none of them could break his defense. As for Xiao Xiaochan, she was flashing at an incredible speed like light was reflected in a mirror. Speed burst, divine movement. The triangle between the eyebrows of the man in black flickered even more, and his speed was the fastest. He chased after Xiao Xiaochan's heavenly cicada shadow, almost as fast as her. He kept making weird sounds, and Xiao Xiaochan couldn't help bleeding from her 7 orifices. She couldn't resist it and slowed down. The middle-aged man said, "Last time, you used 5 full-strength attacks of Han Fei to escape. I'd like to see how many full-strength attacks Han Fei gave you to let you escape from me." Pfft! Bang! Xiao Xiaochan suddenly hit the wall of the maze. It was not that she was not strong enough, but that the person from the soul-sealing world was too strong. Before coming, Han Fei had considered that the people from the soul-sealing world might try to kill Xia Xiaochan in the monarch palace, so he gave her 5 full-strength blows. However, this person's strength completely exceeded Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei's expectations. This person could be said to have almost reached the limit of the sea establishment realm. Especially after he used the divine descending technique, he could even withstand Han Fei's full-strength blow. It seemed that the only purpose of the soul-sealing world was to kill Xia Xiaochan. At this moment, the void was sealed, and the sound the man in black made seemed to be able to disable Xia Xiaochan. The man in black shouted, "In the end, you will have to die." Therefore, the moment Xia Xiaochan was injured, this person attacked her, trying to kill her on the spot. A silver chain was about to kill Xia Xiaochan. The hexagon starfish was about to release the last 6-gate shield when a shadow appeared in front of Xia Xiaochan. This phantom was not Han Fei, but a woman in armor and holding a golden trident. It was Xia Xiaochan's mother, Xia Hongzhu. Bang! The silver chain was sent flying, and Xia Hongzhu snorted coldly. The Yin family is indeed despicable. He actually wants to use the soul-destroying sound to deal with his own daughter. He deserves to be killed. The man in black, who was shaken back, looked horrified, but then he smiled and said, "So, the former war queen has really been resurrected. Unfortunately, you're just a projection. What can you do to me?" A triangular divine seal appeared behind the man in black, and his strength soared crazily. He even crushed 3 jade slips in his hand, and 3 figures of Huang Jingyuan appeared in a row. The man in black said, "I know you've been resurrected. I've been waiting for this moment. Today, let's see if you can break through these 3 emperors' projections and stop me." 3. Sensing the situation, the 3 Huang Jingyuans suddenly attacked together. 3 triangular divine seals appeared, and they said in unison, "Triorigin. Divine seal, seal." Xia Hongzhu frowned. The 3 of them couldn't stop her, but they could trap her for a while. What Xia Xiaochan lacked was this little time. Xia Hongzhu said, "Xia Xiaochan, can you hold on for 3 seconds? Xia Xiaochan gritted her teeth. She had just entered the sea establishment realm. How could she persist when facing a king who was almost at the peak of the sea establishment realm? If she had another full-strength blow from Han Fei, she could hold on for 3 seconds, but she used them all last time. Xia Xiaochan took out a 5th-grade Dao pattern pill and a big umbrella that was a high-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, trying to hold on. "Humph. Although this umbrella is good, your strength is too weak. Kill." Taking advantage of the moment when Xia Hongzhu was trapped, the man in black erupted, and countless sword streams erupted from his body. His strength had reached the sky-opening realm. Xia Hongzhu rushed up and tried to break the seal with all her strength. Unfortunately, Xia Hongzhu was only a projection now, and her injuries hadn't recovered yet. With cracking sounds, 2 of Huang Jingyuan's 3 projections were destroyed, but the other one was still standing. At this moment, Xia Hongzhu had no time to attack again. The hexagon starfish rolled its 6 big eyes crazily and muttered, "It's over. It's over, it's over. I'm going to die." Xia Xiaochan didn't give up. She held the big black umbrella in front of her and shouted, "Even if I die, Han Fei will slaughter your family. Let's see how long you can be smug." Bang! Rumble! Rumble! Just when Xia Xiaochan thought that she couldn't resist it, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears. It was so familiar and reassuring. "Sorry, I'm late. Soul-sealing world, wait to be destroyed." Xia Hongzhu looked up and saw that the immortal qi and the fiendish qi were intertwined, and a ray of extreme speed suddenly shot out. The man in black failed to block the immortal fiend's saber and the ultimate blade. He exclaimed, "How did you find this place so quickly?" His eyes blurred, and one of his feet was lifted up by Han Fei. Then the void lines were attached to his soul. Bang! 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 This person was crushed by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Han Fei said indifferently, "Because I took the back door." Even Huang Jingyuan didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. In his opinion, Ming was a hidden trump card of the God-sealing world. He was a member of the Yin family who had descended in the soul-sealing world with the divine descending technique. His strength was already at the peak of the sea establishment realm, and his pure strength had reached 350,000 waves. When the divine descending technique was activated, his strength would even double. With the help of an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, even a sky-opening realm cultivator wouldn't be able to take him down easily. But Han Fei was beyond Huang Jingyuan's expectations as well as Xia Hongzhu's expectations. Han Fei shattered Ming's full-strength blow with one hand and instantly injured Ming with the terrifying power that could only be unleashed by someone in the sky-opening realm. Then Ming didn't even have a chance to resist before he was captured by Han Fei. Xia Hongzhu had only seen Han Fei's avatar. At that time, Han Fei bragged about his ability, but she didn't quite believe him. She just wanted to let time verify Han Fei's ability and character. But at this moment, Xia Hongzhu remembered that Han Fei said that in every realm he was in, he was always invincible. This was probably true. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan was laughing so hard that her eyes were red and she almost burst into tears. Sure enough, at a critical moment, her man was the most reliable. Seeing Han Fei, the hexagon starfish laughed even harder. "Ha ha ha, Han Fei is here. I don't have to die. Han Fei, help. I'm dying. My tentacles are almost broken. Come on, use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on me." Buzz. This time, Han Fei didn't scold the hexagon starfish. This guy did look quite miserable, with only 2 tentacles clinging to Xia Xiaochan's shoulders. When the healing divine light descended, Xia Xiaochan and the hexagon starfish couldn't help stretching their bodies at the same time. The tentacles of the hexagon starfish were recovering at a visible speed. Xia Xiaochan was only injured by the soul-destroying sound, and only her soul was slightly injured, so the injury in her body didn't affect her much. Even so, a level 7 soul-subduing pill flew towards Xia Xiaochan. This was Han Fei's last level 7 soul-subduing pill. If he wanted more, he would have to go to the Medicine King world or go fishing in time. Holding the man in black with one hand, Han Fei looked at Xia Hongzhu. At this moment, Xia Hongzhu had broken Huang Jingyuan's full-strength blow with her halberd. Now Xia Xiaochan was safe. Xia Hongzhu glanced at Han Fei and her phantom returned to Xia Xiaochan's body. Unlike Huang Jingyuan and the others, Xia Hongzhu left a soul mark on Xia Xiaochan to secretly protect her. Han Fei came to Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan in a step, slightly relieved, and then asked, "Where's my full-strength blow?" Xia Xiaochan had just felt that the healing effect was stabilizing when Han Fei was already in front of her. She pouted and said, I had used them, but this person is too strong. Han Fei frowned slightly and crushed this person, breaking his body and grabbing his soul. Xia Shachan's eyes turned cold. This person is from the Yin family. I don't know how he descended into the soul-sealing world. Because of this person's pursuit, I had to play hide-and-seek with him in this maze these years, so I didn't get many opportunities. Han Fei was lost for words. Be content. This is a powerhouse who has reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. It's good enough that you can survive his hands. And you still want opportunities? Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, Xia Shachan was fast and had many means. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Just now, Chu Hao informed him and opened a back door for him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to make it in time. Han Fei couldn't help but feel angry. The soul-sealing world and the Yin family might not know that he was already on Han Fei's death list, even above Supreme Clearness and Infinity, the 100 Demons, and the undersea human race. Han Fei said, and family, I'd like to see what's so great about your Yin family. Then, Han Fei was about to use the soul-searching technique to search this person's memories. However, when Han Fei's consciousness had just descended and before he had the time to see this person's memories, he heard a cold snort that seemed to come from the endless void. Pfft! Han Fei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his 7 orifices bleeding, and was forcibly shaken out of the memories of the man in black. Xia Shachan's face changed drastically. Are you okay? Cough, cough. Han Fei wiped the corner of his mouth and swallowed his essence blood back. He shook his head slightly. I'm fine. This person's memories and sea of consciousness were probably tampered with by a powerhouse in the longevity realm. Xia Shaochan couldn't help but exclaim, longevity realm? A monarch? Han Fei nodded slightly, thinking of eldest senior brother's methods, and judging from the voice just now, it shouldn't be the voice of this black-clothed man. If this voice wasn't imprinted in advance, the person who made this sound might be very far away. Then, it could only be the voice of a monarch. At this moment, the soul of the person in Han Fei's hand was melting as if it was corroded by some power and began to die. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Girl, we can take our time to take revenge on the Yin family, but we can eliminate the soul-sealing world first. In a palace far away in the outer domain, on a throne, a middle-aged man snorted coldly, his eyes seeming to penetrate the void as he looked at an extremely distant realm. Xia Hongzhu, I look forward to your return. On this side, the hexagon starfish's tentacles had just grown back when it turned to cling to Han Fei instead of Xia Shaochan. In the past, the hexagon starfish liked to stay on Xia Shaochan's shoulder because although Xia Shaochan was fierce, she wouldn't really hit him. But Han Fei would. This guy was simply inhuman when he beat him. However, this place was too dangerous. As long as he didn't leave the palace, he didn't want to be separated from Han Fei. Xia Shaochan sighed. Do I still have time to find opportunities? Han Fei shook his head. Better forget it. Although there are many opportunities in the Monarch Palace, it doesn't mean that there are few opportunities outside. The soul-sealing world, the supreme clearness world, the infinity world, the 100 demon clan, the undersea human clan. They are all waiting for us to settle accounts. A massive amount of resources are waiting for us. At least for your current realm, you can get much more benefits from the outside than here. Xiao Xiaochan stomped. But I've wasted the last few years of my life here. I haven't found anything good in this damn maze yet. Buzz. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaochan looked at her feet. It seemed that she triggered a mechanism, and the maze here began to change. The rock walls of the maze intersected. Then, Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan found a bronze statue stuck in the rock wall. The statue was holding a piece of yellow soil in its hand. Han Fei's eyes widened. Mystic yellow soil? Is Chuhao's compensation so perfunctory? Han Fei looked at the void and thought to himself, Chuhao is too stingy. I asked you to take care of my woman, but this is how you take care of her. Just give her a piece of mystic yellow soil in the end? Xiao Xiaochan was dumbfounded. She had been wandering in this maze for 3 years without getting anything, but as soon as Han Fei came, she just stomped and got a treasure. Xiao Xiaochan couldn't help looking at Han Fei suspiciously. Did you put this here? Han Fei shrugged. Of course not. I just found you. Xiao Xiaochan was skeptical. Then what is this? A stone. It looks like a piece of soil. Han Fei couldn't help but say to Xiao Xiaochan, this is called the mystic yellow soil, a treasure used to consolidate and strengthen the Origin Sea. This piece is extremely difficult to find in the entire Raging Sea. I'm not bragging, but such a big piece can at least improve the strength of the Origin Sea by a level. Xiao Xiaochan glared at him. And you said it's not yours? I knew it. I couldn't find a single treasure in 3 years. Why did it suddenly come out so easily? Are you showing off your treasures to me? Han Fei was lost for words. You got me wrong. I didn't put this thing here. Otherwise, why wouldn't I just give it to you directly? After all, what is mine is yours, isn't it? Han Fei couldn't help but think to himself, Chu Hao, how could you just put this treasure here this way? How can I explain this to Xiao Xiaochan? Tell her that I'm already familiar with the monarch here? In the end, Xiao Xiaochan picked up the mystic yellow soil. Fine, since you gave it to me, I'll take it. It's a comfort anyway. It's not easy for me to come to the monarch palace. I can't just leave without getting any treasures. That would be embarrassing. Xiao Xiaochan asked, how many days left before we go out? Han Fei said, only 3 days left. 3 days later. Outside the monarch palace, only half of the big ships of the 36 mystic worlds were still there. The reason was naturally that most of the people who went in were dead. Why didn't they leave? They certainly wouldn't wait for others to come out to show off the treasures they got. Of course, there were also people with ulterior motives. They left early just to hunt, including many kings. Swish. When a figure appeared from the mist, all the forces perked up. Some people died, yet some rose. In the first half, many people died in the monarch palace. And the second half was now. When the first person appeared outside the monarch palace, it meant that everyone had already come out. No wonder the people waiting outside were excited. Swish. Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan appeared at the edge of the sea area of the monarch palace at the same time. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, didn't they say that the location was random? Why did he appear with Xiao Xiaochan? Could it be that the people who were together in the monarch palace were also together when they were sent out? Huff dash. The sea breeze whistled, and the surrounding mist began to dissipate. This mist would shrink to a smaller range. In a short period of time, this place would form a forbidden place, and it would even fade out of the vision of the people in the raging sea. Ordinary people might not be able to find it at all. Xiao Xiaochan was also surprised. Why are we together? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know, but it's convenient. Let's find the three of them first. For Han Fei, he had gained a lot from this trip to the monarch palace, but it was mainly because of the demon purification pot, which had a lot to do with the secret behind the monarch palace. If he didn't have the demon purification pot, he might be lost in various dangerous places like most people on this trip, because Chu Hao wouldn't give you a chance to touch the core of the monarch palace unless you got the demon purification pot. For example, Chu Hao had shown him that Bai Yu, from the martial emperor city, was indeed the first person to leave the bronze tree. However, he was stuck on a river of bones and couldn't move forward at all. As for him, because Chu Hao had found that he had the demon purification pot, and he intended to uproot the entire bronze tree, he was sent directly to the test checkpoint of the Void Temple. Even someone like Bai Yu could only be stuck in the dangerous areas of the monarch palace. Even if Luo Xiaobai and the others had his help, they wouldn't be much better. Of course, they should have gained a lot of experience this time. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator and it quickly began to spin. Because the area of this sea area was not very large, only about 3 million kilometers in radius, it was easy to find people, especially when Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator. As soon as Luo Xiaobai appeared on the sea, she looked around and held a jade slip in her hand. It was a communication talisman, and she was about to contact Han Fei. Swish. However, before Luo Xiaobai began to search, she saw a golden light flash in front of her, and Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan had already appeared in front of her. Luo Xiaobai. You guys are so fast? Han Fei said, let's find them first. The mist is shrinking. The sky openers may attack at any time. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. However, this time, Han Fei didn't even use the vast ocean navigator. Within a million kilometers, he saw Lu Renquang fighting 3 sea demons. After fusing with Deep Blue Roar, Lu Renquang was like a giant monster in the sea, more than 20 meters tall, with arms like beast claws and a strange turtle shell on his back. The sea demons who could survive until now were certainly not weak, so Lu Renquang failed to take down the 3 of them. He cursed, ****, don't run. If you have the ability, my brother will be here soon. However, a shark opposite him was blowing a conch. Humph, let's see if your brother arrives first or the strong masters of the 100 demon race. In the monarch palace, they could still compete in strength, but once they were outside, those who could compete in the background were all competing in the background. Just as the Sharkman shouted, a golden light flashed, and Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and Xiao Xiaochan had arrived. Lu Renquang didn't expect Han Fei to come so quickly. Seeing that Han Fei had already found Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai, he couldn't help but laugh. Did you see that? My brother has arrived. Where's your strong master? The 3 of them were shocked, and a conch shouted, not good, it's Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei slapped down. The 3 of them didn't even have a chance to run or move before they were killed by Han Fei. As Han Fei casually reached out, 7 or 8 sunmoon shells were thrown to Lu Renquang. Han Fei said, "Return to your original body. Don't waste time. Let's find Zhang Xuanyu." Han Fei knew that in less than 3 seconds, the strong masters of the 100 demons would arrive. Even if it wasn't Shi Puhuang, who was in the sky opening realm, it was at least in the sea establishment realm. Although Han Fei was no longer afraid of any sea establisher, it would take him some time to kill a sea establisher. And during this time, Zhang Xuanyu might be killed, so he had to find Zhang Xuanyu first before caring about other things. Lu Renquang had just restored his true body and had no time to speak when he was enveloped by Han Fei's power and disappeared. After they disappeared, in a second, a big octopus arrived. This octopus grabbed a few soul fragments from the void, its eyes cold. Who attacked us so quickly? On the other side, Zhang Xuanyu, Jian Hui, and Mu Shuai had somehow gathered together. And it wasn't just the 3 of them. There were actually 2 members of the Merman royal family with them. One of them was an acquaintance, Bai Muling, who always followed Xia Xiaochan. At this moment, 5 people were surrounding 3 undersea humans. Zhang Xuanyu said, "I've discovered that the opportunities in the palace are really not easy to get. If you want resources, you have to hunt. The resources on the 3 of them will belong to the one whose king comes first, okay?" But then, they felt a terrifying suppressing pressure descend. Jian Hui's face sank. It's a king. It turned out that before everyone saw who it was, the other party's attack had already arrived. It was a rock dragon that was like a mountain, rushing straight at them. Mu Shuizi said, "Not good, it's Pang Jia from the 100 Demon clan. This is the great rock dragon technique. Run." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Don't panic. Let's resist him together." Jian Hui, stop him. Jian Hui raised his eyebrows. How can I stop him? Although they said that, how could they escape the attack of a sea establisher? Jian Hui spat out a small white sword and slashed at the sky. The pure sword intent that had been accumulated for a long time erupted. Pang Jia was also surprised. He was lucky to survive this time because Han Fei had disappeared. He was more willing to believe that Han Fei had died in the Monarch Palace. Originally, Pang Jia had planned to find his clansmen as soon as he came out. This was because he had obtained 3 great treasures and felt that he might have a chance to open the sky, so he had to protect himself. However, after he came out, he perceived and immediately saw Jian Hui, Mu Shuizi, Zhang Xuanyu, and Bai Muling. He knew the identities of these people. Although they were all in the half-king realm, any of them here could open the sky. For example, he felt that Jian Hui was the one who was most likely to open the sky. He thought that it would be easy to kill these people here anyway. He had to kill them before the sky openers arrived at the battlefield. It wouldn't delay anything. In terms of long-term benefits, it was beneficial to the 100 demons. Faced with Jian Hui's sword, Pang Jia snorted. You're just a half-king. Do you think you can be compared to a king just because you hit a sword? Pang Jia reached out and grabbed the sword easily with his hand. Bang! In an instant, the sword shattered. It didn't even hurt Pang Jia's palm. Then he flipped his hand, and his turtle shell shook the entire sea. Jian Hui and the other 4 all vomited blood. Zhang Xuanyu roared. He even survived in the Monarch Palace, so how could he Die outside? This time he had obtained abundant opportunities. He felt that he could try to transcend the tribulation and become a king when he went back. How could he die here? Zhang Xuanyu crushed a jade slip with a flip of his hand. Hey! So what if you're a king? If you can't kill me today, I'll open the sky tomorrow and hunt you down every day. Mu Shui Sisi also threw out a cursed talisman, a bronze bell, trying to buy space for them. However, the jade slip that Zhang Xuanyu threw out was not Han Fei's full strength attack, but a treasure called 10,000 Thunder Flash that he got from the Monarch Palace. Boom boom boom. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts flashed across the sky. Zhang Xuanyu thought that he could at least block the king for a few seconds, but the other party was completely fine and was still galloping in the lightning. Mu Shuizi's bronze bell was shattered by Pang Jia's fist. Pooh! 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 The five of them vomited blood again, their bodies full of cracks. But how long had it been? It had only been less than 5 seconds since they came out. Although they had used all means to stall for 1 second, it was not enough. Bai Muling roared and turned into a little white dragon, spitting out a milky white pearl, and shouted, Pang Jia, how dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid that my father will kill you? Pang Jia quickly calculated in his heart and snorted. Humph. I'm about to open the sky. How can the Merman royal family possibly go against me for you? Bang! The pearl erupted with a strange light and tried to resist, but it was slapped apart by Pang Jia, and Bai Muling's body exploded. This was the result of a half-king fighting a real king. Even if he used all his trump cards, he was no match for the king. A bloody light flashed in Pang Jia's eyes as he slapped down. He just needed a moment to destroy these so-called heavenly talents' souls. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu silently took out a big shield. He thought to himself, it depends on whether this mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure can withstand it or not. Bang! The wind howled and the waves pounded. Zhang Xuanyu and the others seemed to be floating in the tide, feeling that they were unlucky and about to die. But then, they realized that something was wrong. It didn't hurt. No attacks seemed to be coming. When he took a closer look, he saw Han Fei appear out of nowhere and punch out a beam of light, shattering one of Pang Jia's arms. At this moment, Han Fei said leisurely, Yu. Are you surprised? Cough, cough, Zhang Xuanyu vomited blood at Han Fei's teasing look. He was lost for words. You're already here. Why don't you take action? Han Fei said, well, I just arrived. Han Fei's appearance made Pang Jia's face change drastically. He didn't want to fight Han Fei at all. If anyone in the sea establishment realm said that he wanted to kill him, Pang Jia would only be disdainful, but it would be another story if it was Han Fei. In terms of defense, he could withstand the attacks of a sky-opening realm cultivator, and he could enter the top 10 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. With this strength, if it weren't a sky-opener, Pang Jia probably wouldn't even need to escape. However, Han Fei's terrifying means horrified Pang Jia. In terms of strength, he surpassed him. In terms of physique, he surpassed him. In terms of speed, he was faster than him. It seemed that his soul was also stronger than his. In terms of defense, if he didn't have this shell, he would also be completely defeated. Even with this shell, he didn't dare to underestimate Han Fei. After all, his shell wasn't invincible. Besides, Han Fei had many unexpected means. He was really unlucky to meet Han Fei as soon as he left the monarch palace. Peng Jia immediately retreated. A few half-kings were nothing to him. It didn't matter if he could kill them or not. There was no need to fight Han Fei now. However, Han Fei's voice echoed between the heavens and earth, "You hurt my brother. Do you think you can leave just because you want to?" Swish. With a flash of golden light, Han Fei had already stood in front of Peng Jia. With a thought from Han Fei, the ultimate blade had already been thrust out. Clang! 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 The ultimate blade was so powerful that although it couldn't break Peng Jia's defense, it didn't mean that he could be completely unaffected. To block the ultimate blade at the level of a low-quality godly weapon, Peng Jia needed to block it in his strongest state. Now that Peng Jia had transformed into a human, his back armor could only condense into a void shield armor. Although it could block the ultimate blade, it meant that he had to give up his chance to escape. However, Peng Jia still chose this, because he knew that the sky openers of the 100 Demon clan were here. Once Sherpa Huang came, no matter how strong Han Fei was, it would be meaningless. Buzz. Every attack of the ultimate blade formed a ripple that rippled outwards. Zhang Xuanyu had just returned and was shocked. Did Fei Fei attack? How did he attack? While everyone was looking at the battlefield, Luo Xiaobai said, "I'm afraid we can't go on like this. The sky openers should be nearby. It's not good for us to drag this on." Han Fei seemed to know that time was tight. Since the ultimate blade didn't work, he threw out the infinity water. It turned into countless knives, and the area within 100 kilometers of Peng Jia was completely covered by knives. Even the ultimate blade couldn't break Peng Jia's defense, so the infinity water certainly couldn't either. But the two could attack very quickly. If this went on, if there was no external source, Han Fei was almost certain that Peng Jia wouldn't last more than 100 seconds before his consumption couldn't keep up with the replenishment of resources. But now, Han Fei didn't have 100 seconds. Even if he had 100 seconds, he had already sensed figures passing by in the surrounding space. The sky openers should have noticed the situation here and would arrive in a second at most. Besides, two of them had already arrived. Han Fei's lips curled, and his strength quickly rose. As he activated his Great Tao, his terrifying suppressing pressure approached the sky opening realm. Dharma Idol World. Buzz. A giant more than 500 meters long appeared in midair. In the center of the giant's chest, Han Fei's body was shining with golden light. Gradually, the Dharma idol also became golden. In the past 3 years, Han Fei had obtained so many resources. His origin sea had been established and was as wide as 80,000 kilometers now, and his strength had reached the threshold of 400,000 waves. Under the operation of his Great Tao, his strength reached 1.2 million waves. And as he activated his Dharma idol, his strength increased by another 30%. In terms of strength alone, Han Fei's strength might have reached 1.56 million waves. Bai Muling, Jian Hui, Mu Shuizi, Lu Renquang, and Zhang Xuanyu were all dumbfounded. They felt that the void was trembling violently as if it would break at any time. In fact, their feelings were right. This was the first time Han Fei had used such power in the raging sea. But at this moment, Han Fei felt the void tremble. He didn't know if he could punch out. Peng Jia was horrified. When he felt the danger of death, he directly turned into his original body, a huge turtle with a black shell, and shrank his head into his shell. The turtle shell was shaking as if it was condensing a stronger defense power. Bang! Halfway through Han Fei's punch, the void in front of him collapsed, forming a small black hole, from which a terrifying suction force came. The old turtle said, "The space structure here is not stable, so if you attack with all your strength, it will easily cause the void to collapse. You'd better hold back." Han Fei had no experience in this aspect, so he was a little surprised. He had to adjust his state and retract some of his strength. Only when his strength was reduced by more than 20% did the void collapse. Disappear. At this moment, Han Fei finally punched Peng Jia. Bang! Buzz. Waves of ripples rose crazily, and Zhang Xuanyu and the others couldn't see the battlefield at all. Their souls couldn't perceive it at all. Even the aftershock made them feel powerless. Fortunately, Xia Xiaochan was also in the sea establishment realm. At this moment, she stood in front of them and pushed out a void barrier to block the terrifying aftershock. Han Fei, stop it! Sherpa Wang's voice came from afar. Xia Xiaochan suddenly shouted, "Mom!" Xia Xiaochan could feel the existence of Xia Hongzhu. Han Fei was obviously determined to kill Peng Jia. This killing was very meaningful, almost like an oath of strength. By killing Peng Jia, he was telling the entire raging sea that he, Han Fei, already had the power of the sky-opening realm. Whoever dared to fight him had to give it a second thought. Sure enough, Han Fei didn't stop because of Sherpa Wang's shout. Instead, he became even more ferocious and poured out his strength. Crack! Ka ka ka! Peng Jia's void shield armor was penetrated layer by layer, and with a bang, Han Fei's punch finally hit his back armor. With a single punch, all of Peng Jia's defensive armor techniques were shattered except for his own shell. His figure was instantly blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away. However, Han Fei's speed was even faster. When he obtained the ultimate blade, he also obtained the ultimate speed. Although he was still far away from reaching the limit, he still covered tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Those below the king level couldn't see the battle clearly. Even Xia Xiaochan could barely keep up. Knock, knock, knock. In less than half a second after Sherpa Huang arrived, Han Fei hammered Peng Jia 23 times in a row from multiple directions. Peng Jia's flesh and blood were shattered, and his shell was full of cracks. When Sherpa Huang was about to attack Han Fei with one hand, a golden trident pierced through the void and instantly exploded Sherpa Huang. Xia Hongzhu's eyes were cold. Either retreat or die. Sherpa Huang was shocked. He looked at this person from a distance and saw Chen Huangdian and Li Qingdi. And these two people were only standing beside this woman. He couldn't help being shocked. Was this the legendary one? Sherpa Huang was stopped by the blow. At this moment, Xia Hongzhu finally appeared and looked into the distance. He Dao Yuan, Beiluo Chen, and Xian Qingzi were also looking over from there. Not far away from the Martial Emperor city, the Martial Emperor appeared at the bow of the ship and watched this scene quietly. On the field, Peng Jia didn't expect Sherpa Huang to be blocked. He couldn't help but shout, "My emperor, save me. I'm not far away from reaching the sky opening realm." When Sherpa Huang heard this, his aura immediately trembled. Peng Jia was very likely to open the sky in the first place. Since he came out safely from the monarch palace, he must have definitely gained a lot. It could be told from Han Fei. How could he unleash such terrifying power? Before? Shi Puhuang shouted, Kong Shen, He Dao Yuan, Bei Luochen, Xianqingzi, you've all seen how strong Han Fei is. Since he can kill Pang Jia today, how long do you think it will take for him to kill you? War Queen, I don't mean to offend you, but this guy is determined to kill us. I have to. When Xianqingzi heard this, his expression turned ugly. Shi Puhuang asked this question because he had just opened the sky and was the weakest. However, this also reminded Han Fei that he could attack him first in the future. Li Qingdi said leisurely, Shi Puhuang, you should know that it's impossible for you to succeed today. Facing Kongshen from the undersea human race, Chen Huangdian held his head high and said contemptuously, Kongshen, do you want to participate in the battle? On the other side, He Dao Yuan, Bei Luochen and Xianqingzi certainly wanted to take action. However, why doesn't Shi Puhuang take a look at the current situation? You're so anxious, because Pang Jia is going to open the sky? Sure enough, before the three of them moved, the sword god cut through the void and smiled warmly. After all, Han Fei is the sword god world's ally. Old man Taiyuan said, don't look at me. I won't participate, but I think Han Fei might be the reincarnation of the human king. I suggest you not. Bei Luochen and the others were furious. What do you mean you suggest we don't? Will you say that to Han Fei when he comes to us? While they were hesitating, Han Fei seemed to burst out with his greatest power, and his Dharma idol had broken through a layer of carapace. Roar. Han Fei clasped his hands and roared, and the power shook the void. Crack. Chi la. Bang. To everyone's shock, Pangjia's huge turtle shell was torn apart by Han Fei with bare hands. As Han Fei pointed his two fingers, all great Daos in one sword slashed at Pangjia, who could no longer resist. Rumble. Rumble. A great Dao crack appeared, and a rain of blood fell. Han Fei shouted, anyone else in the sea establishment realm? At this moment, Han Fei was like a demon god, holding the two pieces of the body in his hand. He looked disdainfully at the wolves surrounding him, not afraid at all. It was not because of the existence of Xia Hongzhu, his mother-in-law, or the existence of his ally, the sword god, but because this place was very close to the monarch palace. This was because with a thought, eldest senior brother could flatten this place with one hand. It was because his ultimate speed could ignore the pursuit of these sky opening realm powerhouses. Therefore, Han Fei absorbed Pangjia's vitality without hesitation. The vast ocean navigator appeared in Han Fei's hand, and at this moment, its 5 rings were spinning quickly. When the pointer stopped, Han Fei extended his hand and tapped at the void. And the void node there shattered. Han Fei used the twin divine technique and walked in under all the emperor's stairs. With the strength of the sky-opening realm, his aura had weakened a lot. They would definitely notice that his black mist body had entered, but so what? Han Fei said, you want to leave the raging sea, don't you? He Dao Yuan, Bei Luochen, is this what you want? Well, maybe not, because you don't have the guts to walk out. Look, this is Pangjia's origin sea. Shi Puhuang, I snatched his origin sea. Right in front of your eyes. Are you angry? Do you want to come up and bite me? Han Fei smiled coldly. Since you're already here, you don't have to hide it. The Inyang world has a deep grudge with you. You've tried to kill me several times. Now that I'm standing here, do you still want to gang up on me? Humph. Bei Luochen snorted. Han Fei, are you proud of your arrogance? Does your confidence come from your cooperation with the merman race? Do you think it rightful to betray the human race? Betray my ass. Han Fei pointed at Bei Luochen. Have you ever done any F**king things for the human race? In the Inyang world, I'm also respected by the people and have the power of will attached to me. You've lived such a long life, but what else do you know except eliminating dissidents? How dare you? Han Fei shouted, why? Come and hit me. Do you think I dare not? Bei Luochen attacked angrily. The black moon floated in the air, and the blood leech opened its eyes. He slashed at Han Fei, and his knife, with the suppressing pressure of an emperor, darted at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. Old man Taiyuan was the first to shake his head speechlessly. He thought to himself, with Bei Luochen's personality, he must be angry. But Han Fei is clearly establishing his dominance. He wants to establish his standing as the leader of one of the top forces in the raging sea, and at the same time, let the kings realize how terrifying he can be. He had a purpose. He didn't know what the purpose was, but Bei Luochen had clearly been tricked. What Han Fei wanted was for Bei Luochen to attack him. But under such circumstances, even if Bei Luochen attacked Han Fei, he couldn't really go up to fight him. He could only attack Han Fei from a distance, suppressing Han Fei with strength and teaching him a lesson. However, but how could Han Fei's current strength be underestimated? He tore Pang Jia apart with his bare hands. This power couldn't be measured with the power of the sea establishment realm. It had clearly reached the power of the sky opening realm. Therefore, when Bei Luochen's knife came at him, Han Fei counterattacked with the immortal fiend saber. The immortal chi and the fiendish chi intertwined, and Han Fei was not weak now, so although Bei Luochen's knife was also fierce, it couldn't shatter the immortal fiend saber. Rumble. Rumble. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the two knives collided, the void collapsed, and the seawater was sucked into the endless void. While the power erupted, the immortal fiend's saber still had some power, which actually broke through Bei Luochen's blow and continued to fly at him. Although this power was not much, probably not even 1/10 left, it was a manifestation of strength, a powerful oath, and a deterrence. Sure enough, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, countless kings gasped. The toad, who had just left the monarch palace, was shocked. That Han Fei has become so strong. It's only been 3 years, but he has the power comparable to sky openers. A giant seashell tugged at it and scolded, "Don't get too close. They are all sky openers. They like to use our bodies as materials. Do you want to die?" Su Mingming from the dream-weaving world watched the battle from a distance. But she was also shocked by the power Han Fei showed. He tore Pang Jia apart and pierced through Bei Luochen's attack. This person. Could she still take revenge? Granny Chio's heart was trembling at this moment. How long had it been? How many years had it been since Han Fei, who was so cautious that he would run at the slightest breeze, dared to challenge the emperors of the raging sea? Seeing this scene, Hong Yu, who was lucky enough to survive, swallowed from time to time. He told himself, if Han Fei doesn't die today, no one in the raging sea can kill him. When I go back this time, the first thing I'll do is to gather the 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones that Han Fei wants. This is to protect my life. I have to give it to him. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Han Fei sneered. Bei Luochen, you're old. Whether you're in the sky opening realm or not, you're old anyway. Do you really think I care about the grudge of the past? No, it's just that you're too aggressive. Now, I haven't opened the sky yet, so I can't do anything to you. But you don't have a way to deal with me either. Wait, when I grow up, I'll settle scores with you one by one, unless you leave the raging sea. At this time, He Daoyuan said leisurely, young man, sometimes don't be too arrogant. Today, you may be able to escape, but it doesn't mean that you can escape for long. Escape? Han Fei sneered. He Daoyuan, don't take yourself too seriously. Since I dared to stay here today, I naturally have the confidence to leave. You missed many opportunities to kill me. Now, there won't be another chance. Today, I'm just telling you one thing. Clean your neck and wait for me to kill you. How dare you? Bei Luochen snorted. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many different forces here, he would have attacked. He Daoyuan was also disdainful. Young man, the wind is strong here. Don't bite your tongue. Xia Hongzhu, on the other hand, couldn't help but stroke the trident in her hand. Her sole perception just now was synchronized with the brand on Xia Xiaochan's body, and she saw how Han Fei killed the powerhouses of the soul sealing world. She even saw some private interactions between Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. At least, from the looks of it, Han Fei was not bad. The only thing that made her feel bad was that Xia Xiaochan was too intimate with Han Fei, much more intimate than with her. Just like before, when she was in love, she couldn't help herself. At this time, because the sixth vine of the demon purification pot had returned, its absorption speed was faster. More than 10,500 wisps of chaotic Qi in Peng Jia's origin C had been absorbed by him. In addition, Han Fei found a large number of resources in Peng Jia's origin C. In terms of spiritual stones, there were probably more than 5 billion. Among them, there was a bronze jade shield technique that Peng Jia must have obtained in the monarch palace, and now it belonged to him. The reason why he was talking nonsense with Bei Luochen and the others here was naturally for the resources of Peng Jia. Of course, he had another deep purpose, which was to awe the 36 mystic worlds and ask for control of the 13 worlds in the outer domain. However, Han Fei wouldn't take this control immediately. He hadn't opened the sky yet. If he really wanted to take this control, Bei Luochen and the others would probably be eager to send it over. At that time, the 100 demons and the undersea human race would take action, and they would secretly make trouble. Then how could the 13 worlds in the outer domain cope with it? And how could he have the time to cultivate to reach the sky-opening realm? Therefore, Han Fei killed Peng Jia today, just to intimidate the 36 mystic worlds. He would take control of the 13 worlds in the outer domain first when the time came. Now that his goal had been achieved, Han Fei knew that it was time for him to leave. With a flash of golden light, Han Fei came to Xia Xiaochan and the others. Putting away his Dharma idol, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared around Han Fei, and he said casually, "Since no one wants me to stay, I'm leaving." He Daoyuan looked at Xia Hongzhu and said indifferently, "Trust me, the war Queen can't protect you for long." Ha ha ha. Han Fei laughed. How many times have I faced death in my life? Do I need others' protection? Then, Han Fei jumped with golden light and appeared 600,000 kilometers away. His running speed was unparalleled. Han Fei's voice echoed in the void. I, Han Fei, the human king, will slaughter the supreme clearness world soon. Then the infinity world, and then the 100 demons. There will be ample time for me. All emperors, wait for me to appear again. On this trip to the monarch palace, a total of 13 people from the Inyang world returned. The casualty rate was as high as 60%, although Han Fei had protected some of them. However, there were so many people, so Han Fei could only focus on some people, and most of the time, they had to depend on their own opportunities. And now, among the 13 people, there were 8 who were confident in transcending the tribulation. They were all outstanding figures in the Yang world in the first place. The monarch palace didn't have the conditions for them to transcend the tribulation to become kings, so they had to leave the monarch palace first. Even in the past, those 100 kings didn't become kings until they left the monarch palace. On the 3rd day after leaving the monarch palace, Serpent Menue of the Demon Beast Union couldn't suppress her tribulation aura anymore and began to transcend the tribulation outside the Inyang world. On this day, all the venerables of the Inyang world were watching. Who didn't want to transcend the tribulation and become a king? However, to everyone's surprise, Serpent Menue turned into a dragon in the tribulation. With horns on her head and 4 claws on his body, she jumped through the 9 tribulations and became a king. Seeing this scene, the old sheep sighed. This is the era for us. No, not yet. Han Fei appeared beside the old sheep. This guy had transcended the tribulation and became a fake king, so he couldn't become a real king in his life. However, Han Fei knew that the old sheep was already nurturing his avatar. It seemed that the old sheep didn't want to die just like that. Their era had just come, the cage had just been broken, and everything was thriving. How could he be willing to die of old age? Only one day after Serpent Menue transcended the tribulation, the insect king chose another place to transcend the tribulation. His body endured 4 heavenly tribulations, and wearing bright red insect armor and holding 2 great horns in his hands, he became a king. 7 days later, Zi Luo transcended the tribulation, and the forest of terror finally had their first king. On the same day, in the heavenly palace, Han Fei accompanied Ren Tianfei to transcend the tribulation. A month later, Luo Xiaobai transcended the tribulation and became a king. 3 months later, Lu Renquang successfully transcended the tribulation. 8 months passed. At this moment, in the sea of mist, lightning flashed and purple gas rumbled. Relying on his golden bones, Zhang Xuanyu had tempered his body with the 5 tribulations and fused with his spear. At this moment, the 9th purple lightning bolt rumbled down. Zhang Xuanyu's soul cracked, and the energy of the spiritual fruits under his feet surged up. His aura soared as high as 10,000 feet. In the vast lightning, Zhang Xuanyu murmured in a voice that only he could hear, and nobody can also open the heavenly gate. In this world, I'll hold my spear and pursue my Tao. I will break through all the barriers in front of me, kill. Others didn't know what Zhang Xuanyu was doing, but Han Fei saw it clearly. Knocking sounds came from the sky, not from the void, but from the great Tao. Clang! 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 The great Tao rumbled 3 times in a row. Then the heavenly tribulation dissipated, and a golden jade divine spear appeared in front of Zhang Xuanyu. The cracks on Zhang Xuanyu's body had disappeared. Zhang Xuanyu suddenly opened his eyes. From today on, as long as the spear was there, he would be alive, and once the spear broke, he would die. Lu Renquang exclaimed, "Where did he get that spear?" Han Fei said solemnly, "That's not a spear, but his life." The rise of the Yinyang world was already unstoppable. Now there were a total of 13 kings. This strength had already surpassed most of the forces in the 36 mystic worlds. However, because they had just entered the sea establishment realm, they couldn't compare to the senior kings who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even Ren Tianfei's strength was only within the top 20 of the sea establishment list after he became a king. This growth speed was already extremely terrifying, and that was because Ren Tianfei was once a king. Because they were all new kings, Han Fei ordered the people to recuperate. Even he had to slowly digest the gains from the monarch palace. 30 years later. In Han Fei's origin sea, Han Fei was triggering the essence of the earth veins to form a main vein in the entire origin sea. The size of the origin sea had reached 100,000 kilometers wide. Otherwise, Han Fei's strength couldn't have soared so much that even space couldn't withstand his full-strength blow. These 30 years were actually nearly 2,000 years for Han Fei. Even if he spent half of the time outside, it was equivalent to more than 1,000 years. After so many years, Han Fei had his own experience, which was that the way he arranged his origin sea would affect his strength. Beside Han Fei, old Yuan, who was in Gue Sanqing's body, was discussing the layout of the ground veins with him. The old turtle said, "After you open the sky, the world will fuse, the great Tao will precipitate, and the origin sea will continuously produce more Tao runes than when you are in the sea establishment realm. The origin sea even has the ability to spontaneously transform spiritual energy into chaotic qi. And the layout of the origin sea can gradually fuse all the resources in the origin sea into the origin sea, becoming a part of this world. At that time, the spiritual energy here can even be born and disappear on its own, following the energy conservation law and never drying up." Han Fei was surprised. "I can do that as long as I reach the sky opening realm?" The old turtle said, "Not yet. As long as you fight, you'll have to consume energy." However, it said that the limit of the sky opening realm and the beginning of the longevity realm can reach this kind of inexhaustible situation. Han Fei sneered. "Nonsense. You didn't see that Chu Hao's origin sea was exhausted. I even suspect that his origin sea has been destroyed. Our origin sea should be bound together with us for good or bad. Resources and energy are fixed. As long as they are consumed, they can be used up someday." The old turtle said, "Just recycle them. In a battle of the sky-opening realm, no one will worry about resources and energy anymore. This is because they have accumulated enough resources. There is a large reserve in their origin seas. With a thought, they can mobilize it at any time." In Han Fei's origin sea, an underground river was expanding following Han Fei's gaze. Han Fei had expanded the ground veins one place after another and created a huge network. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, "Old Yuan, my origin sea has been expanded to 100,000 kilometers. How many resources do I need to continue to expand it?" The old turtle said, "You finally asked this question." "Huh?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Do you have to wait for me to ask?" The old turtle said, "Because there's no need for you to know for the time being. It'll just add to your troubles. But since you asked, I can explain to you. It's precisely because the origin sea needs to be constantly expanded that the sky-opening realm powerhouses and even monarchs will expand into the wilderness, explore the chaos, search for life stars, and plunder resources to enrich their origin sea. As you know, it's not easy to grow in any realm. Explore the chaos and search the wilderness. If you encounter a primitive land or something, it's very easy to die. Han Fei asked, wait, what wilderness, what chaos, what primitive land? The old turtle said, well, it's just some new worlds outside the sea realm. We can explore them from the chaos. However, every time such a place is opened, there will be all kinds of competition and killing. Therefore, in the past, there were gods. But as it became more and more difficult to open new primitive places, it became more and more difficult to become a god. Han Fei couldn't help but fantasize. So, after opening the sky and the earth would fuse, and at that time, he would have to expand his origin sea and fight to absorb more resources? In that case, the so-called sea realm should be very poor in resources, right? The old turtle said, these are still far away from you. You'd better open the sky first. You don't have much resources now. Shouldn't you go out and plunder some resources? Han Fei nodded slightly. In the past 1,000 years, 90% of his resources had been donated to the origin sea. He even went to the Mad Corpse world, but he didn't expect that Hong Yu had already prepared the resources he needed. In this way, he didn't have to take the initiative to plunder. However, even if Hong Yu provided another 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, it only allowed Han Fei to finish expanding the origin sea to 90,000 kilometer long. Of course, Han Fei never forgot the portion that the demon purification pot needed. However, the demon purification pot stopped swallowing after swallowing about 5 billion. Han Fei fed it with chaotic qi, but it still didn't eat. But Han Fei found that the power of the great Tao produced in his origin sea was slowly swallowed by the demon purification pot. The fourth divine pill was about to mature. However, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't opened the sky yet, and there were still many people he had to solve in the raging sea. He didn't know when he could settle everything here and control the raging sea. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at his information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 99, Sea Establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 840,006. Chaotic Chi, 110,568 wisps. Spiritual Power, 1001, 516. Perception Range, 1 million kilometers. Strength, 490,468 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 90. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 92. Main Art, Void Fishing, Emperor Level, Divine Quality. Seeing this information, Han Fei was calm. This was almost his limit. This was because Han Fei discovered that it was extremely difficult to increase his strength now. If it weren't for the void refining technique, Han Fei felt that with the purity mystic body alone, the limit of his strength in the sea establishment realm would be about 430,000 waves. And now, his strength had reached 490,000 waves, mainly because of the limitation of his physique. His physique was already too strong, so strong that it began to limit his growth. However, it was precisely because of the continuous growth of his physique that his golden bones had begun to undergo a qualitative change. His golden bones began to transform into golden jade. They had the texture of jade and the color of gold, and were no longer turbid but as translucent as jade. However, this transformation was only about 30%. Han Fei suspected that this was one of the factors that limited his growth. This was a body refining direction that even he hadn't figured out yet. 1,000 years had passed in the origin sea, but only 30 years had passed in the outside world. Han Fei held a green calabash in his hand and drank a mouthful of wine from time to time. The 1,000-year Dao querying wine had been drunk as early as when Han Fei left the monarch palace. It was finished in less than 50 years. Another 2,000 years had passed, and he had accumulated a lot of the wine. It should be enough to drink for 100 years. This Dao querying wine was indeed extraordinary. When Han Fei first practiced the void body refining technique and the void sky watching technique, he couldn't get started for 10 years. It was because he drank this wine every day that he gradually got the inspiration and mastered the two techniques. However, it didn't necessarily mean that it could help him comprehend the great Tao. It should be very useful for those below the sea establishment realm. For him, at his level, he had already comprehended most of what he needed to comprehend. Thousand-Star City, Central, Holy City. When Han Fei arrived, there were already many people living here. However, the admittance requirements of the Central Holy City were extremely harsh. Those who could enter were all venerables, so not many people could enter. Even after 30 years, there were only 621 venerables from the Yin-Yang world, water, wood world, the demon beast union, and the other forces. There were so many venerables only because they came out of the original small world and came to this new environment, and they had so many resources. Therefore, the number of venerables had already increased very quickly. Because of the suppression of the original small world, after all the pressure was released, it was normal for them to grow faster. Han Fei's arrival didn't attract much attention. Only Ren Tianfei and the other kings noticed him. Ren Tianfei rambled, "You haven't been here since your heavenly palace turned into ruins. I asked Luo Xiaobai to repair your heavenly palace." Swish. Han Fei entered the hall and grabbed a spiritual fruit on the table. Gulp dash. Han Fei took a casual bite and said indifferently, "There's no danger up there. Why didn't you tidy it up?" Ren Tianfei snorted. "I'm a man. How can I know how to do it?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Then who will fix your origin sea for you? Do you need others to fix it for you?" Ren Tianfei shrugged. "It's none of your business. Why did you come out after cultivating in seclusion for only 30 years? The Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world have only been here for a short time. You can rest for another 100 years. In this mere 100 years, the location of the Yin-Yang world shouldn't be discovered yet." Han Fei shook his head. "My bones are stiff. If I continue to recuperate, I'll be disabled. And my resources have been exhausted. I have to find resources." Ren Tianfei was lost for words. "Didn't you just get 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones 10 years ago? Used up again?" Han Fei said with a black face, "My origin sea has expanded to 100,000 kilometers. Do you think it's free?" Ren Tianfei said, "That's true. I'm guessing that the origin sea can be expanded with higher level energy. Otherwise, if you only rely on ultra-quality spiritual stones, the further you go, the more difficult it will be. Han Fei said, I've tried. The chaotic qi can be used, but it consumes too much. Besides, the chaotic qi can maintain the overall quality of the origin. See. It's best not to use it to expand the origin sea. After all, the environment in the raging sea is too poor. It's suppressed by the monarch. Palace and people here can't go to the outside world. Otherwise, if I get some mystic yellow stones, they will be very effective in expanding the origin. See. Mystic yellow stones? Han Fei said, if the mystic yellow energy of the dragon-subduing world can condense into crystals or semi-crystals, it can probably become a mystic yellow stone. Ren Tianfei said, this thing is indeed rare in the raging sea. It doesn't seem to be common even in the monarch palace. Han Fei thought to himself, it's a pity that my million mystic yellow stones were swallowed by the demon purification pot. Otherwise, they could still be used now. Of course, 1,000,000 might be too few. Anyway, because of the lack of resources, Han Fei couldn't even study the more powerful function of the demon purification pot. Han Fei couldn't help but hold 4 jade slips. When the jade slips were activated, after only a minute, a blue flower bloomed here, which meant that Luo Xiaobai had already arrived. Han Fei asked in surprise, you're here so soon? Luo Xiaobai said, I've already set up my origin sea. This seaborne prairie is very suitable for me to cultivate, so I don't have to stay in my origin sea all the time. Buzz. Zhang Xuanyu appeared with a swish and said with a smile, it's mainly because our origin seas are too small and the resources are limited. The chaotic qi, ultra-quality spiritual stones, and mineral veins we threw in didn't cause much of a splash. Our origin seas are still misty. Then, Xia Xiaochan and Le Renquang came one after another. Xia Xiaochan said, fortunately, Xiaobai found a large ultra-quality spiritual stone mine and dug out about 8 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. Otherwise, our growth would still be very slow. This was the first time Han Fei had heard of an ultra-quality spiritual stone mine. Anyway, he had never encountered one. No wonder the raging sea had so many ultra-quality spiritual stones. It was impossible for so many ultra-quality spiritual stones to fall from the sky. It was just that he had never thought of mining. He might be able to try it in the future. Perhaps it would be faster than robbing. Luo Xiaobai said, in the seaborne prairie where we are, there are more than 8,000 kinds of minerals buried underground. It's not surprising to encounter an ultra-quality spiritual stone mine. However, we dug the mine, causing the surrounding spiritual energy concentration to decrease by about 20%. Han Fei shrugged. So be it. Ordinary people just need to absorb spiritual energy from the void. However, my resources have been used up. We can't just sit idle, or we'll be broke. Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang's eyes glittered. What do you mean? Which world? Are you going to attack? Luo Xiaobai asked, you already have a plan? Xia Xiaochan asked, how many people do you need? Ren Tianfei was speechless. If all the kings were as radical as these little b**** stards, the 36 mystic worlds would have long been over. But Ren Tianfei was curious. You are strong now, but it's obviously not wise to attack supreme clearness and infinity now. Luo Xiaobai nodded. The supreme clearness world is not far from the infinity world. With the 3 emperors guarding them, even if we can beat them, we will definitely give the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race a chance to take advantage of. Even the Merman royal family can't be trusted easily. After that, Luo Xiaobai looked at Xia Xiaochan. It's hard to say whether we can trust them or not, even though Xiaochan is their princess. Maybe nothing will happen to us, but not necessarily for the entire human race. The corner of Lu Renkuang's mouth twitched. Do we have to be so aggressive? Han Fei grinned. No. Our target is not the supreme clearness and infinity. Xia Xiaochan smiled. So, are we going to the soul-sealing world? Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. That's good. These B***stars chase Xia Xiaochan every day. It's time for them to pay the price. Luo Xiaobai asked, what about Huang Jingyuan? Didn't they say that this person is very strong? Also, the soul-sealing world has the so-called God descending technique. It's said that when Huang Jingyuan erupted with all his strength, he's comparable to Li Qingdi. Han Fei said with a smile, Huang Jingyuan is powerful, but it's not like we don't have allies. I still don't know much about the sky-opening realm. I have to go to the Sword God world. 7 days passed. Sword God world, sword forging pool. This was the place where the Sword God cultivated in seclusion. Ordinary people rarely came here. Han Fei had once seen the Sword God and thought that he was a king. At first, he just thought that although this person was cold, he looked gentle and didn't have the sharpness of a sword cultivator at all. Besides, at that time, the Sword God seemed to be on the same level as Liuli and Luyu, so it gave him the illusion that he was just a king. But now when he thought about it, he realized that maybe the Sword God had already passed the fierce period and reached the point where his sword aura could be hidden. Buzz. 1,000,000 kilometers outside the Sword God world, Han Fei extended his perception here, only to see that outside the sword forging pool, there were divine swords chiming as if welcoming him. The Sword God's voice sounded, a rare visitor. Please come in. With 2 golden leaps, Han Fei had already landed in the sword forging pool. The sword forging pool was hidden in a canyon. It was said that the swords here were all forged one by one. However, there were very few people who were qualified to obtain a sword from here. Therefore, outside the sword forging pool, there were many swords stuck in the cliffs on both sides. Among these swords, there were no less than 20 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. The strongest one had reached the level of an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, as soon as Han Fei came, the aura of the strong triggered countless peerless swords, making the sword hum continuously. Be quiet. A loud sound echoed in the canyon, and all the swords fell silent. Han Fei took another step and appeared outside the real sword forging pool. Here was a place wrapped in earth fire and strange arrays, which was the sword furnace. In the sword furnace, there was a plain black long sword that hadn't been sharpened yet. However, although Han Fei couldn't feel the sword intent, he always wanted to try this sword. The Sword God walked out of it, his sleeves hanging casually, and he said with a faint smile, this sword has been forged for 3,333 years. I wanted to try forging a sword that exceeds the level of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, but unfortunately, I haven't met anyone worthy of it, so this sword still hasn't come out yet. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and he said jokingly, Senior, what do you think of me? The Sword God said, No, this sword won't choose you before your sword path hasn't opened. Han Fei smiled. That's a pity. I hope the sword can meet its master soon. The sword god nodded slightly and invited Han Fei to enter the sword hut. The two sat opposite each other, and the sword god said, "Your aura is extremely strong, and you seem to be unable to suppress it. Are you going to reach the sky-opening realm?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes, but there's no rush." The sword god said, "It's not easy for you, a young man, to be so calm. I didn't misjudge you. In the entire raging sea, there should be only one person who has reached this level in the sea establishment realm, besides you." Han Fei was surprised. "Who?" "You must have met her. The war queen of the Merman royal family. She said to be the child of a god. She cultivates the divine body and is invincible in the sea establishment realm. She once competed with the human king. If the human king walked the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, he would have long been defeated." "My mother-in-law?" The sword god. This was the first time Han Fei had heard of such a history. He knew that the potential of a divine child was extremely high, but he didn't expect his mother-in-law to be so strong. According to the sword god, if his mother-in-law was in the same realm as him, he might not be able to win. However, Han Fei didn't care. Who would know the result if they didn't really fight? Besides, their basic combat power might be on par, but his mother-in-law's great Tao might not be stronger than his. Since Han Fei was here, he said frankly, "I'm here for two things. I may need Senior Sword God to help me." The sword god looked up at Han Fei. "Tell me about it." Han Fei said with a smile, "Senior, you know that I've basically offended all sky openers in the raging sea. The human race is different from the Merman royal family, so the only sky opener I can ask is you. I want to ask about the basic combat power standards of the sky opening realm and the experience of opening the sky." Han Fei had already asked the old turtle these two questions. However, the old turtle was not a human, so his sky opening situation was more or less different from his. With the old turtle's experience, with all his great Daos, the minimum strength of a sky opening realm cultivator was at least 600,000 waves. However, after one reached the sky opening realm, his great Tao would grow. Crazily, his origin sea would be fully mobilized, and his combat efficiency would be higher. Whether it was physique or spiritual power, it would soar. And even his bloodline would also increase. Therefore, in general, even the lowest level sky opener was ridiculously strong, not someone sea establishers could resist. The sword god shook his head slightly. The sky opening of sword cultivators is different from ordinary people. I'm afraid I can't answer your question. If you are a sword cultivator, you can get some experience from me. But since you asked, I can tell you about the combat power in the sky opening realm. First of all, the sky opening realm is not as strong as you think. I guess your current pure strength should be 400,000 waves, right? Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that even the sword god could make mistakes. However, then he heard the sword god say, generally speaking, 400,000 waves seemed to be the ceiling of the sea establishment realm. Even for Tai Yuan, his peak strength back then was only more than 350,000 waves. Although strength can't be measured, it can be compared. Li Qingdi's strength back then reached more than 390,000 waves, which is the strongest known except for the war queen. Han Fei asked, what about the martial emperor? The sword god shook his head slightly. I haven't fought the martial emperor. But I estimate that he should be comparable to or stronger than Li Qingdi. Even if he exceeds 400,000 waves, it won't be much. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The old turtle had also said that his peak strength was 400,000 waves. Was this a threshold? But his current strength was almost 500,000 waves. The sword god continued, this is the highest level that a sea establishment realm can reach. Of course, secret techniques are not included. If you use secret techniques in the sea establishment realm, unless the level of the secret technique is extremely high, it will only consume your potential. The sword god was probably reminding Han Fei. He had seen Han Fei attack. When he killed Pang Jia, the power he showed was too great, causing the void to collapse, and he had to retract his power. It was precisely because of Han Fei's combat power that he showed that the emperors gave up the idea of starting a war. Otherwise, even with the war queen protecting Han Fei, they might still try. The sword god smiled. The power you unleashed is actually stronger than ordinary powerhouses who have just entered the sky-opening realm. Take Xian Qingzi as an example. Although this person is talented, I don't think he is a very strong emperor because of the limit in his foundation. Therefore, I can conclude that his current strength can't exceed 800,000 waves. So low? Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. How could a sky-opening realm cultivator be so weak? Low? The sword god shook his head slightly. Strength is not the main measure of the combat power of the sky-opening realm. Although Xianqingzi's strength may not exceed 800,000 waves so far, his combat power is even stronger than the peak state you showed before if he activated his great Tao. Han Fei thought to himself, but he might not be stronger than my current state. Han Fei asked, Senior, what was your strength back then? The sword god didn't hide it and said casually, when I first reached the sky opening realm, my strength was 920,000 waves. I'm telling you this just to give you a basic judgment. According to my guess, the weakest sky opening realm cultivator might have had at least 600,000 waves when he first entered the sky opening realm. And this should be the weakest. Perhaps in the outside world, there are many people who have the strength of more than 1,000,000 waves when they just entered the sky opening realm. But in the raging sea, there are very few of them. Perhaps you can be counted as one. But now, I advise you not to rashly challenge a sky opener before you reach the peak of the sea establishment realm. Among the people you want to challenge, I'm afraid the only one you can fight now is Xianqingzi. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Senior, have you guessed why I'm here? The sword god chuckled. You should know that you don't have a chance to fight the supreme clearness and infinity that are presided over by Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen. You can't catch Xianqingzi, and you won't fight the 100 demon clan and the undersea human race now. Then, the only one I can think of is the soul-sealing world. However, the time you want to attack the soul-sealing world is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion after only 30 years. Han Fei thought to himself, 30 years is already a long time. I'm seriously lacking resources now. If I don't go out and get some resources, God knows when I can reach the limit of the sea establishment realm. Han Fei said, I want to try. The sword god looked at Han Fei. You should know the difference of the soul sealing world, right? Han Fei nodded. The divine descending technique is equivalent to a super secret technique that can double one's strength. Besides, the soul sealing world had always been mysterious. I wonder if there are other strong masters. There. This is a problem. The sword god nodded slightly. That's right. Huang Jingyuan might not be as strong as Li Qingdi, nor as strong as He Daoyuan and me, but if he really erupts, it's definitely not a problem for him to fight for a while or even longer. If you want to attack the soul-sealing world now, you need to consider whether it's possible for you to walk into a trap. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, unless there is a second sky opener in the soul-sealing world. If not, except for Huang Jingyuan, no one is my match. Even if there is a second sky opener in the soul-sealing world, I'm not afraid. If his strength is only on the level of Xianqingzi. Of course, if Senior is willing to take action, when we take down the soul-sealing world this time, I can divide the resources equally with Senior. The sword god was a little surprised. Do you think you can beat Xianqingzi now? Han Fei said meaningfully, Senior, if my strength is strong enough, can I crush Xianqingzi? For example, more than 2 million waves of strength. Huh? The sword god was stunned. He couldn't help but look seriously at Han Fei. Again. Such powerful strength, even his current limit was at most this level. The sword god said, when a power is extremely strong, it can naturally cause a crushing situation. However, even so, it's easy for you to defeat him, but I'm afraid it's not easy to kill him. After all, the energy in an emperor's origin sea is endless. As long as an emperor's origin sea and his great Tao aren't obliterated, it's difficult for you to kill him. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. I see. However, please help me. I need the resources of the soul-sealing world. The sword god narrowed his eyes slightly. Even if I take action, can you take down the soul-sealing world? Although many kings of the soul-sealing world have died, and there is no second sky opener in the soul-sealing world, they still have at least a dozen kings. Besides, that's Huang Jingyuan's own territory. Han Fei said, I'll take 25 kings with me. However, my purpose is not only to plunder the resources of the soul-sealing world. I also want to destroy it. The sword god didn't expect Han Fei to be so greedy. It wasn't that no one had thought of killing an emperor, but in the raging sea, ever since an emperor appeared, no emperor had died. The sword god was puzzled. If you want to kill an emperor, do you know that you have to cut off his great Tao to have a chance? I know. Since Han Fei was going to kill an emperor after only 30 years, he had naturally consulted the old turtle about some things. He might not be able to sever an emperor's Tao and kill him, but the infinity water could transform into its ultimate state, turning into a Tao and killing into the emperor's soul to sever his Tao. But Han Fei hadn't tried it before. It should be difficult. However, he had also discussed a strategy with the old turtle. He felt that it was quite feasible, so he was about to take action. Besides, Han Fei was not unprepared this time. In the past 30 years, Han Fei had gone to the Million Poison World 7 times and got a great poison from Huang Jia. Although it couldn't kill the emperor, after repeated deduction, it could at least reduce the strength of a sky opener by 30%. Of course, these were all his methods. He came to the sword god this time too. See if the sword god had a guarantee method. The sword god said, it seems that you've been preparing for this battle for a long time. Did you come to me because you thought you were almost ready? Han Fei nodded. But no matter how much preparation I make, I can't calculate the specific situation of the battle. On the battlefield, all accidents can happen. If Senior can help, my chances of winning can reach 60%. The sword god pondered for a long time. In fact, it didn't benefit him much to destroy the soul-sealing world and kill Huang Jingyuan. This was because Huang Jingyuan didn't target the human race, but for the Merman royal family. Han Fei promised to give him half the resources. Although the amount was considerable, he didn't lack resources. Even if he got them, they would only be used by the kings of the sword god world. Therefore, what Han Fei really wanted to confirm with him was to see if he wanted to bet on him. The sword god was silent for a moment and looked at the swords in the sword forging pool. After a long time, he said, if you can't conquer the soul sealing world in half an hour, evacuate immediately. Han Fei immediately grinned. Thank you, Senior. The sword god said, don't thank me yet. If you want to kill Huang Jingyuan, even I won't be enough. Therefore, you need to suffer a little. Han Fei smiled. What's the big deal of suffering if I can kill an emperor? Senior, what do you want? The sword god, I want to give you a sword. 1 month later. 9 Palace World. What? Isn't it enough for you to rob the Supreme Clearness World last time? Now you even want to kill an emperor? Han Xian felt terrible. His nephew was a very good boy and had great potential. It could be said that he was invincible in the sea establishment realm. However, he was too aggressive. Anyway, when Han Fei asked Han Xian to go with him, Han Xian was really shocked. Brother, why don't you reconsider? I heard that he is a super powerhouse, comparable to the sword god. See? Han Fei shook his head and said, I've made up my mind. Senior sword god will go with me. In addition, with you, there will be a total of 25 kings going with me. Uncle Xian, if you're really worried, you can take a few more kings with you. Although there seemed to be only one king in the 9 Palace world, Han Xian had said that every time the monarch palace opened, there would be strong masters from the 9 Palace world participating. In the past tens of thousands of years, there must be many of them who survived. Han Fei believed that some of them must have become kings. The most obvious thing was the information channel that Han Xian had. Although the 9 Palace world was closed, he could always get first-hand information. Someone must have sent the information to him from the Martial Emperor city. Han Fei said, Uncle Xian, it's the soul-sealing world. If we take it down, how many resources can we get? Hundreds of billions. There are also countless resources and treasures. The corner of Han Xian's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, Are you so confident that you can kill Huang Jingyuan? Han Fei said, Even if I can't kill Huang Jingyuan, how can the soul-sealing world resist so many kings? Do you think that Senior Sword God, plus me, and 25 kings, can't wipe out the soul-sealing world? Han Xian couldn't help but ask, Where did you get 25 kings? How many kings are there in your Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world? Even if there are, they shouldn't be strong, right? Han Fei said leisurely, There are a total of 13 in the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. Apart from me, the strongest one can enter the top 20 of the sea establishment list. In addition to these, I've already informed the pirate teams that have cooperated with us. Han Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Han Fei had put in a lot of effort this time. He was determined to take down the soul-sealing world. Han Xian said, Since the Age of Doom, no emperor has ever died in the raging See. Although I think I can narrowly resist an emperor for a while, it can only be an emperor who has just opened the sky like Shanxingzi. Do you really dare to bet with all the power of your Yin-Yang world? Han Fei shouted in a low voice, yes. I've made up my mind. None of the soul sealing world, the supreme clearness world, and the infinity world can escape. I'm going to take them down one by one. Uncle Xian, this is how I'll walk my path of sky opening. Han Xian's expression changed. He looked down at his 1,000 opportunities. Divine ghost compass and suddenly took a deep breath. Okay. Then I'll accompany you on this trip. As the sword god said, if we don't take it down in half an hour, we must retreat. Han Fei said, of course. If I can't take down the soul-sealing world within half an hour after gathering so many forces, I'll lay low for 100 years before taking action again. Han Xian and Han Yiner were speechless at Han Fei's words. 100 years? Is 100 years a long time? There hasn't been such a big battle in 10,000 years. However, Han Xian thought of Han Fei's abnormal growth speed. Perhaps this was Han Fei's path. Only in this way could he grow so quickly. He thought that if his nephew could open the sky, he could even share his experience with him. Of course, Han Xian actually lacked resources too. It was a lie that a king didn't lack resources. Look at Han Fei. The resources poured into his origin. Sea had already reached 100 billion, and he hadn't broken through the sea establishment realm yet. Although his 9-palace world had been dormant for a long time, he couldn't enjoy all the resources alone. Therefore, in terms of resources, he was still seriously lacking. Seeing that Han Xian agreed, Han Fei reached out and rubbed Yiner's head. Don't worry. Anyway, I have an avatar here. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, even those emperors failed to kill me outside the monarch palace. How can a mere Huang Jingyuan kill me? Yiner, Han Xian asked, when do we do it? Han Fei said, a month later. Han Xian's eyelids twitched. So fast? Han Fei said, speed is important in war. Han Fei was already proficient in using the vast ocean navigator. As early as in the 30 years when Han Fei was in seclusion, he had already secretly searched for the location of the soul-sealing world and found it. Not only did he find it, but he also secretly circled the periphery with the twin divine technique. However, because the soul-sealing world had been sealed and the city protecting array had been activated, it was impossible for Han Fei to break in. This was why Han Fei had been preparing for so long. 7 days later. In the Sea of Mist, Han Fei stayed alone for 7 days, and no one knew what he did. Another half a month passed. In the inner sea, behind the Sea of Mist, at least 30 million kilometers away from the soul-sealing world. At this moment, a total of 13 kings were already waiting here. Buzz. Swish. 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 Figures broke out of the void one after another. Among them, there were Black Phoenix from the Devil Girl Pirates, Chen Guangjia from the Fierce Wind Pirates, Zhou Chen from the Misfortune Pirates, and Shui Ran from the Crimson Fire Pirates. These people naturally didn't know the kings of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. But when Black Phoenix saw Ren Tianfei, she was slightly stunned and nodded at him imperceptibly. Ren Tianfei also secretly sighed. After so many years, he finally saw an old acquaintance. At this moment, Chen Guangjia and the others gasped. Han Fei didn't lie to us. There are so many kings? Zhou Chen said, that's not as many as 25 kings. Shui Ran said, the sword god didn't appear either. Black Phoenix, let's wait for a while. Swish. 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 At this moment, the void moved, and a golden light flashed. Everyone took a closer look. Who else could it be but Han Fei? Besides, Shui Ran couldn't help but ask in surprise, is this Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu from Flying Feather World? Chen Guangjia said, huh? Is that Li Yingtian from the Ashless World? And Wu Xin from the Mindless World? Zhou Chen said, Jiang Luyun from the White Cloud World, Gao Bieli from the Parting Grief World, Yang Tsong from the Silver Moon World, Lin Beichen from the Beast King World. All the masters of the lost heavenly palaces are here? At this moment, Zhou Chen and the others looked at each other. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. When Xiaoyu and the others arrived, they first glanced around. When they saw Black Phoenix and Zhou Chen, they had some impression of them, but they weren't familiar with them. However, Shui Ran cupped her hands at Gao Bieli from the Parting Grief World and blushed. Palace Master. All the kings couldn't help looking at Shui Ran. They only knew that Shui Ran was the captain of the Crimson Fire Pirates, but they didn't know that Shui Ran was actually from the Parting Grief World. Gao Bieli nodded slightly and then looked at Han Fei. Is everyone here? There were already 24 kings gathered here. At this moment, a man in black armor appeared. Seeing him, Xiaoyu and the others were shocked. Han Xian? Han Xian smiled and said, everyone, long time no see. Jiang Luyun said, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Yang Tsong said, Han Xian, how have you been? Everybody exchanged pleasantries, and Han Fei said, Senior Sword God, how do you think? It seems that you have indeed put in a lot of effort this time. Everyone turned their heads and saw a figure slowly materializing in the void, turning into a person. It was none other than the Sword God. All the kings were shocked. Han Fei was indeed so powerful that he could affect the entire raging sea. He had really invited the Sword God over just to attack the soul-sealing world. As early as when Han Fei went to them, he had made it clear that this operation was not trivial. And this was also an opportunity for them to return. If the raging sea really changed, how could these lost heavenly palaces not want to return? They also knew that if they wanted to hide, they could only stay in places with port resources. But if they wanted to return, how could they resist so many strong masters with their own strength? As long as there was a sky-opening realm cultivator in these lost heavenly palaces, they would immediately choose to return to the raging sea. Unfortunately, none of them who chose to leave could become a sky-opener. Han Fei said, everyone, you've seen the people who came this time. This operation is an all-king raid. Senior Sword God and I will ambush Wang Jingyuan, the Emperor of the soul-sealing world. The rest of you can go together. If you encounter kings, you can gang up on him. I don't believe that. There are more kings in the soul-sealing world than us. In the end, the spoils of war will be divided according to the amount of effort. Everyone, this is a battle that will decide the layout of the raging sea. I, Han Fei, have said that I will unify the 36 mystic worlds. I promise that when I rule the 36 mystic worlds, the human race will be one and I'll create a golden age for the human race. Han Fei's pre-battle mobilization was impassioned. in front of the sword god. Han Fei even said without hesitation that he wanted to unify the 36 mystic worlds. Han Fei had already mentioned this problem when he went to the sword god world. At that time, Han Fei convinced the sword god by saying, "The outside world is the real world after this place is pacified. I should expand the territory and walk the path of the human king again." Perhaps Han Fei's words were useless to others. However, they were extremely useful for sky openers. In the raging sea, those who could reach the sky-opening realm were all pioneers. They had relied on their own abilities to fumble their way to where they were today. Therefore, be it He Dao Yuan, Bei Luochen, or the sword god, they were all extraordinary. They had relied on their own understanding of the great Tao and their exploration of the origin sea to reach this day. How could ordinary people understand the hardships? And the stronger such a powerhouse was, the more he needed to communicate, spar, and gain experience. This was the path an emperor had to take. Since they could become emperors, none of them was willing to just be an emperor. Who didn't want to become a monarch? Who didn't want to reach the longevity realm? Even if the sword god was looking for his sword path, he couldn't just separate himself from the outside world, right? Therefore, the sword god didn't care if the 36 mystic worlds were unified. What people like him cared about was how to cross the monarch palace and leave this place. The kings were not stupid. Even the sword god did not object. There must be a reason. Han Fei looked at the sword god. "Senior sword god, I may need you to help me break the city protecting array of the soul sealing world. If necessary, I can break it together with you." For this attack, Han Fei had saved a lot of immortal qi and fiendish energy, which was at least enough for him to erupt 100 times in his strongest state. This was why he used up his resources so quickly, because relatively speaking, he had converted more immortal energy and fiendish energy. The sword god said, "If you attack together, it'll be even better. We can definitely break it in one go." Han Fei smiled. "No problem." Then, Han Fei said, "Everyone, let's go." Please reading on MYB Ox, no VEL, calm. There was no such thing as a sneak attack in such a full-scale battle. If the city protecting array wasn't broken, there was no possibility of a sneak attack. Otherwise, the heavenly palaces wouldn't have set up a city protecting array to prevent anyone from invading. It could also warn the powerhouses in the city and give them time to react. However, just like the heaven and earth array of the yin-yang world, the array might be able to block the attacks of kings, but in the face of the power of the sky-opening realm, especially the power of the sword god, it was very difficult to resist. After all, when the human powerhouses established the heavenly palace, they were only kings. Even if they were constantly growing and strengthening the city protecting array, it was difficult for them to block sky openers with these arrays. They were not from the 9 palace world and were not smart enough to walk the path of arrays. Therefore, when Han Fei and the sword god attacked at the same time, Huang Jingyuan suddenly opened his eyes in the soul-sealing world. His expression suddenly turned cold, and his voice resounded throughout the soul-sealing world. "Kings, an enemy is coming. Prepare to fight." Huang Jingyuan looked across the void when he saw the sword god and Han Fei. Although he was surprised and puzzled, he wasn't too shocked. Han Fei was too aggressive and vengeful. He had expected that Han Fei would come to cause trouble. However, Huang Jingyuan never expected that Han Fei would come after only 30 years. In 30 years, let alone opening the sky, Han Fei might not even be able to digest a tenth of the gains from the trip to the monarch palace. In his opinion, the growth of the sea establishment realm couldn't be so fast. How could anyone cross the entire sky-opening realm in just 50 or 60 years? If you wanted to cross it, you had to have enough resources. Considering the distribution of the resources and the shaping of the world, how could the origin sea be strengthened so easily? However, Han Fei came with the sword god. Huang Jingyuan knew that the soul-sealing world would definitely be greatly damaged this time, but he didn't think that they could take down the soul-sealing world, nor did he think that the sword god could kill him. If the sword god had this ability, how could there be supreme clearness and infinity? Since the sword god couldn't beat supreme clearness and infinity, how could he beat him? To put it bluntly, if he used the divine descending technique, the sword god was probably not his opponent. As for Han Fei, even if he was already invincible in the sea establishment realm and ranked first on the sea establishment list in the raging sea, so what? A sea establisher was a sea establisher. If one couldn't open the sky, in his origin sea, the sky and the earth couldn't be fused, and the runes of the Great Tao couldn't operate naturally. Even if Han Fei could temporarily unleash the combat power of the sky-opening realm, he could only fight someone like Xianqingzi for a while at most. It was unknown if he could even survive 100 seconds in the hands of Xianqingzi. Han Fei definitely couldn't hurt him. Swish. Swish. When the sword god came, he was already holding a sword in his hand. This sword was shining with red light and was sealed by the scabbard. On the way here with Han Fei, the sword god's hand never left the hilt. Han Fei could feel that the sword god's aura had a geometric increase. The sharp sword intent on his body made one feel that his soul was about to be pierced. Even within 1,000 kilometers of the sword god, Han Fei could feel the sizzling sound on the surface of his body. There were even white marks on his body, and a trace of golden blood appeared. It was cut by the invisible sword charm. It could be seen how terrifying the sword that the sword god was preparing to break the array was. Han Fei certainly didn't want to be outdone. With the help of the chaotic qi, he could reverse time many times in half an hour. Therefore, when he attacked, Han Fei directly activated the Great Tao, activated the Invincible Eye, activated the Dharma Idol, swallowed a 5-level Tao pattern pill, and fished out a 7th-level soul-suppressing pill. From the beginning, Han Fei had used all his strength, but he didn't use the dragon transformation technique. It was because there were too many kings here, and they would all surrender to him in the future. If he used the dragon transformation technique, the kings would find out that he could turn into a dragon. Then they would definitely doubt his identity. For these kings, their ability to accept was very strong. There were billions of creatures in the world. What kind of creature couldn't they accept? However, if Han Fei wanted to rule the human race, not many people would be able to accept it. Han Fei's Dharma idol was 30,000 meters tall. Yes, this time it was no longer only 500 meters tall. Otherwise, his 1,000 years would have been spent in vain. The real Dharma idol was 330,000 meters long, and his could only be considered ordinary. Han Fei could make it bigger, but it was unnecessary. When they were less than 100,000 kilometers away from the soul-sealing world, with a clang, Han Fei saw out of the corner of his eye that the sword god drew his sword. Instantly, Blood oozed out of his eyes, but this didn't make Han Fei retract his gaze. He saw a sword pouring down like a galaxy, carrying thousands of kilometers of void, turning into a sword wave. Han Fei followed up with an immortal fiend saber. The power of immortals and fiends was truly ferocious, like the interweaving of light and darkness. Wherever it passed, the tip of the spiral sword pierced through layers of ripples. Behind Han Xian, Ren Tianfei, Zhou Chen, and the masters of the heavenly palaces, that Han Fei found, all caught up with him in shock. It wasn't unexpected that the sword god could exert such a terrifying power. But how many years had Han Fei been in the sea establishment realm? How could he exert such a terrifying power? In the face of such power, even Han Xian felt that he might not be able to withstand it even if he was in the third form of the Thousand Opportunities. Divine Ghost Compass. Even if he could, he would probably be seriously injured. And if Han Xian was seriously injured, the other kings here would basically be dead. Zhang Xuanyu chased them. Seeing this scene, he wasn't shocked, but just exclaimed. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Quang Quang, we have to be tough this time and unleash our strongest state. I finally understand that only by snatching enough resources can you become stronger and expand your origin." See crazily. Lu Renquang said, "My Tao is to swallow. I can swallow resources on the spot." Xia Xiaochan said, "Fatty, your origin C is really strange. As long as you eat treasures, it can keep expanding." Lu Renquang chuckled. "Cultivating is really difficult for me in the beginning, but after becoming a king, my cultivation speed has become much faster. Perhaps this is the advantage of my Tao." Luo Xiaobai said, "Okay, prepare for battle. The four of us will fight together. Remember to stay away from Han Fei and the others. He and Senior Sword God are going to kill an emperor. Don't approach their battlefield." Xia Xiaochan said, "Stay close to Uncle Xian. Uncle Xian is the strongest here. If anything happens, he can at least ensure our safety." Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang nodded. Her words made sense. And this was a principle they had always followed. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. Ka ka ka. Han Fei and the sword god were naturally much faster than the others. Therefore, at the moment Han Fei and the sword god attacked, most of the others were still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, although Han Fei and the sword god had waited for them. A protective barrier appeared in the originally invisible place. However, as this barrier appeared, the real appearance of the soul-sealing world was revealed. The city protecting array cracked in less than 3 seconds, unable to resist the full-strength blow of the sword god and Han Fei. Even though the city protecting array was broken and the power of Han Fei's immortal fiend saber was exhausted, the sword god's terrifying sword was still absorbing the power of the city protecting array and moving up. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed the vast ocean navigator and its pointer pointed at the sky tens of thousands of kilometers away. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei unleashed another immortal fiend saber and attacked again with the sword god, roaring, "Huang Jingyuan, come out and die." Soul-sealing world. The moment Han Fei and the sword god rushed in, they found that there were pitifully few humans in the soul-sealing world. The population of the soul-sealing world was almost the same as that of the Nine-Palace world. However, although there were few people, there were many strong masters. The moment the city protecting array was broken, at a glance, there were more than 6,000 venerables who came out. And this was only the first group of people who came out. Han Fei glanced over and found as many as 11 kings guarding the city. Han Fei was speechless. Were there more kings in the soul-sealing world than in the supreme clearness world? After all, many kings of the soul-sealing world had died. As far as Han Fei knew, 3 or 4 kings of the soul-sealing world had died in the hands of Chen Huangdian. 3 of them had died in his hands. These kings didn't attack Han Fei and the sword god. They were not idiots. It was impossible for them not to know these 2, especially the sword god, who was a sky opener. He was the strongest sword cultivator in the raging sea, and the only super powerhouse who specialized in the sword Dao. In terms of lethality, if a sword cultivator said he was second, who dared to say he was first? As for Han Fei, look at his 3,000-meter-long Dharma idol and the horrible, immortal fiend saber. Who dared to say that he had the ability to block Han Fei? Besides, Han Xian and the others were only 100,000 kilometers away from the main city. At this moment, they all accelerated and rushed into the soul-sealing world with swishes. Han Fei and the sword god slashed at the sky, and Han Fei shouted at the kings, the people of the soul-sealing world have betrayed the human race and become the puppets of the evil monarch outside. There are no innocents in this battle. This is war. Under normal circumstances, Han Fei wouldn't have started a war in the main city. It wouldn't be good if a large number of ordinary people were killed or injured. But in this soul-sealing world, there were few people. In a battle between kings, if they died under the aftershock, no king would think that they had murdered someone. In such a battle, who would know whose aftershock killed those people? Please reading on myb.ox, no vel.com. Therefore, Han Fei called it war because there were no innocents on the battlefield. If the ordinary people of the soul-sealing world died, they could only blame themselves for appearing on the battlefield. But in fact, as Han Fei shouted, he saw that hundreds of half-kings were preparing to fight Han Xian and the other kings with the 11 kings of the soul-sealing world. Triangular marks appeared between their eyebrows as they activated the divine descending technique. Han Fei's face sank. This thing was not good. Although it was still difficult for the half-kings to enter the sea establishment realm after they used the divine descending technique, it would become harder to kill them. However, from another perspective, there were indeed no good people here. The venerables were all branded with the triangle mark, which was clearly a special symbol. Anyone with this symbol could use the divine descending technique. And anyone mastering this technique was an enemy. However, Han Fei and the sword god couldn't care less about the battle below. The reason why they took so many kings with them was to completely destroy the soul-sealing world. Han Fei's original intention was that if there were a large number of ordinary people here, he would let Han Xian take away the main city first. At that time, he would let the 13 worlds in the outer domain divide the population resources of the soul-sealing world. Now, there were basically no ordinary people here. Then who would hesitate? They could just start a war and snatch resources. At this moment, Han Fei and the sword god aimed their sword intense at the void node of the sword god world and attacked together again. This time, the attack was more direct. The small world where the soul-sealing world's heavenly palace was located was broken. The place where the heavenly palace was located was a void rift, an independent small world. Han Fei had been able to break through the small world of the 5 elements. World's heavenly palace. Now that he attacked at the same time as the sword God, it was as easy as pie for him to break through the small world here. This was all within Han Fei's expectations, and everything went quite smoothly. However, no one knew what happened next. The real battle began at this moment. Bang! It was as if a huge crack had appeared in the sky. At this moment, a heavenly palace descended. The sword god, remember, half an hour. Han Fei nodded, knowing that if he couldn't take the soul-sealing world in half an hour, he couldn't take it down. Yes. Above the heavenly palace, behind Huang Jingyuan, the triangular divine seal was spinning slightly, and Huang Jingyuan's strength had clearly been raised to the strongest state. Under Huang Jingyuan's feet, behind him, and above his head, an extremely high-level power was pouring crazily. Immortal energy? Han Fei immediately recognized what it was. It was clearly the immortal qi that only sky openers could use. Along with the immortal qi being absorbed by Huang Jingyuan, there was also some chaotic qi. Pa. 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 Cracking sounds came from Huang Jingyuan's body, which Han Fei knew was the release of chaotic qi. Huang Jingyuan said slowly, "What makes you think the two of you can take down the soul-sealing world?" Huang Jingyuan raised his hands and pushed out his palms. There was a strange seal pattern on his palms, with the continuous flow of immortal qi from under the heavenly palace. He blocked the attacks of the sword god and Han Fei. Bang! Bang! In the sky, ripples spread out one after another, extending hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Han Fei felt that his immortal fiend saber was blocked 3 feet away from Huang Jingyuan and offset by almost infinite energy. This shocked Han Fei. How much power had accumulated in Huang Jingyuan's body? Under the strange seal, even the sword god had tried 7 times before his sword moved forward with cracking sounds. When it was 3 inches away from Huang Jingyuan, with a crack, the sword god's sword shattered. Cough. The sword god and Huang Jingyuan coughed at the same time, and blood oozed out of the corners of their mouths. Obviously, they were injured at the same time. Therefore, Huang Jingyuan's main power was used to deal with the sword god. And although Han Fei's immortal fiend saber was also in the sky-opening realm, it was obvious that Huang Jingyuan didn't care about it, and it was easily obliterated by him. Buzz. The heaven enlightenment divine technique descended, and the healing divine brilliance instantly enveloped the sword god. This was why Han Fei was confident. The injuries in the sword god's body almost instantly healed by half. The peak power that erupted from this sky-opening realm battle was probably unimaginable. Neither the sword god nor Huang Jingyuan was a body cultivator. So when facing such a terrifying power, they could only obliterate it with their great Tao. However, with the help of the heaven enlightenment divine technique, the effect would certainly be different. This meant that as long as Han Fei was around, the sword god could erupt crazily and endlessly without worrying that he wouldn't be able to last. This was the reason why the human king could tie with the war queen, Xia Hongzhu. Therefore, the moment the heaven enlightenment divine technique appeared, Huang Jingyuan knew that he couldn't underestimate Han Fei. Although his combat power was not enough, it was still comparable to the power of a sky opener. He even felt that Han Fei might be comparable to Shanxingzi, who could hold on if Han Fei helped the sword god with the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Therefore, Huang Jingyuan forced the two of them to retreat, and as he flipped his hand, a pagoda appeared in his hand. The sword god shouted, "Be careful." Han Fei retreated quickly, but the small pagoda had already caught up with him, as if to suppress Han Fei. This was Huang Jingyuan's weapon, which was said to be a human sacred weapon, called the Seven-Star Soul-Subduing Tower. Since this tower was a human sacred weapon, it had its own characteristics. Because Huang Jingyuan rarely attacked, most people didn't know what the Seven-Star Soul-Subduing Tower was used for. However, Han Fei wasn't afraid. With a flip of his hand, he picked up a saber. On this saber, flames surged, and its firepower was overwhelming. It was the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber. In the past 1,000 years, Han Fei had certainly refined the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber, but he still couldn't use the full power of the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber. But no matter what, the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber was a mid-quality godly weapon after all. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei used the draw technique that he hadn't used for a long time. Fire waves raged in the sky, and the godly weapon was so powerful that it didn't need to unleash its full power before it cracked the Seven-Star Soul-Subduing Tower. Huh? Huang Jingyuan's face changed. He couldn't help but look at the knife in Han Fei's hand and say coldly, "A godly weapon?" Seeing this, the sword god quickly activated his sword domain. Swords, like starlight, covered the entire sky. Huang Jingyuan naturally knew the power of the Seven-Star Demon Subduing Tower. It was only a human sacred weapon in the first place. It certainly couldn't beat a godly weapon. Besides, human sacred weapons were not used as weapons most of the time. Therefore, when Huang Jingyuan was enveloped by the sword domain, he shouted in a low voice, "Seven stars demon release, 7 gods, appear." Swish! 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 Han Fei was about to cut the 7-star demon subduing tower apart, when he saw 7 shadows bursting out of the tower. When the shadows appeared, Han Fei found that they were 7 strange-looking people. These 7 people were all in the sea establishment realm, and none of them looked weak. Han Fei felt that they all could be in the top 10 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. Huh? Could this be Huang Jingyuan's trump card? The 7 gods respectively cultivated the 7 great daos of wind, thunder, fire, lightning, wood, water, and earth. It could be seen from the power displayed by them. Among them, electric arcs flashed on the Thunder Master's body. He was as fast as lightning and attacked the moment he appeared. The 7 kings besieged him, thunder struck down, wind and fire collided. Vines grew in the void, and earth sealed thousands of kilometers. Almost in an instant, Han Fei was locked up as if he were trapped in a cage. However, he. Huang Jingyuan, do you think kings can still trap me? Han Fei expected that the soul-sealing world wouldn't be conquered so easily. It seemed that it was a wise choice to take so many kings with him. In Han Fei's estimation, Huang Jingyuan might be able to fight 2 alone in his territory. Han Fei even suspected that there might be a second sky-opening realm cultivator in the soul-sealing world. However, if that was the case, he wouldn't have been able to escape back in the wild abyss. From what he knew of the soul-sealing world, it seemed that they existed only to kill Xia Xiaochan. How could they let go of such a great opportunity? That was why Han Fei dared to take this risk. However, he didn't expect that, although there was no second sky-opening realm cultivator in the soul-sealing world, there were 7 kings. Han Fei wasn't afraid. If there was only one, he could easily deal with it. But there were 7, and they seemed to have the power of the top 10 sea establishers in the raging sea, so they were not so easy to deal with. Hanfei sighed slightly. I wanted to hide my strength, but now I'm afraid I can't. Boom. In the seal, Hanfei's sacrificing punch broke through the 4 barriers of wind, earth, water and wood in a row. A shadow flashed out. If it wasn't the ultimate blade, what was it? Swish. 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 Pooh. 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 With the power of the sea establishment realm, if it wasn't the kind with strong defense, it was very difficult to block the ultimate blade. The first person Hanfei killed was the king of water control. This person's freezing speed was too fast. He could even freeze the void. If he didn't kill him, the freezing of the void would greatly affect his performance. Therefore, almost in an instant, the king was stabbed full of holes. However, the other party was not a fool. Realizing that Hanfei had such a powerful weapon, the man sank into the water and turned himself into a dhow, leaving no trace for Hanfei to find him. However, this person might not have thought that not everyone could escape from Hanfei's eyes. Please reading on MYB Ox, no VEL, calm. At the moment the cage was broken, as the sacrificing punch erupted, Hanfei's black mist body also went out. As soon as Hanfei activated the twin divine technique, he appeared outside the seal. As the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, the ultimate blade stabbed the king thousands of times in an instant. Hanfei rushed over immediately and caught the king's soul with the void lines. The king of the water great Tao didn't expect Hanfei to break the seal of the 7 kings so easily and have such terrifying means. With a bang, a great Tao crack appeared in the sky, and a king died. Huh. You guys almost scared me. I knew it. If these 7 people can all enter the top 10 of the sea establishment realm, why can supreme clearness and infinity be still so arrogant in the 36 mystic worlds? You can just unify the human race in the raging sea. It turns out that they are just king puppets, a trash forcibly made by piling up resources. When Hanfei killed one of the 7 kings so easily, he felt that something was wrong. This was different from when he killed Pang Jia of the 100 demon race. Pang Jia's defense power was enough to make him enter the top 10 of the sea establishment realm. However, this one he killed could at most be comparable to the Snow Lady, but his blood chi state was clearly in the top 10 of the sea establishment realm. If it were a peak-level sea establisher who had cultivated all the way up on his own, his strength couldn't be so weak, nor could he escape the eyes of the Sword God and Han Xian. Since these people had never appeared in the raging sea and were so strong, there was only one answer: they were blood chi puppets. Hanfei said lazily, 1. In the void, the cage seal failed, and it immediately shattered, and countless vines and grass bound Hanfei. Furthermore, strange demonic plants that looked like sea urchins grew all over the void. Swish. 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 Each thorn of the demonic plants was poisonous. The Lightning King was obviously a strong attacker. He controlled lightning and restrained Hanfei from multiple angles, creating conditions for the others. However, when the lightning flashed, Hanfei grabbed a mirror from nowhere. It was the mirror of infinity he got from the Monarch Palace. With a flash of lightning, nothing happened, and the lightning completely disappeared from the mirror. Hanfei smiled. 2. With 1 strong attacker and 1 auxiliary defender gone, the remaining 5 People's combat ways were obviously messed up. The powerhouse of the great Tao of Earth diverted his attention to attack and gave up controlling the field. Han Fei smiled and put away the mirror. An immortal fiend saber charged at the powerhouse who controlled the great Tao of Earth. When the immortal fiend saber rushed over, a strong wind rose, a fire domain descended, and 3,000 shadow clones rushed at Han Fei at the same time. Except for the strong masters of the earth and the wood who were restrained by the ultimate blade and the infinity water, the rest took the opportunity to attack Han Fei. Han Fei ignored the poisonous thorns and waved his hand, slowing down time. Silver light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Heaven collapse." Han Fei's eyes flashed, and illusions appeared in the void. In the king's eyes, Han Fei's figure suddenly turned into a divine body, 10,000 kilometers high, who slapped down with earth-shaking power. Just as they were intimidated and tried to block the huge hand that fell from the sky, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. This was an illusion. They had been tricked. However, when they came back to their senses, they saw that the King of Wood was vomiting blood and controlling endless demonic plants to block in front of him. Everyone realized that Han Fei's attack on the powerhouse of the great Tao of Earth was just a smokescreen. The illusion technique was just a means to conceal his intention to kill the king of the great Tao of Wood. The king of the great Tao of Wind tried to save his teammate, trying to block Han Fei's immortal fiend saber with a wind barrier. However, as soon as this person appeared beside the king of the great Tao of Wood, he was pierced through by a vine behind him. It turned out that this person was already controlled. Puff. The wind barrier suddenly disappeared, and this person was crushed into dust by the immortal fiend saber. New novels chapters are published n. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, a great Tao crack appeared again. In the blink of an eye, this was already the third sea establisher dead. Han Fei's voice echoed, the third. Below, on the battlefield of the soul-sealing world, all the kings were horrified. This was just the beginning, and he had already killed 3 kings. Alone? Were the kings of the soul-sealing world too weak, or was Han Fei too strong? Zhang Xuanyu cursed, "Damn, Fei Fei is really strong." The kings of the lost heavenly palaces were all horrified. They were forced to come here by Han Fei with carrots and sticks. But now it seemed that Han Fei was really reckless. "The emperor is still here, but you're provoking him like this?" At this moment, Han Fei grinned. Boom. A king exploded, and the terrifying impact flattened all the void rock shields. In the void, Han Fei's soul moved again, and the sky collapsed again. The remaining kings didn't seem to be scared, thinking that Han Fei was just using the same trick again. They all launched their strongest attacks, trying to kill Han Fei together. For example, the powerhouse who walked the great Tao of Fire released a purple-red flame, turning into a fiery man, dyeing the surrounding space into a fire domain, creating a flame void, and sealing this place. However, with a flash of blue light, Han Fei was already gone. When he reappeared, a yin-yang symbol fell to the Fire King's head. Yes, the huge hand that blotted out the sky turned into the supreme yin-yang wheel. This person was obliterated almost instantly. And the infinite fire domain was being crazily swallowed by Little Black. Han Fei didn't care that someone discovered Little Black and Little White, because this was the great Tao and inheritance of the yin-yang world. They should know about the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, and had nothing to hide. The fourth Even if the 7 kings weren't in the top 10 of the sea establishment realm. As long as they cooperated well, there was no reason for them to die so quickly. Unfortunately, in terms of combat experience, these people were still not enough. Huang Jingyuan really overestimated them. Besides, these people didn't know the divine descending technique. Han Fei even suspected that although they were living beings and had souls, there was something wrong with their souls. They might not know how to pray or use the divine descending technique at all. At this moment, Han Fei felt a stabbing pain in his soul. A shadow avoided his perception and tried to pierce his soul. However, the moment this person touched Han Fei's soul, he saw a strange scene. It was a huge statue of a god, suppressing the entire sky. Buzz. There seemed to be the sound of the great Tao rumbling in his ears. With puffs, countless shadows shattered, and Han Fei's 2 fingers had already touched the center of his eyebrows. Bang! This person exploded. Han Fei activated the void lines, and another great Tao crack appeared. This person died. The 5th. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. Void Skywatching Technique, the super visualization technique, ranked 11th in the sea establishment realm. His soul had fused with the sky and received the tempering of the heavenly Tao. And he had imitated eldest senior brothers sitting cross-legged and had been experiencing the baptism of the heavenly Tao all the time. How could ordinary kings have seen such an appalling soul-refining technique? How could anyone shake his soul? In just 7 or 8 seconds, 5 top kings had died at Han Fei's hands. Even if they were all blood-chi puppets, it was enough to prove Han Fei's strength. The sword god and Huang Jingyuan were fighting. The void turned into billions of sword shadows, giving Huang Jingyuan no chance to intervene in other battles. No. At this moment, Huang Jingyuan was shocked. Even a real emperor couldn't kill kings so quickly. The 7 king puppets, which were attacking in an orderly manner, were broken in the blink of an eye. In fact, Han Fei had killed a king with the ultimate blade in the very beginning and then solved a main attacker with the Mirror of Infinity, making these people's cooperation advantage disappear. As for the remaining strong masters, it would be strange if these people could resist Han Fei in his peak state. 5 of the 7 gods were gone. Han Fei casually waved his hand and used the ultimate blade to attack the king of the great Tao of Earth. The person of the great Tao of Wood sensed Han Fei's horror and turned into countless sword grass and colorful poisons, trying to stop Han Fei. However, when had Han Fei ever been afraid of poison? Han Fei threw out a mass of black smelly liquid. Bang! Black fog swept in all directions, the void vines withered, and a figure appeared. The moment the man appeared, a golden light jumped over Han Fei, crushed him with a punch and blew him up on the spot. Come on, Han Fei's current strength was as strong as 2 million waves. A single blow of Han Fei could cause the void to collapse. Even a sky opener could only obliterate this power with his great Tao. How could the sea establishers withstand it? The fate of this man could be imagined. He wouldn't even have a chance to be reborn before he was killed by Han Fei. In the end, the strong master who walked the great Tao of Earth tried to stop Han Fei alone, which was obviously ridiculous. Han Fei casually slashed out with all great Taos in one sword. The latter was trying his best to resist, when he suddenly felt a chill. He looked down, only to see that his flesh and blood had disappeared. Han Fei sneered. How could a king resist the teeth of Little Black, who had reached the sea establishment realm? After only 2 seconds, when Han Fei tore this person apart, with a crack, the 7-star soul-subduing tower shattered. Han Fei realized that the so-called 7-star soul-subduing tower had nurtured 7 kings of qi and blood. To be honest, if they hadn't met a monster like Han Fei, these 7 gods could actually be very strong in the sea establishment realm. In total, they might be able to enter the top 3 of the sea establishment realm. Unfortunately, they met Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the heavenly palace that was enveloped by billions of sword streams and shouted, "Senior Sword God, let me help you." While Han Fei was fighting the 7 gods, the other kings were also fighting fiercely. Although Han Fei had brought many kings with him this time, half of them were not strong enough. They had just become kings. In a real battle, Mu, Wu Hua, Jinger, Bear Handsome, and the others found that they couldn't even kill a half-king with a single blow, which made their hearts turn cold. Therefore, they fought even harder. Of course, a half-king was only a half-king after all. Even if they used the divine descending technique, very few people could survive 5 seconds under the hands of a king. As a result, the battlefield was almost one-sided. However, this time was unlike the time when Han Fei led the 4 pirate groups to raid the dream-weaving world. At that time, they were purely for snatching resources. But this time, they were mainly for fighting, and snatching resources was only the secondary purpose. This was because Han Fei's ultimate goal was to flatten the entire soul-sealing world and kill all its kings. He even wanted to kill its emperor. Therefore, under Han Fei's clear warning, even the 4 pirate groups didn't rob at all. They were concentrated on killing the kings of the soul-sealing world. For Han Fei, it was just a matter of time if he wanted to kill a king. The appearance of the 7 gods was meaningless to him. Han Fei's only opponent now was the Sky Opener. When Han Fei rushed into the sword god's sword domain, before he could do anything, he was washed by the intertwining immortal qi and the biting cold sword intent and coughed up blood, and dense white marks appeared on his body. Fortunately, the void body refining technique was so powerful that Han Fei could still resist the attack of a sky-opening realm cultivator. The aftershock alone couldn't hurt Han Fei. With a thought from Han Fei, the ultimate blade charged at Huang Jingyuan. Compared to the billions of sword streams of the sword god and the frequent explosions of supreme sword qi here, the ultimate blade at least had an absolute advantage in speed. Although every time he approached Huang Jingyuan, he was blocked by the armor condensed from immortal qi on the surface of Huang Jingyuan's body, he could at least consume some of his energy. Please reading on MYB Ox, no VEL, com. The sword god's sword and the blades that jumped out of the triangular divine seal formed a void storm around the heavenly palace. The 3 of them were fighting in the void storm. Seeing that the 2 parties were in a stalemate, Han Fei looked at the infinity water in his hand and made up his mind. Senior Sword God, help me. Han Fei didn't seem to truly understand the infinity water. From the initial transformation into a knife, to the subsequent self-destruction, and then to knowing that the infinity water could cut the Tao, it seemed to be stronger than the level of the human sacred weapon. A sword picture was drawn in front of the sword god, and the shadow of a big sword as long as 30,000 kilometers appeared. The sword shadow directly rushed at Han Fei. The sword god said, above his heavenly palace, as long as he doesn't come out, I can only exhaust him and can't defeat him. If you can cut off his Tao, Have a try. Han Fei thought to himself, of course I have to try. I'm here to kill an emperor. If I don't try, how can I know if I can kill an emperor or not? Han Fei stepped on the huge sword, and the infinity water covered his hand, turning into a sword. Han Fei injected the power of his soul into it, and then he saw the infinity water was fading and slowly turning into nothingness. Except for Han Fei, no one could see it. But Huang Jingyuan was not a fool. Although he thought it was ridiculous that Han Fei dared to try to kill him, what if he had some trump card? In front of Huang Jingyuan, under the heavenly palace, a black chain broke out of the ground and wrapped around the sword god's sword. The black chains were like snakes, but Han Fei pressed forward. At this time, he couldn't count on the golden light technique. The void turbulence here was growing crazily. If he didn't jump well, he would be thrown into the void turbulence and rolled into the bottomless deserted place. With one hand, Han Fei prepared the infinity water, and with the other, the immortal energy and the fiendish energy were intertwined. The moment the big sword and the chains collided, Han Fei took the opportunity to continue to attack Huang Jingyuan. Humph. You're only in the sea establishment realm, but you want to get involved in the sky-opening war? Han Fei, you're courting death. Huang Jingyuan raised his hand, and the triangular seal broke out of his body. A golden triangle rotated in the void and grew larger, turning into a huge shield. However, when he was about to touch the triangular god seal, a blue light appeared in front of Han Fei and then disappeared with Han Fei. Avoiding this blow from time, Han Fei felt that it was perfect, but as soon as he entered time again, he saw a phantom light stab into time and arrive in front of him. What? Bang! The immortal fiend saber collided with the mysterious pillar of light, releasing a terrifying power. Han Fei immediately used the time arcane technique. In an instant, it was equivalent to Han Fei launching another immortal fiend saber. The two powers overlapped, and under the impact, Han Fei narrowly broke the terrifying blow. At this moment, when Han Fei came out of time and returned to reality, his face changed. Huang Jingyuan could see through time? Huang Jingyuan was also surprised. In the current time, he had just obtained the memory just now, and he remembered that in the time just now, he had used the void sky finger on Han Fei, but it was broken by this guy. Huang Jingyuan was puzzled. Where did this brat get the power to break his void sky finger? Han Fei, who had been beaten out of reality, raised his hand and launched another immortal fiend saber. Han Fei was determined to rely on the immortal fiend saber to fight Huang Jingyuan head-on. New novels chapters are published n. But this time, Han Fei didn't dare to enter time, because the other party could attack the river of time. Han Fei, your trick may be useful to others, but it's meaningless to me. Meaningless? Hee hee. Han Fei suddenly smiled. In the next moment, a large amount of black water suddenly erupted beside Huang Jingyuan. Bang! A terrifying explosion erupted above the heavenly palace. It turned out that from the moment Han Fei entered the sword domain until he was knocked out of the river of time, it was all his white mist body. The real black mist body had already taken the void water away the moment the infinity water transformed. Under normal circumstances, the black mist body naturally couldn't approach Huang Jingyuan. However, the sword god was erupting, so was Han Fei. He was more or less in the sky-opening realm, being attacked by two sky-openers, even if Huang Jingyuan had the time to Pierce time, he would inevitably miss something, which was Han Fei's black mist body. However, when the infinity water slashed at Huang Jingyuan's great Tao, Huang Jingyuan clearly felt great danger, so he immediately defended his soul. The moment his soul was touched, Huang Jingyuan gave up part of his soul and directly pierced through the infinity water, causing a terrifying explosion. Han Fei's black mist body was also shattered by this blow. Fortunately, Han Fei immediately activated the Twin Divine Technique and used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei didn't take back the infinity water. After the explosion, he triggered the smelly liquid and turned it into a knife to attack Huang Jingyuan. Clang clang. Clang. Clank, clank, clank. Unfortunately, after the infinity water exploded once, its strength was greatly reduced, and it was even more unable to penetrate Huang Jingyuan's defense. In the end, none of the smelly liquid touched Huang Jingyuan. Han Fei was pushed back, and the 10,000-mile sword and the spiral chains collapsed at the same time. The attack of the sword god and Han Fei only injured Huang Jingyuan's soul. Besides, Huang Jingyuan only lost less than 1% of his soul. Although it was a pity, he could accept it. Huang Jingyuan said, Han Fei, you are still too weak. If it were in 1,000 years, you might have been able to destroy the soul-sealing world. But now, you're here too early. Do you really think that there is no stronger power behind us? As he spoke, a strange altar with a black base and covered by orange Tao patterns appeared from under the soul-sealing world's heavenly palace. On the altar, Tao patterns flickered. Behind Huang Jingyuan, the god seal spun faster and faster. He seemed to be eager to open a space door. However, at this moment, Huang Jingyuan staggered slightly. He suddenly stared at Han Fei with an unfriendly look. Han Fei shouted, Huang Jingyuan, do you feel that your body is cold and your blood flowing is slowed? Do you feel there are billions of bugs biting you? Huang Jingyuan's face changed slightly. Did you use poison? Han Fei smiled. Congratulations, you guessed right. Huang Jingyuan's heart trembled. It turned out that the blow just now was actually meant to send a soul poison in. Han Fei and the sword god looked at each other and nodded slightly. The sword god approached in person. This time, the sword god took out a black ancient sword, which was the sword god's intrinsic sword. Sword 13, Star River Breaking Sword. Han Fei didn't expect the sword god to put in so much effort. Han Fei didn't want to waste the opportunity created by the sword god. When the sword god's intrinsic sword slashed out, an immortal fiend saber burst out of each of Han Fei's hands. Although Huang Jingyuan had already pointed out that this move was useless, this was Han Fei's strongest move. If this move didn't work, he would have to detonate a godly weapon and risk his life to attack. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator and pointed at the void. The sword god's intrinsic sword hovered between Huang Jingyuan's eyebrows in the blink of an eye. However, this sword didn't kill, but shook Huang Jingyuan's soul. Han Fei injected the soul poison into Huang Jingyuan's soul and weakened his combat power just to create the chance of this moment. Huang Jingyuan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, Han Fei, you don't know what you are doing at all. Han Fei sneered. If I can't kill you outside, I'll do it from inside. I heard that the Origin Sea carries the Great Tao. I wonder if you can multitask and stop me from breaking your Origin Sea. To break into the Origin Sea of a living person, it wasn't as simple as finding a void node in the void. One needed to enter from his soul. How could it be so easy to enter? However, Han Fei created this opportunity. Buzz. The moment the void cracked, Han Fei jumped in. The reason why Han Fei dared to enter Huang Jingyuan's origin sea was naturally because of the demon purification pot. However, Huang Jingyuan's origin sea was a world that belonged to him. Huang Jingyuan could be said to be the master of the world and could mobilize all the power here. Therefore, in Huang Jingyuan's opinion, Han Fei was simply courting death by breaking into his origin sea. Even if there was the sword god outside, it couldn't shake his origin sea. Swish. As soon as Han Fei entered Huang Jingyuan's origin sea, he immediately felt a crushing suppression. 3 triangular divine seals appeared around Han Fei. And the power of the sky-opening realm tried to destroy Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. He had long foreseen the danger of the origin sea. If he wasn't prepared, how could he come in? Han Fei took out a long array map with a swish. On the array, there were 18 immortal fiend sabers sealed. That scene was equivalent to 18 attacks of the sky-opening realm, erupting at once. Even Huang Jingyuan had to be careful. He didn't know that Han Fei was so crazy. With the power of the sea establishment realm, he had actually drawn so many sky-opening realm attacks. Where did he get so much immortal chi and fiendish energy? The triangular divine seal failed to block so many immortal fiend sabers in the end. After blocking more than 10 immortal fiend sabers, they were finally penetrated. The remaining domineering immortal fiend sabers had just charged at Huang Jingyuan's origin sea when they saw power in the origin sea turn into a cage, enveloping the 8 immortal fiend sabers in an extremely short period of time. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power was forcibly sealed in the power cage by Huang Jingyuan. After all, this was Huang Jingyuan's own origin sea. As long as he willed it, the power of the entire origin sea was under his control. There was no telling what price Huang Jingyuan had paid to destroy Han Fei's 18 immortal fiend sabers. Then hundreds of immortal spirit blades that were comparable to the power of the immortal fiend saber rolled up and slashed at Han Fei. Please reading on MYB Ox, no VEL, calm. Alas. Han Fei sighed in his heart. Sure enough, no matter how many attacks you launched in someone else's origin sea, it was not very effective, because the other party could instantly seal all your attacks with a thought. Faced with the terrifying blades condensed from the massive amount of immortal chi, Han Fei naturally didn't resist it. He activated his Dharma idol again, and his 1,000-foot-long body shone with golden light. Faced with the attack of the countless immortal spirit blades, Han Fei opened his mouth and spat out a bloody sword shadow. Hidden sword in the body? Huang Jingyuan was horrified. If it was just Han Fei's own power, he could block another 18 attacks. That was because he could completely suppress Han Fei in terms of realm strength and great Tao. However, the power unleashed by the sword god's sword was different from Han Fei's in level. If the sword god's sword was so easy to block, he wouldn't have to guard the heavenly palace and dare not to leave. After the bloody sword shadow spewed out of Han Fei's mouth, it didn't stop. Like a rainbow, thousands of sword shadows burst out one after another. Back then, the sword god said that he would give Han Fei a sword, which was the sword hidden in his body. It condensed the sword god's ultimate blow. If it weren't for Han Fei's strong physique, he wouldn't have been able to hide this sword. This sword was meant to help Han Fei cut Huang Jingyuan's Tao, so it was particularly strong. However, the sword god didn't know that Han Fei's way of petting the Tao was to use the demon purification pot. Therefore, his sword was used to destroy the origin sea by Han Fei. As the sword streams poured down, Han Fei felt comfortable all over. The massive number of immortal spirit blades that were meant to kill him all turned to fight the sword rainbow that Han Fei spewed out. Ding ding ding. Bang. 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 Even Huang Jingyuan had to mobilize a massive amount of energy immediately to seal and detonate the void 8,000 kilometers in his origin sea to obliterate this sword of the sword god. Han Fei realized that this guy was quite ruthless. In the blink of an eye, the black smelly liquid around Han Fei turned into 10,000 knives and flew in all directions. Bang! Although the infinity water had exploded once, the power of itself destruction still couldn't be underestimated. If it was the sword god's sword, its attacking range was still limited, but the self-destruction of the infinity water swept the entire origin sea. Huang Jingyuan didn't expect that Han Fei could cause such a huge uproar in his origin sea. While restraining the sword god's sword, he had to seal his origin sea again to prevent the smelly liquid from spreading. This was because when the smelly liquid turned into mist and dissipated in his origin sea, everything in his origin sea was withering. Because Huang Jingyuan had put in too much energy in the origin sea, outside. The sword god keenly seized the opportunity to slash through the triangular divine seal and slash into Huang Jingyuan's body. Pfft. Blood rushed out of Huang Jingyuan's mouth, and half of his body exploded as he was pushed to the altar that had just risen from the bottom of the heavenly palace. A large amount of essence blood in Huang Jingyuan's body was absorbed by the altar. Behind him, a brand new triangular divine seal appeared. And Huang Jingyuan's strength was soaring crazily, and his injuries were recovering at a visible speed. Huang Jingyuan grinned and said, "Do you think I'm so easy to deal with? Do you think I haven't done anything in the past 30 years? Divine descending. Huh?" At this moment, Huang Jingyuan realized that something was wrong. He found that his power was flowing away at an extremely terrifying speed. In his origin sea, a few small vines grew between Han Fei's eyebrows. These small vines were extremely magical. They were absorbing the immortal qi and chaotic qi in Huang Jingyuan's origin sea crazily, causing the loss of the immortal qi and chaotic qi to be even faster than when he fought the sword god. What is it? Huang Jingyuan was furious, trying to crush Han Fei with a tremendous amount of immortal qi. However, when the immortal qi approached Han Fei, it lost control. Impossible. What is that? Outside, Huang Jingyuan's expression changed drastically. Half of his aura that had just risen fell as if his strength had been extracted. The sword god thought that Han Fei must have caused trouble in Huang Jingyuan's origin sea. Otherwise, Huang Jingyuan wouldn't have lost his trump card. Under such circumstances, the sword god naturally tried his best to restrain him. In the origin sea, Han Fei felt the fulfillment that he hadn't felt for a long time. The storage of chaotic qi in the sky-opening realm and the sea establishment realm was completely different. At this moment, he had already absorbed more than 10,000 wisps of chaotic qi and nearly 5,000 wisps of immortal qi. Whether Huang Jingyuan was willing or not, the power of his origin sea was no longer completely under his control. Near Han Fei, the power that sealed the origin sea was extracted, and the stench spread out. The remaining power of the sword god's sword swept out like a nuclear explosion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Huang Jingyuan tried to use the power of the Origin Sea to kill Han Fei several times, but it was useless. The area within 10,000 kilometers of Han Fei was completely out of control. Huang Jingyuan could only watch helplessly as the countless resources and energy accumulated in his Origin Sea were swallowed by Han Fei. In just half an hour, Han Fei had harvested more than 50,000 wisps of chaotic qi and more than 20,000 wisps of immortal qi. Outside, the sword god clearly felt that Huang Jingyuan's strength was getting weaker and weaker. His strength had probably dropped by 50%. Huang Jingyuan's combat power had dropped by 50%, which meant that the enhancement of the divine descending technique was almost gone. At this level, Huang Jingyuan was no longer a match for the sword god. Puff, puff, puff. Billions of sword streams flew out, and tens of thousands of swords pierced his heart. The immortal qi surging out from under the heavenly palace could no longer maintain Huang Jingyuan's high-intensity battle. Realizing that he was going to die, Huang Jingyuan roared, "Han Fei, how can I let you get away with that? Divine descending, offer up my flesh and blood. Please possess me, my monarch." Buzz. In the Origin Sea, Han Fei was absorbing the energy happily. He felt that in about 10 seconds, Huang Jingyuan might be drained by him. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly felt a terrifying suppressing pressure descend. The demon purification pot instantly disappeared without a trace, giving up absorbing the chaotic qi and the immortal qi. Although the demon purification pot didn't absorb these powers were still disappearing crazily, as if Huang Jingyuan had taken the initiative to use them. Han Fei was surprised. Why did Huang Jingyuan mobilize so much power at once? However, Old Yuan roared crazily in Han Fei's heart, "Go, go, it's monarch's might." Huh? Han Fei's face changed greatly. The vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. And with a flip of his hand, he launched an immortal fiend saber. He flew thousands of kilometers away, broke a small hole in Huang Jingyuan's Origin Sea, and rushed out of Huang Jingyuan's Origin Sea with a swish. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he heard the sword god shout, "Retreat! This is not the power of the sky-opening realm." Han Fei rushed out and turned around, only to see that Huang Jingyuan's body was almost dry. What replaced his eyes was an extremely special look, cold, disdainful, and intimidating. At this moment, Huang Jingyuan looked at Han Fei and the sword god and then at the main city of the soul-sealing world. When his eyes fell on Xia Xiaochan, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. F***CKU. Is this the monarch of the Yin family? The man raised his hand and pointed at Xia Xiaochan. Swish. At that moment, Han Fei appeared beside Xia Xiaochan with a golden light leap. Xia Xiaochan seemed to feel something too and looked up at the void. At this moment, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" In the blink of an eye. Han Fei didn't expect that Huang Jingyuan had such a way to let a monarch possess him. Wasn't it said that monarchs couldn't enter the raging sea? Wasn't the one from the martial emperor city guarding this place? If they had done this earlier, the raging sea would have long been destroyed. Therefore, although Han Fei was surprised, he didn't think it was a monarch. Even if this guy was really possessed by a monarch, so what? Since when did a monarch dare to be so arrogant in front of a disciple of the Void Temple? Han Fei was about to activate the Void Mark in his mind and ask eldest senior brother to slap this guy to death. however, there was someone faster than him. He saw a shadow sweeping across the sky in Xia Xiaochan's body. Who else could it be but Xia Hongzhu? Perhaps this so-called monarch possession had triggered the soul body of Xia Hongzhu in Xia Xiaochan's body, so as soon as the other party's suppressing pressure descended, Xia Hongzhu appeared. And bailing. Xia Hongzhu's voice was icy, but she knew that this was not the time to vent her resentment. She was just a soul body. If this person was really in bailing, it was impossible for her to resist him. However, the other party was only a wisp of soul, which made her secretly relieved. Xia Hongzhu shouted at Han Fei, "Take Xiaochan away first. I'll hold him off for a while." Faced with the void finger, the trident in Xia Hongzhu's hand also burst out with dazzling brilliance. Xia Hongzhu seemed to be using all her power. Seeing that the two of them were already fighting, Han Fei wanted to take Xia Xiaochan away. After all, he could only use the void seal 3 times. He had just become a disciple of the void temple, and he didn't want to use such a high-end power so early. The other kings were not stupid either. Even the sword god retreated immediately. The others certainly ran away the moment they realized that something was wrong. Only Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't run far. If Han Fei hadn't shouted, they might have tried to save him. Please reading on MYB Ox, no VEL, calm. Boom. Han Fei, who had just escaped, had just stepped into the void when he was sucked back by the void vortex. Because after being possessed, Huang Jingyuan was not targeting anyone but Xia Xiaochan. How could he let Han Fei take Xia Xiaochan away? Therefore, anyone could run, but the two of them couldn't. Therefore, when Han Fei appeared, a huge hole more than 6,000 kilometers wide appeared in the sky, and the void vortex sucked countless people and buildings in the soul-sealing world into the hole. And the core targets of the vortex were actually Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Xia Hongzhu's full-strength blow produced such a result. At this moment, Xia Hongzhu's figure was illusory, which showed that her soul was almost shattered. At this time, Huang Jingyuan slowly said, "Xia Hongzhu, you have indeed woken up. Unfortunately, your current strength is too weak. Although your original body is rushing over as fast as you can, you won't be able to catch up." Xia Hongzhu said coldly, and bailing, "If you dare to touch my daughter today, I swear I will descend to the sea realm and slaughter everyone in your family. Let's talk about that when you can come." With that said, an explosive firework shook the surrounding 10,000 kilometers into a void storm. Xia Hongzhu's soul power disappeared in the void storm in the end. Seeing this, Xia Xiaochan's eyes were bloodshot with extreme hatred. Han Fei didn't feel any hatred, but he was extremely angry. Not to mention that Xia Hongzhu is going to destroy your family in the future. Han Fei, will definitely go to your family in the future and wipe you guys out. At this moment, he couldn't run away, but Han Fei saw something from the battle between Xia Hongzhu and this person. If this person really had the combat power of a monarch, Xia Hongzhu wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. Xia Hongzhu was an injured patient, and this was only a wisp of her soul. How could she block 2 attacks from unveiling? Obviously, Huang Jingyuan in this possession state wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Han Fei was so sure, because he had just absorbed more than half of the chaotic qi and immortal qi in Huang Jing's origin sea. Even if the rest could maintain Huang Jingyuan's body to fight, how long could they maintain the combat power of a monarch? Therefore, with a thought from Han Fei, a long array scroll flew out. Swish! 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 One immortal fiend's saber after another spewed out like the divine demon. Greatsword spewing out of the box. There were 18 of them in total. This was originally prepared for Huang Jingyuan. Because the demon purification pot was very powerful, the second array map was not used. But now it seemed that Han Fei had to take it out. Humph. New novels chapters are published n. Seeing the immortal fiend's sabers rushing at Huang Jingyuan one after another. The latter snorted contemptuously, flicked his long sleeves, directly extracted all the void storms within a radius of 6,000 kilometers, and turned them into a void spiral sword, which darted at Han Fei. MS. F***CK. So strong? Although Han Fei felt that he was also very strong, the power that erupted from this guy's casual flicking of his sleeve completely exceeded his understanding. Boom. 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 Explosions were heard non-stop. One after another, the immortal fiend's sabers struck the terrifying spiral void sword. Although they had a certain effect, the effect was extremely small. The immortal fiend's sabers slashed 18 times in a row almost in an instant, but the power of this terrifying blow was not even weakened by 50%. Xia Xiaochan was horrified and quickly shouted, "Leave. Think of a way to leave and avenge me in the future." Han Fei said, "Don't panic. I think we can still fight." Xia Xiaochan was very anxious. "What do you mean you think you can still fight? Just leave." She shouted, "This is not Huang Jingyuan. This is a monarch." Han Fei sneered. "What kind of monarch is this? How can a monarch be so weak?" At this moment, an exquisite crystal ball suddenly appeared in Han Fei's hand. Xia Xiaochan had seen this thing before. Wasn't this the small world that sealed the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world? Why did Han Fei have another one? In the next moment, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan flashed and disappeared into this small world. Huff dash. This was a desolate sea area with very few creatures living here. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan appeared in this small world, Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Where did you get this small world? Can it block his attack?" Han Fei said, "Maybe. But I'm not sure. This person is definitely stronger than Bei Luochen, but he's definitely not a monarch. He's probably like your mother, just a wisp of soul. Do you think a monarch's soul can definitely break through such a small world?" Rumble. Rumble. As soon as Han Fei said so, the day in the small world turned into night. The entire world was trembling. In the starry sky, large stars fell, and one after another white mark appeared and disappeared. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan couldn't help taking a breath. It was as if the world was about to collapse. They were shocked. Was this the so-called power of a monarch? This magical scene lasted for 13 seconds, and then there were cracking and rumbling sounds. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other. Sure enough, there was a limit to the power this small world could withstand. If it were only a sky opener, it might take thousands of strikes to create a crack in this small world. However, a wisp of a monarch's soul had actually cracked this small world in just a dozen seconds. After the 25th second, a second white crack appeared in the sky. At this moment, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan could vaguely see the void turbulence that was still pouring crazily through the crack. Xiao Xiaochan was so nervous that her hands were full of sweat. If this small world can't resist it, find a way to escape immediately. If I don't die, he won't stop. Han Fei shook his head. Come, enter my origin sea. Xiao Xiaochan shook her head. No. If I don't die, he won't let you go. Han Fei said, do you think he can let me go, just because you're dead? Are you kidding me? For a monarch, you and I are like ants. Hurry up, or I'll spank you. Why are you still joking at a time like this? Han Fei looked at Xiao Xiaochan and said, do you really think I came to attack the soul-sealing world without any backup plan? Don't worry. I won't be killed. And as long as I don't die, with the heaven enlightenment divine technique, do you think I can be killed? Xiao Xiaochan was skeptical. Really? Crack. At this time a third crack appeared in the sky. Han Fei estimated that this small world couldn't hold on for long. He immediately said, hurry up, don't cause trouble. Although Xiao Xiaochan didn't know what other ways Han Fei had, this time, just like when Han Fei was killed by Chen Huangdian, Han Fei should still have secrets. However, it was indeed not appropriate to ask now. She'd better survive first. Therefore, Xiao Xiaochan could only give up resisting and let Han Fei collect her into the origin sea. When Xiao Xiaochan entered the origin sea, the old turtle said, your 9 death soul-splitting octopus hasn't transcended the tribulation yet. With its strength, it's probably very difficult for it to completely revive you. Do you have any other secret trump cards? If not, I'm afraid we'll be doomed this time. Han Fei smiled. With a thought, Nianer appeared beside him. As soon as Nianer came out, she shouted, Brother Han Fei, why don't you let me fight? I can fight too. Han Fei grinned. I let you out, didn't I? However, you can't handle it this time. We have to summon your mother. On the eve of the attack on the soul-sealing world, Han Fei stayed in the sea of mist for 7 days. In those 7 days, Han Fei used almost all his resources for Nianer's tribulation. Nianer had been with him for decades. When he took the Avenger to the raging sea to gain experience, Nianer had never missed a single battle. In addition to the great Tao of time, Nianer's combat power was also extraordinary. Her physique, soul power, and combat skills were all not bad. In the previous trip to the Monarch Palace, Nianer had relied on the great Tao of time. Although she didn't reach a higher level of training, she had suffered a lot. In addition, Nianer had lived for so long in the time gap and kept swallowing energy, so what Nianer lacked was only experience. The time dragon carp didn't have the time to take care of Nianer, so she gave her to him. After so many years, Nianer had unknowingly become completely familiar with the world and could already see the world dialectically. This was growth. Therefore, he chose to let Nianer transcend the tribulation before coming to the soul-sealing world in order to take Nianer one last ride, which the time dragon carp had already known. When Nianer's figure disappeared into the river of time, Han Fei looked up at the sky and met the eyes of the monarch who occupied Huang Jingyuan's body. Across the world crack. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. This world lasted for about 50 seconds before it finally couldn't hold on anymore. The world shattered, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. However, when the world collapsed and the terrifying void sword current was about to kill Han Fei, the void mark on Han Fei's soul was ready to activate at any time. Please reading on MYB Ox, no VEL, calm. Fortunately, when the void sword stream just pierced this world, a blue halo in the sky twisted, and the void sword stream instantly disappeared. The void here became stable, and Han Fei naturally saw that the void here had been reversed by someone and returned to its original state. Are you from the Time Temple? And Bailing must have poured a lot of power into the void sword stream, but it was broken so easily, so he was in a bad mood. He clenched the triangular divine seal and shouted, "Divine talisman, break the barrier." The triangular divine seal continued to charge at Han Fei, and an extremely bright blue light appeared. A blue mouth spewed out a pillar of time, sucking the divine talisman in. The divine talisman rushed tens of thousands of kilometers away, but in the end, it was powerless. The talisman was corroded and decayed into nothingness at a visible speed. The pillar of time didn't stop, but covered Huang Jingyuan's body, which was melting at a visible speed. And Bailing said, "Whether you are from the Time Temple or not, you haven't reached the longevity realm yet. Since you stopped me from killing that the asterisk starred today, take my blow." Bang! Huang Jingyuan's body exploded, and all his strength poured into a triangular divine seal. It was also at this moment that a huge crack appeared in the sky, as if the sky was bleeding. The scene was terrifying. It was the first time an emperor had died in the raging sea. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The moment the seal was condensed, a beautiful woman stood in front of Han Fei. Use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to cleanse this seal. Han Fei was refreshed. Heaven Enlightenment. Buzz. The moment the pillar of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique wrapped the divine seal, a large amount of black smoke dispersed, and Han Fei felt that his vitality had been evaporated for 3,000 years in an instant. 3,000 years. 4,000 years. 8,000 years. 12,000 years. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse if he hadn't seen the divine seal melting. With his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to block it. A mere divine seal consumed 18,000 years of vitality of Han Fei in the end. He had never experienced such a huge consumption before. Han Fei's face immediately sank. What a great and family, what a great and Bailing. You wasted so much vitality of mine. Let's wait and see. Only when the divine seal was purified did the time dragon carp heave a sigh of relief. Even she seemed to be afraid. Han Fei had just heard from Bailing that the time dragon carp was only in the sky-opening realm, not at the level of a monarch. Han Fei thought to himself, "It seems that I guessed wrong." However, this also showed the power of the great Tao of time. The terrifying power that could break a small world was instantly eliminated by the time dragon carp. This method made Han Fei envious. With a flash of blue light, Nyener was pulled out of time by the time dragon carp. Nyener asked, "Mom, are you done?" The time dragon carp said dotingly, "The battle is over. Your brother is fine now." However, Mom caused a huge uproar this time. "I'm afraid it will attract the attention of our enemies." "Nyener, we have to go now." "Huh? But aren't we staying?" The time dragon carp said, "Nyener, you've only completed some basic training. We're finally going to adapt to life in the river of time. Next, I'll take you to experience more terrifying training." Han Fei's heart did a flip. A more terrifying trial? It seemed that there were enemies of the time dragon carp in the time river. Han Fei didn't know who this enemy was. Seeing that Nyener was a little upset and nervous, Hanfei couldn't help but say, Nyener, if you want to walk in time and reality as you please, being a sky opener is definitely not enough. Your goal must be to reach the longevity realm. This is what I, your mother, and everyone else are pursuing. Only by becoming stronger can you not be bullied, can you survive and live in this world at will. In the first half of your life, I accompanied you. In the second half of your life, you should accompany your mother. Nyener knew what Hanfei and her mother meant, but she felt that she was happy to be with Hanfei. To be honest, after being trapped in the time gap for too long, she really didn't like the river of time. However, reason told her that both Hanfei and her mother were doing this for her own good. Therefore, Nyener nodded heavily and looked at her mother. Can we still come back to visit? The time dragon carp said, of course, but we need to complete the trial in the river of time first. After comforting Nyener, the time dragon carp said, Hanfei, I didn't expect you to provoke a monarch-level powerhouse now. Hanfei smiled bitterly. I never want that. The time dragon carp said, fortunately, this is just a wisp of soul. Otherwise, even I could only escape. Don't do this kind of thing again. I'm here this time, but next time, I may not be around. Hanfei cupped his hands. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. The time dragon carp hummed and continued, by the way, how is your great Tao of time? Hanfei couldn't help but smile. It's certainly not as good as little time. The time dragon carp said, that's for sure. However, as you become stronger, you might be able to comprehend it more deeply. Remember what I said. Don't step into the river of time rashly. In addition, there's something I want to tell you. If you really have to show the great Tao of time in the future and are fancied by some people, remember not to enter the time temple or go to this place. That will be a trap. Hanfei was puzzled. Wait, Senior, are you talking about the time temple? The time dragon carp nodded slightly. Now that things have come to this point, I can tell you some things. There are strong masters everywhere. Outside. Apart from some strong masters from big clans, there are 3 super powers. You have to be careful of them, which is the 3 temples. Huh? The time dragon carp said quickly and eagerly, the 3 temples are the time temple, the void temple, and the immortal temple. I don't know much about the void temple and the immortal temple. Anyway, the time temple is not a good thing. Many strong masters of the time dragon carp race have died in the time temple. According to some other inherited memories, the void temple and the immortal temple don't seem to be good things either. When you meet them in the future, you have to be careful. Okay, I have to go. This time, I can't stay long. Hanfei quickly came back to himself. Senior, have a safe trip. Nyener, cultivate hard. Nyener shouted, brother, I'll come back to see you. Okay. Hanfei sent the time dragon carp and Nyener away with a smile, but his face turned cold. What did the time dragon carp mean? She seemed to be very vigilant of the 3 temples. If he guessed right, the danger that the time dragon carp mentioned should be related to the time temple. The immortal temple didn't sound like a good place, but why did she say the void temple was not good either? JAS. Unfortunately, the time dragon carp left in a hurry and he didn't have the time to ask her. In fact, Hanfei didn't dare to ask just now. What if the Time Dragon Carp fell out with him after hearing that he was a disciple of the Void Temple? But in any case, the 3 temples didn't seem to be simple. Even if there were only 12 people in the Void Temple, it wasn't simple. Just like eldest senior brother, it was obvious that he wasn't simple. However, it was not his turn to care about this yet. In any case, he was a member of the Void Temple. Even if the Void Temple's reputation wasn't good, they treated their people quite well. He had obtained a lot of resources and treasures from them. You have other allies? While Han Fei was thinking, he heard the sword god's voice. He looked back and saw the sword god's body materializing not far away. At this moment, Han Fei was standing outside the collapsed small world. Hearing what the sword god said, he immediately came back to himself. Han Fei picked up the heavy small world and stuffed it into his origin sea. Seeing this scene, the sword god couldn't help but look strange. It seems that you obtained a lot of benefits in the monarch palace. This small world was the only one on the tree back then, which was taken by your father. I didn't expect you to get another one. Han Fei smiled. I was just lucky. Unfortunately, mine was shattered in less than 100 seconds. The sword god couldn't help but look at the heavenly palace that was surging with immortal chi and say, you actually withstood the attack of a monarch. Oh. No, you have a powerful ally that can withstand the attack of a monarch. I didn't even know this. Han Fei said, that's my last trump card. There was no telling if the sword god believed him or not, but he probably suspected that there was a hidden sky-opening realm powerhouse in the raging sea. The sword god said, I didn't think you would really succeed. No matter what. You should have a lot of secrets. I won't ask further. I have to go. Supreme clearness and infinity must have taken action at this moment. Of course, if they want to come here, I'm afraid they won't arrive anytime soon. You have about 4 hours to plunder the resources of the soul-sealing world. Han Fei cupped his hands. Senior, please go back. When I sort out the resources, I will send your portion to you. Okay. The sword god turned into a sword light and disappeared. As for Han Fei, his voice rose like a tide, echoing within the millions of kilometers around. He shouted, the sky opener has died, and the soul sealing world has been destroyed. All kings, return to your positions and collect resources quickly. What? Huang Jingyuan is dead? The palace master of a lost heavenly palace looked at the terrifying scene in the sky and didn't dare to believe that Han Fei and the sword god had really made it. Please reading on MYB Ox, no VEL, calm. Slaying an emperor was the first time in the history of the raging sea. No matter what, Han Fei's name would be recorded in history and he would become a legend. Chen Guangjia exclaimed, he really did it. He killed an emperor. Doesn't this mean that the Yinyang world will become one of the largest forces in the raging sea? Shui Ran sighed. Fortunately, we didn't offend him. Zhou Chen said, we are his allies. Black Phoenix was relieved, but she was also shocked. When she first saw Han Fei, he was only in the venerable realm. How long had it been? And now he could even kill an emperor. It was simply shocking. Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others immediately rushed to Han Fei. At this moment, Han Xian complained, why did 3 kings run away? Who let them go? At this moment, of course, no one admitted it, but most of the kings of the soul-sealing world who didn't escape were besieged and killed. There were only 11 of them in total. 5 had died just now, and 3 had run away. It would be a miracle if the remaining 3 survived against such a group of kings. Han Fei didn't care about that. He landed on the heavenly palace and let Xia Xiaochan out. Xia Xiaochan was still waiting nervously for the result of the battle outside. But she didn't expect that she would come out after only a moment. Since she could come out, it meant that she was safe. Xia Xiaochan was overjoyed and quickly looked at Han Fei. "Are you okay? How did you survive? Where is that B***starred from the Yin family?" Hearing Xia Xiaochan's question, Han Fei smiled. "He's just a wisp of soul. Blocked by Nianer's mother." "Nianer's mother?" Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but ask with a strange expression, "Where is Nianer from exactly? You never told anyone about this." Han Fei felt that there was nothing to hide now, so he said, "Her mother is a sky-opening realm powerhouse who cultivates the great Tao of time. Because she always travels through time, she left her daughter to me for a few days." "Okay. Don't dwell on this. We only have about 4 hours at most. Try to collect as many resources here as possible." Han Fei brushed it off, but he was thinking, why would a monarch have to kill Xia Xiaochan? There must be some secret that he didn't know. He wondered if his mother-in-law knew. Then, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and used the last chance today to make it point at Huang Jingyuan's origin sea again. Unfortunately, when Han Fei went in again, he found that it was pitch black inside. The whole place was misty. Han Fei finally took out a few ultra-quality spiritual stone mines, but found that there was very little spiritual energy left in them. Son of AB***TCH. Sure enough, it was drained by unveiling. Who wants the residue? Just as Han Fei was about to leave, he suddenly found a creature outside the spiritual stone mine. Han Fei was stunned. It was a strange creature that was half human and half fish. Han Fei stared at the strange man for quite a while, and the old turtle said, "There are many ways to open the sky. Some people start from creating creatures. After opening the sky, people usually try to create some creatures. This varies from person to person. Obviously, this person tried to create a kind of creature in his origin sea. Now, they are all dead." Looking at the strange man's meridians, Han Fei couldn't help but think of the undersea humans. When humans first learned the fish transformation technique, it was a long and complicated process. Countless people died on it before this path slowly matured. Han Fei asked, "Why do the sky openers want to create creatures?" The old turtle said, "Can't you figure it out? They probably want to try to create a more perfect race with higher potential, and then either cultivate a reincarnation body or directly possess it. There are such situations, but most of them are those who can't go further or feel that they can't go further, so they use this method. Maybe the creature they create can be extremely perfect. But I don't think so. No matter how perfect it is, can it be more perfect than the God's child?" The old turtle mumbled for a long time, and Han Fei understood. It was nothing to create creatures in his origin world, but the old turtle didn't think that the creatures he created could be very strong. He thought that any child of a God was much better than all the creatures created by these people. Regarding this, Han Fei reserved his opinion. Creating the origin sea was like creating a world. Since you had even created a world, why not create a few creatures? Han Fei didn't stay long and quickly left Huang Jingyuan's origin sea. This day was destined to be an extremely turbulent day in the raging sea. At first, only kings died. This was actually not new in the raging sea. There were so many strong masters in the raging sea, so it was normal for a king to die occasionally. Generally, no one would investigate deeply. However, it was rare for more than a dozen kings to die in a row. Even in the exploration of the monarch palace, there had never been such a frequent death. Therefore, after Han Fei killed 7 kings in a row, all the leaders of the forces in the raging sea were already paying attention. When the last crack of the great Tao, that looked like a heavenly river, appeared, the emperors all became solemn. This was no ordinary matter. On that day, He Dao Yuan, the martial king, Xia Hongzhu, Shi Puhuang, Kong Shen, and the others discovered that the direction of the collapse of the emperor's great Tao was the soul-sealing world. This was because the location of the soul-sealing world was not a big secret in itself. Even after the soul-sealing world was sealed, they usually wouldn't move too far away. It was just that they had activated the city protection array and were difficult to find. But after the emperors roughly confirmed that it was the soul-sealing world, everyone quickly came and left. They came to confirm the current situation of the soul-sealing world. However, when the emperors arrived, they all looked solemn. When they guessed that something had happened to Huang Jingyuan, they had actually roughly guessed who did it. When they found that this place had almost been looted and the entire main city had almost been destroyed by the void storm, and the rich blood qi almost filled the entire soul-sealing world, all the emperors thought to themselves, Han Fei is too ruthless. He directly destroyed the city. Almost on the same day, He Dao Yuan returned to the Supreme Clearness world and directly issued a decree to the entire Supreme Clearness world. Anyone from the Supreme Clearness world who finds traces of the yin-yang world or the waterwood world will be given a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and accepted as an emperor's disciple. The Infinity World, the 100 Demon Clan, the Undersea Human Clan, and almost all the other races did the same and began to frantically search for the yin-yang world. In the Martial Emperor City, the rewards for finding the yin-yang world were as many as 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. As soon as this news was out, the entire Martial Emperor City went crazy. It could be said that the entire raging sea was looking for traces of the yin-yang world and the waterwood world. As for Han Fei, he had actually been hiding in the soul-sealing world. The emperors came and went without discovering Han Fei. He stayed for several days and left after looting the origin sea of the kings. 1 month later. Yin-yang world. Han Fei frowned as he listened to Luo Xiaobai report how much money they had earned this time. In total, there were 134.8 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, including the weapons from the half-kings and venerables. Han Fei looted less than 68 billion in total from the treasury of the soul sealing world and the resources stored in the heavenly palace. Han Fei was puzzled. That's impossible. A huge heavenly palace only has this amount of resources? Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath and said, actually, it's already a lot. It's more than 200 billion in total. There are also a large number of ordinary people who died in the void storm and the soul-sealing world was destroyed. It's already not bad that so many resources are left. Han Fei scratched his head. Half of them have to be given to the sword god. Besides, it's inappropriate to give too little to the kings of the other worlds. Zhang Xuanyu asked, why did we have to give so much to the sword god? Han Fei said, we must give him enough resources. If it weren't for the sword god, we wouldn't have had any chance of winning this time. I'll add another 12 billion and give the sword god world 80 billion in total, no less. As for the remaining resources, except for me, let the king split them evenly. Huh? Lu Renquang couldn't help but ask, no, Fei Fei. When did you become so generous? Xiao Xiaochan said, you risked your life to get these resources. Why not take any? Han Fei said leisurely, well, billions are nothing to me. It's better to divide them up. After I cultivate in seclusion for a few days, let's go find ultra-quality spiritual stone mines. I don't believe that we can't find 17 or 18 ultra-quality spiritual stone mines in this vast sea. In fact, Han Fei knew that he didn't suffer a loss this time. He had collected a lot of chaotic qi and immortal qi, which were actually more valuable than these ultra-quality spiritual stones. If he didn't pay the kings this time, they wouldn't be willing to help the next time. Erza. After all, many of them were coerced by him to come to help him. He couldn't just coerce them all the time. He still had to solve supreme clearness, infinity, the 100 demons, and the undersea human race. If he gave them enough resources now, it would be easier to persuade them to help him again. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Han Fei's vast ocean navigator was indeed too powerful. With it, they could easily find ultra-quality spiritual stone mines. Luo Xiaobai said, by the way, Uncle Xin sent a message that the entire raging sea is looking for us like crazy. I guess everyone is afraid and wants to find and kill you before you grow up. I've thought about it. Although this route has been abandoned for a long time, we've cleared it up. If someone really comes, there's a certain chance of discovering this place. Shall we enter the Sea of Mist? Han Fei sneered. There's no rush. Although there are many strong masters in the raging sea, if not kings, many will die on the way of exploration. What we should consider now is whether to get the mineral veins from the 100 demon clan, the undersea human clan, or one by one.